Come on, in or out. You gotta decide. Okay. Out it is. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. How's everybody doing today? Oh, okay. So we're trying some new stuff today. Anyone in chat, if you start noticing any issues, please let me know because we're streaming to TikTok as well today. It's my first time giving that a go, and I'm not sure how it's going to go. Oh, this is what I forgot to do. I forgot to change the output settings. There we go. So, I took a day off and a bunch of shit happened, as of course it did, because that's how it goes. So we have an incredible amount of stuff to talk about today. I honestly don't even know how we're going to manage to get through it all, but we will try. Oh, hold on. I'm just fixing my camera for my TikTok viewers. There we go. I should be more centered now. Lovely. All right. So I think we can start off with something pretty tame and not super political, but still very important as this affects a lot of people. All of us, I would argue, in fact. And it's kind of not great. Now, we already know that the food industry is pretty disgusting. I've made several videos on it alone, and those didn't even scratch the surface. But usually when we're talking about the food industry, we're talking about corporate greed and corruption, going above the greater social good, profit being put first as the motive, and the ignoring of the needs of everybody else. Now in this case, of course, we do still get a little bit of that. We do live in a capitalist society and it does touch everything, but this is more of an issue of we made mistakes that we didn't know better of at the time, and now they're coming back to bite us in the ass. Hold on. Sorry, I'm still fucking around with my screen. There we go. It doesn't look the same way either way, really? Okay, so I can only flip them both, not just one? I should be able to. There we go. Hey, all right, we fixed it. Now, this is an issue rather of, yes, there is corporate greed involved, but quite a big chunk of it is it's sciencey stuff. It's chemicals that we didn't know were as bad for us as they are, and we have done things about them. In fact, we use these chemicals much less than we used to, but it seems to be toxic chemicals used in food preparation as well as storage leach into human bodies, a new study has found. So let's take a look at what CNN has to say in this little video before we read the actual article.
You may have never heard of PFAS. You may have never.
I don't know if that was super loud for you guys, but I'll turn it down a little bit.
Never heard of PFAS, but you're likely to have these potentially dangerous chemicals inside your body. Perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl are substances that are known as forever chemicals. These synthetic chemicals were developed in the 1940s and are used to repel oil and water. They make consumer items non-stick, waterproof, stain-resistant, and they're found in many products you likely use. Some obvious: non-stick cookware, waterproof clothing, but also in things you may not necessarily realize: dental floss, pizza boxes, microwave popcorn.
Look, we've talked about the fact that there's essentially plastic in everything that we eat. Whether it's meat, whether it's fish, whether it's vegetarian food, you are consuming plastic each and every day. And beyond that, there is plastic, microplastics, being found in living humans all over your body. Like, I mean, every part of your body. I don't believe so far we've had any evidence that it can cross the blood-brain barrier, But there have been pieces of, or rather, zones where pieces of microplastics have been found in pretty much every human body part. And I, for one, think it's pretty concerning that we're all filled with plastic. We're not supposed to be filled with plastic, you know? Um, that's not a normal thing. And a lot of it comes from outside of food as well. I mean, right now the subject that we're talking about is food and the dangerous like chemicals and plastics and uh, man-made material, manufactured material rather than biomaterial, um, is what we're talking about. But they do kind of relate in that so right now we're watching a video about forever chemicals, the toxic chemicals that are used in food prep and storage and manufacturing that leach, well, it says leach, I would say leak into the human body as we, either cook the food or we eat it or the food is in the package. And I'm now going on a little side tangent on microplastics because it's not just in our food, we are breathing in plastic pretty much every moment of every day. I step outside of my house, I'm breathing in plastic because I live in front of a major highway. So the reason that I'm saying you're breathing in plastic is car tires are made of plastic. They degrade over time. As you are driving, the tire becomes airborne, essentially. They're little particles of plastic just floating through the air. Beside the fact that we also tend to pile them up and burn them to throw them away, which also just releases them into the air, and then the wind pushes them. It's like pollination. But you, me, everyone else, we are filled to the brim with plastic, and there's evidence that it is having some pretty negative effects. We're not sure about mental health wise. I mean, it could be just as bad as like the lead generation, but I mean, well, I've pulled it up before. The only one that seems to stick in my head is that it can affect reproductive health, both in like reproductive health generally. It's not related to sex or gender. Where is it? Microplastics in public health. What do we got here? What are microplastics? Typically refer to very small, less than 5 millimeters in diameter, solid particles made of predominantly polyethylene, polystyrene, and polypropylene, polyvinyl chloride, polyurethane, polyethylene, and terephthalate. The terephthalate plastics. Plastic particles are smaller than 0.1 micrometers, are called nanoplastics, which are, a bit more worrying because the microplastics may not be able to cross your blood-brain barrier, but the nanoplastics probably can. It's everywhere. Yeah, it literally is in everywhere. It's in all of the food too. No matter what you're eating, almost all food on the planet is now not even covered, but ingrained with plastic. We're just eating it now. We're drinking it. It's in our food. It's in our water. It's in our clothes. It's on our skin. And it's in the air, as I said, with the car tires. And we're breathing that shit in. Now, what does that do? Well, there are 3 pathways by which microplastics could potentially affect health. These are as plastics that we ingest or inhale. Although this will depend on the size of the particles, most microplastics will be too large to be breathed deep into the lungs, across the gut barrier, blah, blah, blah. From chemicals that can leach out of microplastics or plastic in general, there has been concern about chemicals such as, actually, I think some of these are included in the actual video that we're watching. It couldn't get... I have no idea what you're saying there. From chemicals, metals, and microorganisms that can attach to microplastics, microplastics can become carriers for these contaminants. But again, how much exposure do we have to have? Oh, you're not going to tell me, really? I'm just looking for a thing I've seen before. Ah, I think I found it. I think I have found it. Bear with me for just a moment. Believe in me, and I will deliver. Ha, as I said. Now, tires, paint, clothing, plastic bottles, food, microplastics enter your body. Now, the health effects you can have are oxidative stress, which means trouble breathing, neurotoxicity, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's toxic. Your brain essentially is dying. Reproductive health problems, carcinogenicity, so it can give you cancer, and an altered metabolism. Now, I don't know whether that's a slowed down metabolism or a sped up. I would imagine it's slowed down. Regardless, we are constantly breathing plastic, and I'm breathing in plastic this very moment, right now. And I don't know, it's pretty bad. I know the reproductive health affects men more, but this is we're okay with this, guys? Is everything that we're eating filled with plastic? Are you fine with that? And beyond the plastic now, I suppose since some of you missed context, we're only 30 seconds in, we could just start this like over. I think if it'll let me, I might have to just refresh the page. But yeah, toxic chemicals used in food prep leach into human bodies. Study finds. Let's actually watch the video if it'll load.
You may have never heard of PFAS, but you're likely to have these potentially dangerous chemicals inside your body. Perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl are substances that are known as forever chemicals.
Pretty sure perfluoroalkyl was in the other article that we just saw with the microplastics. I mean, I'm pretty sure the actual issue is that it's decreasing potency, not increasing it.
Synthetic chemicals were developed in the 1940s and are used to repel oil and water. They make consumer items non-stick, waterproof, stain-resistant, and they're found in many products you like.
For a little while, Blue Brother, but not forever. I read somewhere that, God, I can't remember this. I wish I had this article saved. Someone's developing, growing a bacteria that eats plastic. I believe it was I think it was a university study in the United States where they were helping a bacteria grow that they found would eat and devour plastic, as a method of maybe we could figure out how to use this to get rid of plastics rather than having them sit, on the planet for millions of years, I think, for some plastics. It's fucked.
Likely use. Some obvious: non-stick cookware, waterproof clothing, but also in things you may not necessarily realize: dental floss, pizza boxes, microwave popcorn bags, even makeup and sunscreen. Now, over the last several decades, these chemicals have
Cosmetics are covered in this shit, just so you know.
Been developed at this breakneck pace. There's now more than 9,000.
This stuff, not the. Well, I mean, probably the microplastics too, but the PFAS are a huge problem.
PFAS-related chemicals to date, and again, they're called forever chemicals because they don't break down completely, meaning the same properties that make these chemicals so durable also make.
I'll pull up something to explain that a bit more in detail because he did a pretty piss poor job of doing it himself.
Them extremely hard to get rid of, meaning they accumulate in the environment, in animals, and yes, they accumulate in us, humans. Thousands of communities across the United States have drinking water that is contaminated with PFAS, and as a result, more than 200 million Americans could have toxic PFAS in their drinking water, according to.
Look, I said this earlier, but I might have actually just like, I might have just been right without, because I didn't watch this far into the video. When I have videos ready for you guys, I've usually read the articles related to them, but I don't like to watch because I tend to comment on the people speaking, and I want that to be authentic rather than a pre-prepared script, so to say. But I did say, like, this could be as bad as the lead generation. We don't know how this shit's affecting us. The chemicals, the plastic, there's still lead in the water and like all over the country. We're not doing so great. The idea was that plastic would get trapped in that invert current. Turned out that the plastic finally broke. Yeah, I was gonna say I would have guessed that the plastic would have broke through. What's up, good guy Dari? Ask your question. Ask away. What was I looking up? Oh yeah. In the meantime. Now I'm pulling up the actual the timetables that we have of how long it takes for these forever chemicals to break down. Hey, sweetie Pete. If potency is affected negatively, does that mean I don't need to work? No, it doesn't, unfortunately. I mean, maybe it will eventually. I don't think that that would be necessarily what you want here, though. I mean, it depends. I'm not going to judge. I would still wear protection because, you know, it's not just about pregnancy. You're trying to not get STDs and just use protection. If you're sleeping with people that you don't know regularly, I mean, like, I can understand all right, this one gets a pass. Like, I feel fine here. Like, I don't foresee a problem. They have paperwork that shows, you know, stuff like that's all fine. Do whatever the hell you like. But I would generally say you probably should use protection. And by probably, I mean definitely. Now let's have a look at this. All serum PFAS concentrations declined over time as expected. So this was exposure in humans. Actually, it wasn't just how long it stays in the environment. I couldn't find that. I'll still look for it, but yeah, that wasn't what I was looking for. Sorry, we'll just get back to
the Environmental Working Group. Now here's the thing. Nearly all people have a measurable level of PFAS in their bodies. In fact, it's estimated that 98% of the US population has some level of PFAS contamination, and for individuals exposed on a regular basis, the chemicals build up cumulatively. Now I want to be clear, these are relatively early days, and we still don't fully
yes, Blue Brother, Sweet Pete, we're talking about forever chemicals, but I went on a side tangent about microplastics. But I do think that they kind of relate. Yeah, like the PFAS stuff that's in everything as well. We're fully just contaminated, aren't we? We just are drenched in it. We got the dirty chemicals that never go away. We have plastics everywhere, inside and outside. It's gotta love being human.
understand the extent of the threat posed by these chemicals. PFAS have been linked to cancer and kidney and liver damage and other serious health problems in people with prolonged exposure. As for
They keep saying prolonged exposure, right? But the whole point of this is it's in our food. So we're all getting prolonged exposure. I need you to comprehend that every time this man says prolonged exposure, he is not talking about a hypothetical future or a hypothetical group of people that aren't related to you. He's talking about you. He's talking about him. He's talking about me.
reversing the damage that has already been done, water treatment is expensive at scale. It's even harder, if not impossible, to remove PFAS from soil or the environment. But here's what you can do until a cheaper, more effective solution is found.
Oh, look, they're going to give us.
You can avoid stain and water-resistant products and sprays. If you order delivery or takeout from restaurants, remove your food from takeout containers before reheating. When cooking,
Hot take, I always do this because food in a plastic container tastes worse than food in a bowl. I cannot explain to you why, cannot explain to you how. I might be a little crazy, but food in a bowl tastes better than it does in plastic. It's just like a soft drink, like a Coke, tastes better in a glass than it does in a can. Whether it's like a glass bottle that you can just buy, or if you're pouring it into a glass cup in your house. And I mean glass, not just any cup, it has to be glass. It's kind of like, I imagine there is a reason for it. I don't think I'm making this up in my head. Just like how people like McDonald's Sprite, because it's the straw shape to the ratio of the blah, 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 blah. There's minor reasons that actually do change it. But yeah, so that was my hot take is don't eat your food out of plastic containers. It just does not taste as good.
Cooking at home, steer clear of non-stick cookware and filter your drinking water with activated carbon or reverse osmosis if possible.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are not going to be doing that. But so more than 3,600 chemicals leach into food during manufacturing, processing, and packaging and storage of the world's food supply end up in the human body, a new study finds. The study is the first to systematically link the chemicals we use in materials to package and process food to human exposure, said Wagner, who was not involved in the research. Who's Wagner? Martin Wagner, a professor of biology at the Norwegian School of Science and Technology. Cool. 79 of the food processing chemicals found in the body are known to cause cancer, genetic mutations, endocrine and reproductive issues, and other health concerns, according to a study published Monday in the Journal of Exposure Science and Environmental Epidemiology. So yeah, those substances are always present in plastic, in can and package coatings, in printing inks, and so on. They may not have a technical function in the food processing, but they're there regardless, and migrating into people. I will always prefer bottled beer to beer from cans. Yeah, you know what? There, exactly. It's just something about... It doesn't even necessarily have to be a physical reason that it tastes better. It could, like, just the reason of it is now in a nicer container, and therefore I am going to acknowledge this as a nicer drink alone is enough to make enough sense for me to justify that anyway. But the fact that, like, I really do think there's probably an actual reason. I'm not the only one that does this, clearly. Let's see. The American Chemistry Council and Industry Association told CNN that its members are dedicated to food safety. Knowing literally nothing about the American Chemistry Council, just other than the fact that they're an industry association, I would say they're more dedicated to making money, and food safety comes in second. You gotta remember, this is all, we're talking about the food industry here, one of the most famously evidentially proven corrupt industries in the entire world. Sorry. Any proposed action lacking this context, particularly when casualty has not been defined. What? We don't know exactly what the amount is and what that's being used for in food packaging. Okay, so just making excuses rather than not wanting to do, I don't know, find the information out, I guess. If you filled both into a glass and didn't tell me which is which, I doubt I would taste much of a difference, though. It's probably... Well, so, yes, I do. Hey, Z-Chap. Zia-Chap? Zia-Chap. What's up? I do agree with you to an extent, and I think it might depend on what we're talking about. If I don't know. If it's a drink, maybe not. Food, definitely, though. I really do think... Cool. Welcome. We're talking about how we're all filled with plastic and horrible chemicals because our food and air and clothing and everything else is just filled with this shit. So, good welcome there. You're filled with plastic. But like, if we're talking about food, I do really think that food in a bowl would have a physical difference than a plastic container in how it tastes, I guess. I don't know. It might just be in my head. I cannot evidentiate this in any way. I think it'd be fantastic to make it a regulatory requirement for companies to declare how much and what type of chemicals they are putting in my food or plastic water bottles. I think that'd be fantastic too. I feel like maybe we should have done that a few decades ago. I feel like, oh, you know what? Maybe we did do that a few decades ago. I mean, to an extent. The air has got me since carpet is mostly plastic, vegan though, so less, but, well, yes, but also you're breathing in plastic from car tires, cars driving down the street. you are eating plastic in all of your food because whether you're vegan, vegetarian, if you eat meat, it's all filled with microplastics. I think it was like, find something about that to show you. I do think you're slightly better off just because vegan does help with the plastic thing, at least in food. Oh yeah, no, it's in everything. See ya, chap. It's in everything. We eat about a credit card worth of plastic a week, I think. Maybe it might be a week, it might be a month. I'm just trying to find what foods they're most likely in. I'm looking for it right now. I have seen something about plants because it's something about it's in the soil, and so through the soil it goes uh, into the plant, like it's inside it. It's parts of it. Actually, maybe I should just look it up in plants, huh? Um, I mean, also, yeah, good guy, Dari, that's a personal preference. I wouldn't recommend it, but go for it. Now, I did find this. I'm not particularly happy with the source because that was the first one that popped up because it's the New York Post. So I would take this with a grain of salt. But I do have a Science Direct article after. Plants are like super filters. Yeah, of course, that is true. You are getting less through the lack of eating meat. Okay, Captain. Now, yeah, it looks like, I mean, according to this, it's 90% of meat and plant-based alternatives, but what does this say? I am not a robot. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, I just made the mistake of looking at YouTube chat. Never look at YouTube chat. Oh my God, I can't see Twitch, sorry, TikTok chat, guys. I totally forgot that I'm also streaming on TikTok. You will not be coming up on the stream, and I genuinely, like, can't see your chat. So you might want to join Twitch. I will try and, like, pop in and look at the TikTok chat a little bit more often now that I've realized it. Let me answer some questions. No, I will get to Diddy later. Country actual, I guess. I have heard about that. Deb's good energy is interesting, at least with that. Okay, great. The Twitch, sorry, I keep calling TikTok Twitch. Oh my goodness. The TikTok Studio app really doesn't want to work for me. So seeing the actual, yeah, multi-streaming is what I am doing, Z-Chat. Usually I'm on YouTube and Twitch. Today I've decided to also throw TikTok in there. I really just wanted to see if my internet could handle it, and it seems to be doing all right. I was hoping all of the chats would be combined into this multi-chat. And I can see YouTube chat in this, but it doesn't come up on the screen. And I can see all of you Twitch people, but I do really have to go to a whole other page to see Twitch chat. Like Twitch, TikTok chat. Jesus. I don't use TikTok very often. And I definitely don't work out Arctic speed, like ever. I do not. What? What? I got no idea what you're on about there, Captain. Look, let's get back to the topic because we got a lot to go through. And this was not even the topic that we were on. One chemical the study detected in both food and the human body is bisphenol A, or BPA, that had been used to create baby bottles, sippy cups, infant formula containers until frightened parents boycotted those products more than a decade ago. BPA is an endocrine disruptor and has been linked to fetal abnormalities, low birth weight, and brain and behavior disorders in infants and children. In adults, the chemical has been linked to development of diabetes, heart disease, erectile dysfunction, cancer, and a 49% risk of early death. See, I told you, Blue Brother, it would be infertility. It would not be increasing your fertility in any way. So, unfortunately, that's not going to help you there. But we did ban that at the very least in some ways. Bisphenol A can leach into food from the linings of canned food, polycarbonate tableware, food storage containers, water bottles, according to the National Institute of Environmental Sciences. The study also shows that food contact materials can contain mutagenic chemicals that harm our DNA, such as heavy metals, Wagner said. There's strong evidence that the humans are being exposed to PFAS, so-called forever chemicals, from food packaging that are very persistent, bioaccumulate, and cause organ toxicity. It really does sound pretty scary when you put it like that. And I keep saying, I mean, we're not doing great with how much we're consuming and what we're consuming and what we're putting in our bodies. I mean, and that's just one of them, you know? There's other chemical groups. There's stuff found in shampoo, makeup, perfume, children's toys. We obviously didn't know about any of this when we started manufacturing these things. We've grown as a civilization. We've studied these things. We've advanced our understanding of science. But the issue is lawmakers are far, far behind. I mean, we know this now, right? And without any kind of a public outcry, like parents protesting and working, you need a loud group. You need a coalition of people to fight for this if you want any change in the short term. Governments, and specifically bureaucrats, which a lot of our government is, take years and years and years. It could be a decade before we do anything based on this information, that this one particular study that still needs to be recreated and verified and all of that, but is likely correct. They're not going to do anything about this unless we make them. You can say, literally say verbatim, that animal products, them exact illnesses, yet no one bats an eye. Well, of course, because we like our shit, Z. We want to buy things. We're well, at least some of us are Americans, and we like to shop, as well as like everyone else in the world. But the idea of, oh, some like dogs are getting sick because I want makeup makes people sad, but it won't make them stop buying makeup. But I don't know, maybe telling people like, oh, you know, your shampoo or your conditioner or your makeup is making it so you're never going to be able to have kids and you're giving yourself diabetes and cancer and heart disease, then, oh, hey, another Aussie. I am an SA. So that's 3 now. What are you doing up and in a live stream chat at like, what, 6 a.m. in the morning for you? I mean, I'm one to talk, but the EU, I will say, is much better at regulating industry. Not good. They're not anywhere near good enough, but they do more. We as America are the land of corporations can do anything they want, and you are property, and essentially only useful during an election year. So I do like that, at least for the EU, but I don't know. I'd like to fix things for all of us, I suppose. Oh, I don't even know how to turn that on, Z. I didn't realize I had raids off. I've never experienced a raid. I'm new to Twitch. I was always a YouTube girly. I just kind of jumped on here as another platform to stream on because I wanted to try it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why raids would be off for me. But yeah, so we're going to move on from this topic anyway, because I feel like we've all got the gist of it. The larger point here is, yeah, it's definitely older than 30 days. The larger point here is that we are consuming. We are becoming one with chemicals and plastics and putting things in our bodies alone, but also putting them out into the world. Things that are called forever chemicals for a reason. They're not going anywhere. It's maybe not the best idea to infuse our food with harmful chemicals. Z, do you do that to the settings? I mean, I don't want to like pause stream for 15 minutes when I try and figure out how to turn that on. But if you figure out how I can and tell me, I'll just do it really quickly. What? Okay. Maybe, Captain. We it's not that we need to become more sensitive on the matter. We need to pay attention. That's the thing, is a lot of people will see this and they'll get like sad or uncomfortable because they don't know, people don't like to think about, oh, we're destroying our world and our bodies and consuming horrible chemical, like that. People will hear that and they'll be like, oh, that's terrible, someone should do something about it, and then immediately erase it from their mind entirely. This is not what I like. They will find any and everything that they can distract them from this discomfort, because that's just kind of, I mean, I say this literally all the time. It kind of gets old, honestly. But that's the issue. That's one of the greater foundational issues that we have in society in our current modern context, and that's that people don't know how to feel uncomfortable. We're not only not taught how to deal with difficult feelings and how to be uncomfortable and how to get through that discomfort, but we're actively incentivized to run away from discomfort, to scroll on, TikTok or Instagram, to reactionarily get angry and lash out at somebody instead. Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Cool, I'll do that really quickly, and then we'll move on to the next segment, which is weird. Let's see. Allow raids. I'm scrolling down. Settings, stream, scroll down. Why do I not have that option? Okay, sorry. This is I'll do this after, I guess. I've started it, and now I'm looking at it because I just want to. I don't care. Sorry, guys. You're going to have to give me a second for me to figure out how to turn raids on. Okay, whatever. So, instead of me looking and trying to fix that, I'm going to do something else. Hey, Chonky Pups. People want something to get angry about. Well, so you're actually exactly right. Also, hey, Certified Garbage. Yes, it is Mew. Mew and Espeon are two of my favorite Pokemon, but Espeon and Umbreon are really my favorite Pokemon. But that's a whole other thing. Chonky Pups. People want something to get angry about because anger is easier to feel than discomfort. That's why it's called reactionary thinking. It is, oh, hey, another Aussie. Wow, you guys are up early today. But you know what I mean? They need something. Celebi's pretty cool. I can tell how old you are by the Celebi reference, by the way. You're probably right around 28 to 30, I would guess. Are we just gonna derail this entire like political stream and talk about Pokemon instead? Because you're 30. Cool. See, I guessed it pretty close. I'm 30 next year. I am 28. I turn 29 next month. Okay, so that was the fun part. Let's talk about some serious shit. Well, ish. This isn't really going to have any greater effects in the short term, but this is an important thing to address. And yes, Blue Brother, you're right, but you still need to learn how to address the difficult ones, and that's the thing. It's a learned skill. It's not inherent. People aren't born with this ability, and we don't teach them anymore. 50 years ago, you had community. You were sad about something, you couldn't deal with it. You went to your neighbor, your neighbors would come to you. They would be like, "Oh, you haven't left the house in a couple days," or "You're not saying hi to me the way you." People gave a shit about each other because that's what we had. That's how we coped. Um, I've never seen Community, the TV show, but I've heard that it's good. Um, People keep referencing that like 3 times this week. Anyway. So, China announces sanctions on U.S. companies selling arms to Taiwan. And again, this isn't going to have any real lasting effects, but it is still important, and it's important to understand the context that this is happening in. So, China on Wednesday announced sanctions on American companies selling arms to the self-ruled island of Taiwan. This article is written really weird. I mean, it is self-ruled, and I do agree, like, Taiwan is its own country. It feels like it's written from a pro-China perspective, weirdly, even though it doesn't sound like, I don't know, maybe it's in my head. Beijing claims its own territory, threatens to annex by force. Chinese state media made the announcement citing the foreign ministry, gave no details on the companies involved. We know that there are 9 companies that have been sanctioned by China. They did not mention which ones. Taiwan is awaiting deliveries of F-16 fighter jets, Abrams tanks, and a range of missiles from the U.S. China has been upping its threats to attack Taiwan. They're not going to do that. Well, it's not legally a country right now because America says so. There are plenty of other countries that do acknowledge the sovereignty of Taiwan, and I acknowledge the sovereignty of Taiwan. So, well, AP does try and be centrist. I think they take the civility politics thing a bit too far. I don't know. I'm not a fan. I don't give a shit about the civility politics. These people they're not going to behave any better because you're civil to them. Now, China is fine because they're civil to us most of the time. A lot of the time they are belligerent, though, depending on what we're talking about. China's regularly belligerent to countries in Southeast Asia, like the Philippines, to Australia specifically. I've seen, like, how many times a week do I see Chinese, like, shipping, like, vessels or military vessels, I don't know, like, pointing lasers at other ships, or there was one that rammed one, like, a week ago. Chinese jet, like, did a flyby on an Australian jet a couple years ago, and people are still, like, talking about that. They do this kind of stuff somewhat regularly, which is fine, because that's kind of the point. I mean, think of this as, like, a big game of Civilization 6. Them, like, I don't know, sending an aircraft in the weird direction, messing with European, like, these all have a purpose. China's not doing any of this for no reason. They're attempting to grow their influence because they keep making threats to attack Taiwan, but they're not going to do that. They would lose. I mean, they might take the island in the end. It would take a lot of dead soldiers, and in the process, they would destroy anything worth taking anyway. You're absolutely true. Our media isn't good enough. Your dad has always been telling you on edge, telling me that China's going to get us. But okay, there's a reason for that, Z, and it's because your father is being indoctrinated. Most of Australian media is owned by News Corp. The same, like, it's Murdoch media. It's Fox News. If you watch, I don't know, 7, even really 9 sometimes, if you watch Sky News, God forbid, or if you're watching Fox in America, you are being told from the moment that you wake up till the moment that you go to bed that, you know, they want to kill you, that they're coming for you, that they're going to take your, I don't know, they're going to take your wife away and like, I don't know, enslave your children and make them go work in camps for the glory of communism. This is not reality, but it doesn't matter because they believe it's reality. Yeah, look, the only reason now that Australia has any risk of getting attacked by China is America's fault. It's the AUKUS deal. We bought nuclear submarines, which we didn't really have a choice to do. They kind of pressured us into it and then didn't let us out, and also is kind of screwing us over with it. But that makes us a target. In fact, China said so as much, and we didn't need to be. We didn't need the like it is genuinely a bad deal for Australia. Um but we don't get to decide. America kind of has colonized this land. Australia's an American colony essentially. Yes, you can link I'll have a look. I'll have a look at it off screen first cuz got to make sure that it's something that I can put on stream. Not that like you're sending me
So I
something
thought
bad.
the best way to proceed was to get everyone.
Let's have a look. How much do I know about the global supply chain of uranium enrichment? That sounds like a Fed question. I'm not going to answer that. So let's have a look at this. Just trying to make sure it's not copyrighted. This probably is content ID. I don't think I could watch this in, oh, it's a minute and a half. Let's just do it.
Everyone in the one room.
Good thinking.
Okay. You're
No,
right.
see, I didn't think ZChat would do anything on purpose. That would be bad. It's more just YouTube is weird with what it allows, and then they're really easy with copyright. And no, I'm not going to bed.
I'll come straight to the
Talk
point.
chat.
This white paper is recommending we spend close to $400 billion over the forward estimates. Now, at some point, the PM...
By the way, Z, have you read the white paper for like the last year? I was not a fan.
is going to be asked a very simple question. In order to protect us from which enemy?
It's so hard to say.
400 billion, pick one.
A regional player,
Specifically, Colonel.
an Indo-Pacific
I've seen
regional
this.
player.
I've seen
More
this clip.
specifically,
It
Indo-Asia
just
Pacific.
hit for me like that I've seen this clip. Good night, Blue Brother. I'll see you next time. Sorry, the stream time is pretty late for you, eh? It is what it is.
That's broader. Who are you leaving out?
Europe.
Yeah, I sort of need a country.
Or
God,
an
at this rate, I'm gonna be on by the time he wakes up.
unaligned player.
No, a country.
One that might threaten us, just one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to raise tensions
Where?
in this room.
You know what? I'll name one and you just nod. China. Yeah.
You know, see,
Okay.
this brings up a
And
good
what exactly...
point that's actually somewhat relates to what I was saying before, in that this is liberal civility politics. This is the fucking problem. All of them are afraid to be rude and offend each other, which, like, does not make sense in the context of these people are sitting at a table with military officials deciding foreign policy for their country. You should not be doing it on that we do it in America too. Everything fucking Kamala Harris says is drenched in liberal civility politics, and it makes things infinitely more difficult. Okay, regardless, along with buying weapons from the U.S., Taiwan has also been reviving its domestic arms industry. A fleet of submarines underway, and mandatory military service for men has been extended for 1 year. Again, China is not going to invade Taiwan, is my guess. They're just, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't think that they're that stupid. And if they don't do it soon, they won't be able to do it later, as their population is declining and they're not, they're not going to have enough soldiers for this in 10, 20 years. They have to do it. If they want it that bad, it has to be soon. They don't say the reality of the situation, and no, I'm definitely not a Fed. I just work in finance. No, I was kidding. When I said it was a Fed question, it was how much do you know about like the global supply of uranium and the logistics of it? It sounded like a Fed question that you would ask somebody to, I don't know. Are you building a nuke? But no, it is quite interesting that Oh, you work for the FSB, do you? I called it. Fucking Russian agent over here. Hi, can you ask Putin why I'm not getting $100,000 an episode? I mean, I'm not gonna say what he wants me to say, but I still think he should pay me $100,000 an episode. I'm much more entertaining than Tim Pool. Um, okay, so Z, we made it illegal for them to get GPUs and chips from Taiwan. Not that they still don't, they can, because corporations are corrupt. But the Chips Act has made it illegal for U.S. companies, which are the owners of the chips. They manufacture the chips in Taiwan, but they're not owned by Taiwanese companies. They're not allowed to, like Nvidia, all of these. They're not allowed to be sold to China for about a bit over a year now, while we are now building our own chip factories in the United States. Joe Biden has like they've started building. It's creating lots of jobs. It's great. I'm all in favor of it. I'm not usually in favor of protectionist policies like you can't buy shit from this guy, but in this particular case, I think because it relates to a strategic resource that is kind of like the key to global power, I'm fine with that. Kind of ish. That was China's response to the Chips Act. It wasn't necessarily encouraging them to. It was just China was in the need to strike back in some way, and that was the way that they have the most leverage in, because they do own most of the world's rare earth mineral mines. The idea of immigration being illegal to me is genuinely suicidal, especially in our modern times. We're gonna talk a lot about immigration today. If you guys let me, we have a lot to talk about. It's been getting really bad in the States. All right, guys. I mean, like full Nazi, indistinguishable from the Third Reich rhetoric. I mean, if I just took quotes and I put them side by side, you could not tell the difference. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. No death penalty and no exile. I still believe in rehabilitation. All of them. Every single fucking one of them, I want rehabilitation. Trying to decide what to go on next. All right, let's do this one.
Now let's head to Capitol Hill, where the House.
So, yeah, immigration is good for all measures of the economy. And yes, it's not good for the country they're fleeing from. Oh, thank you for fucking once. Somebody in my chat says that immigration is good for everything except for the country that people are immigrating from. It's entirely correct, and I've been losing my mind. I've been saying it for fucking weeks. Sam, I certified garbage. I'm from New Jersey. I grew up in Jersey, but I live in Australia right now. But I travel a decent amount. Now, what was I saying? Jeez, I lost my train of thought. Oh my god, fucking ADHD. It's too early in the morning. Yeah, it would be. Sorry, sucks to be in Florida. I would really in fact, different topic here, but I would really, really, really encourage you to leave Florida as soon as you possibly can. Like move, I don't know, if you buy a house, then if you have bought a house, sell it. Go fuck off somewhere. Well, first of all, you're gonna get screwed over with insurance, for one, as it's Florida, and the millions and millions of hurricanes that have happened over the years are just getting worse. Natural disasters getting worse. Most of Florida will be underwater within like 10 to 15 years, especially the coast. Maybe if you live like inland, you'll be all right. But then also you have a bunch of fucking Nazis. I genuinely am just gonna start calling Maga Nazis now, because they have become functionally indistinguishable. If you have a problem with it, explain to me why, and I will prove you wrong. But I don't know. Get the fuck out of Florida. Go to Virginia or something. I mean, it's the States. What are you gonna do? It's not sunshine and rainbows down under either. Just so you know. You know what? Hold on. I need to show you guys. There's plenty of Aussies in the chat, and this wasn't in the docket for something I know it's expensive. It's going to be more expensive for you to stay there though. This wasn't on the docket because it wasn't really relevant, and I didn't really expect there to be many Aussies around at this time of the day, but this was fucking perfect, and I need to find it. I need it. Look, it's not necessarily just that they're Republicans. It's more they're more than just the regular Florida crazy Republican, you know? That makes sense to me. All right, this is what I wanted to show you guys. We're not safe down under, just so you know. The Nazis are here in Australia. This is an MP from Melbourne, wearing having her background on this page be cats wearing hats saying "Make pets safe again." Obviously, this is a dog whistle. This is her saying, "Hey, look, I'm with the Nazis over there. I feel the same way about all this stuff." Now, who's eating the cats and the dogs here? I don't know. I guess her, considering she is the MP for the largest constituency of Vietnamese people in Victoria. So if you want to live in a country with guns, then stay in America. Just go to Colorado or something. Colorado's really nice. The property the property prices aren't as bad. You'll probably find a cheaper place to live than Florida in general. Sky News is in Australia. I know it is worse than Fox News. In fact, Sky News is one of it's for mainstream media wise, they're the Naziest you can get. I don't know. This is the only thing Aussie politicians I'm tracking at the moment. He has a seat and is in the Legalized Cannabis Australia party, a bit of a lib, but presses 80% of the right buttons. I feel like I've heard about this guy before. Yeah, Murdoch shit. What are you gonna do? But again, you know, they're here. They're here. Happy birthday. Have some Nazis. I have seen this guy before. The Dr. Brian Walker MLC. Now, we're not going to watch any of his videos because these are content stealing. If you want to watch his videos, then you should watch his videos. Ooh, his 666 followers. This is a sign that the woke have infiltrated, I don't know, YouTube, I guess. And they're going to do some crazy shit. Okay, now let's have a look at this. We covered this before. There was the bill that Republicans had put out to prevent a government shutdown. They wanted to sneak writing into, not sneak, but rather put writing into this bill that would require people who are already American citizens. Just so you know, it is illegal to vote in a federal election in the United States if you are not a citizen. Black Flash, he meant the N-word. That's what he meant by they're eating the dogs and the cats. That's essentially it. Right. So the reason that I said when we covered this the first time this wasn't going to happen is the Republicans are incredibly hard on that. Like they need this. This is their red line of a law that's not going to do anything except make it harder for brown people and poor people specifically to vote. They are trying to add legislation in here that requires you to have not only vote like ID to vote, which most places you do require ID to vote unless you're voting via like mail or something like that. But you can't just walk in, you know, and cast a ballot. You have to prove who you are. They want it to be a passport level of identification. I think it was a passport or a birth certificate are the only two things that count. Now, and I explained this before, that these are expensive and not always accessible to people. I don't have a birth certificate. Passports are $500. Most Americans don't have a passport. in a lot of like other countries, especially European countries, your passport is your main ID. You will carry that around with you. I know in Turkey, which like you're required to have your passport on you. Now, yeah, birth certificates are a birthright, but people lose them, Sir Wombat. Maybe they get drenched in coffee and ruined. Maybe they get eaten by the dog. Um, I mean, there's many reasons why someone may not have a birth certificate, and there's very clear and simple reasons why people may not have a passport. A lot of people don't just have $500 to drop on a passport, you know? Well, let's find out. Percentage of US citizens who own a passport. Hold on, screen glitched. There we go. As of 2023 fiscal year, there are 160,668,889 valid US passports. This would be about half the country. So half the country does not have a passport. And this law that they want to add into the bill that would prevent the government from shutting down would require half of the country to have this documentation to vote. Either that or a birth certificate. And again, this disproportionately affects poor people and people of color, especially immigrants. That would be nice, Chunky, but the point here is they want less people to vote. In America, we have a funny little dynamic where the more people vote, the more likely it is that Democrats win, and the less people that show up to vote, the more likely it is that Republicans win. And so making it more difficult for people, especially people who generally vote Democrat, to vote has been for a very long time one of the foundational methods that the GOP uses to maintain its they're such a weak party that they shouldn't exist. They only do because Democrats are they're again civility politic weak libs. They won't call these people out. They won't do it. The Republicans just get to do whatever the fuck they want, and we'll cry about it, we'll whine about it, but we won't actually do anything about it. We should have arrested every single person after January 6th and had them do a federal mass arrest for Jan 6th. But we did fucking nothing. Everyone should need their birth card thing as social security. So first of all, I know my social security number by heart. I don't have the piece of paper. It's somewhere, and I don't know where it is. I think it's actually in the US and not with me here. Everyone should have a birth certificate, except I was born in Turkey, and I don't have a birth certificate. We don't do that. We have like a conjoined thing. Abortion is fine, by the way, Sir Wombat. You can come and try and troll me in Twitch if you want, so other people can see. Instead of hanging around in my TikTok chat. I'm so confused. I was born in Turkey, I grew up in America, and I live in Australia currently, more often than not. Well, then that sucks for you, Sir Wombat. I don't know. I'm an American culturally. I moved to the United States when I was like 5. I didn't even really I hadn't started school yet, you know. Yeah, I'm from the moon. Guys, I'm like not to brag or anything, but I'm 28 years old and I've lived on 4 continents. And you're like Hassan on holiday. Everyone always references Hassan because we're both from New Jersey. We're both like the same age, both Turkish. I speak better Turkish than Hassan does, but that's a debate for another time. All right, what was I on about? Yeah, you guys are fun today. I really got to stream at this time more often. I'm distracted. I'm not going to get through all of this. I want to have fun and chat with you guys instead of talk about depressing stuff, but unfortunately we have to. Now, as I was saying, they're using this to stop people from voting, but it's also causing a massive amount of damage. It could kill the Republicans' chance of winning the election. They could, you know, be unaliving their campaign right now by doing this. Because yeah, Z, that'd be really awesome. Thank you. I don't know about you, but I would be pretty mad if right before the election I was no longer to access social services. My checks weren't coming in, stuff like that. We're gonna there's so many things that can happen because of a government shutdown that will piss a lot of people off. Let's watch this and then we'll cover it more in detail.
Now let's head to Capitol Hill, where the House of Representatives is expected to vote today on a 6-month stopgap funding bill in an effort to avoid a potential government shutdown ahead of the election. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us with the latest. Julie, good morning. So what's included in this particular piece of legislation? What are the chances it's passing?
Hey, Savannah, good morning.
No one is doing abortion after birth. Are you fucking insane? That's just murder. Nobody is. The stopgap funding, Black Flash rather, is we have a debt. The U.S. government is in debt, and we will not pay off the debt. What we have to do every year, we do this literally every year. Also, Sir Wombat, provide me a single piece of evidence that supports that claim, or shut the fuck up. Every single year, we have to raise the amount of debt that we're allowed to have. I do more research that, I'm just gonna kick you. Shut the fuck up. All right. Every year we have to raise the amount of debt that the United States carries because we can't pay off the debt, so we have to take more debt to be able to continue to function. And that's what gap funding is. We're gonna be like, this much debt is allowed for this year. It's the budget for the year. Every single fucking year we get stuck on this problem. It makes me so angry every time because we're sitting here talking about the stupidest thing in the world. Because Republicans always have to try and use this to leverage Democrats into giving up on some issue that Republicans really, really care about because they just want you to suffer. That's kind of their whole thing, is making you suffer. And so we just manage every year. But imagine if they did, the government shut down right before an election, you can't get your disability check, you're not getting your unemployment. It can be ruinous because it's not going to be forever, obviously. The last one we had, I think, was like a month it lasted, but it pissed off quite a lot of people. And that was back during like the Obama administration. It's been a while. It doesn't happen often that they actually don't manage to pass a bill. And again, it's usually because Democrats are weak and they allow the Republicans to just bulldoze over them and do whatever the hell they want. And I really, really, really think in this situation, even though everyone will scream and say, no, you can't, they're going to say the Democrats blocked the bill and that's why the government shut down. Don't give in to that. People will not, the average American, stupid as they may be, are not going to buy into that because it's very, very clear that the Democrats really wanted to pass this and they only didn't happen because like 6 or 7 Republicans are just intent on passing a law that already exists. And yes, I also agree that felons should be able to vote. I think that it's disgusting that we take people's rights away, even after we incarcerate them for long periods of time in horrific conditions. I mean, the prison industry is a business, It is in many states, private prisons charge the government money for empty beds. It's in their contracts. So it's cheaper to arrest generally more black folk and put them in the prisons and the jails, because then the government doesn't have to pay as much money to the private prison companies. I know why, but it's incredibly stupid that this is a private industry and not just, publicly funded incarceration for criminals by the government and, education and therapy and et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, this is why crime is a recurring. We don't teach people how to not commit crimes. You go to jail, you come out a better criminal, not a better person, generally. Your paper caught fire, you should probably put it out. I don't know, geez. Merv. you post some water on it, or dab it with a towel. I mean, by this point, it should have burned out because it's a piece of paper and it just would have disappeared. But I can do a whole like 3 hour video on prisons, and I might someday. I tend to hate making videos. I tend to live stream just because it makes I don't get as self-conscious. If I had to sit there and film myself talking without it being live, I would be nitpicking. Jail isn't okay, you're stupid. I don't. How do you ban someone on TikTok chat? I don't want you here anymore. You're just annoying me. Oh, I can't. Oh, whatever. Well, don't care anymore. I keep forgetting what I'm saying. Right. Prison industry. ADHD, and it's like 7 in the morning, and I've been up since yesterday, so forgive me. I'm also a little sick today. The prison industry will go out of their way to make money because that's what corporations do, and to I have not been to jail. I've never been arrested, so I can't relate to that feeling. But I mean, I imagine it's not a fun feeling, All right, we'll get back to what we were talking about. They really might let the government shut down, and I hope that they do because it will be ruinous for the Republicans. Also, certified garbage for just as a Florida voter. Have you thought about the fact that the largest population of Haitians in the United States live in Florida, and we're about 4 points from flipping Florida to blue on the national polls? They really might just do this to themselves. It would be incredibly funny if Florida went blue, costing Trump the election, just like we're all focused on Pennsylvania and Georgia. Like, we need Pennsylvania real bad. And if we don't get Pennsylvania, we need North Carolina and Georgia. And then suddenly we win Florida. It would be incredibly funny. It's just, I hope. I would absolutely vote in a Haitian governor. You know what's also funny is the hold on, I'll bring it up. I have it here because I was going to show it later, but good timing. This is quite funny. This is going to get MAGA to be like frothing at the mouth conspiracy. The U.S. attorney who will prosecute Ryan Ruth, the man who attempted to assassinate the president, the former president for the second time, is a Haitian man. And I think that is incredibly funny. I mean, like, if we look at the comments here, which I'm not sure I really want to scroll all that far down because I might just get to some Nazi shit. But yeah, incredibly funny. Now the actual like importance of this bill, right? What does the bill do? What happens if we don't pass this bill? Well, at first, really nothing. It doesn't instantly like when we say government shutdown, this doesn't mean, I don't know, the police won't show up at your house if you call 911. It starts off in a more controlled manner, and it just gets worse over time. So unless a stopgap spending bill is sent to Joe Biden by midnight September 30th, the end of the government's fiscal year, many agency operations will cease and thousands of federal workers will be furloughed for lack of funds. So, the mail gets unaffected, but social services, I was wrong. Disability you still get. That's fine. Medicare you still get. Veterans you still get, so that's all fine. It's like cops really get hurt by this, which is funny because I don't generally care if there are cops getting hurt, especially American cops. Unless I know them, like I don't want cops to get hurt, but like as an aggregate, not as a specific, they're generally not great people. Obviously, some of them are. not speaking broadly, just aggregating, but this does affect them pretty heavily. National parks closed to the public. Immigration enforcement agents would continue to work. Local governments would not get new aid to shelter migrants. Cybersecurity infrastructure and security agencies would suspend security reviews that help schools, local governments, and other institutions defend against ransomware. This, I think, is particularly important and a risk factor, especially with the current cyber warfare climate that we're in. That's kind of what everything is, right? Everything is focused on, it's not even cyber warfare because they're not hacking. It's influencing the public's opinion through social media, essentially. Having an overly expensive UST. You are correct there, Chunky Pups. I really want Florida to go blue. It'll be so funny. Federal courts will operate for several weeks. But yes, criminal prosecutions will continue, but civil courts will not eventually. These people need to get paid. Of course, Congress continues to get paid. That doesn't make, that's not surprising at all. Airport security screeners, air traffic controllers will be required to work through absenteeism, which doesn't sound great. Some airports had to suspend operations during the shutdown in 2019 when traffic controllers called in sick. The TSA would not be able to hire new airport security screeners during a busy holiday travel season. Some major infrastructure projects could face delays because environmental review and permitting would be disrupted, according to the White House. This would be pretty bad for all of it. Not like it wouldn't affect you personally in a manner that is a huge deal, likely. Maybe, but generally it'll have ripple effects that will affect you. What are you guys going on about? It's mostly social engineering or people hacking. You're absolutely right, Chunky. It's kind of the whole game right now is people hacking. It is mostly military weapons manufacturing. Devaluing that shit would be what? Okay. Either way, really, this is not good, and I really want it to happen. Not because it's a bad thing, and I like bad things to happen. I don't. I like good things to happen. But I'm so sick of fighting this stupid fight when we don't need to. We're not starting the fight. We're not instigating it. We have no responsibility. Even the Democrats that would vote against it would have no responsibility for the actions of the Republicans who just are frothing at the mouth and hate brown people. I don't know. That's because that is really what it is. It's just they hate brown people, and this is a way to do that. And also, it benefits them through less Democrats get to vote, and that makes them happy because they're fascists. They're literally Nazis when we're talking about most of MAGA. Although it's not the MAGA that are Nazis, weirdly enough. It's the non-MAGA that pretends to, like the J.D. Vance crowd. Those are the Nazis. Everyone else just associates with the Nazis, and most of them are probably white nationalists and Christian extremists. But I don't think the USA knows how to chill. I don't think we have that ability. And to be fair, America's not looking for a war. In fact, right now, every single U.S. politician will desperately try and avoid any kind of a war because they will lose re-election if we go to war. War is incredibly unpopular, which is why, as I predicted before, Israel is attacking Lebanon. I personally made the prediction that it would happen in the first or second week of October, closer to the election. And Benjamin Netanyahu, specifically to spite me and nobody else, no other reason, decided to do the attacks through, pagers and walkie-talkies just to spite me. Fuck that guy, man. He's top 3 Nazis in the world that are currently alive, and he is one of them. And by top 3, I mean one
Tonight.
with the most power, obviously. Nazis are bad, guys. All right. Change of topic. Speaking of Florida, an 11-year-old boy was arrested in Florida after threatening to do a mass shooting, and he had a surprising amount of weapons. So let's have a look at this. This is fucked up. Whoever this kid's parents are need to be charged with negligence.
An 11-year-old in handcuffs paraded into a Florida jail cell. The video shared publicly on social media by the county sheriff in an effort, he says, to send a message about school shooting hoaxes.
You don't stand up on an airplane and yell hijack. You don't walk into a movie theater and yell fire. And you don't get online and post that you're going to shoot up a school.
Well, I mean, Chunky Pups, I'm a socialist, so like, we should just nationalize industry, make private property illegal. Not personal property, private property. There is a distinction. If you don't know the distinction, Google it. I'm not Google. And we should redistribute the wealth. It'd be great. We could do a lot of cool things, like give people housing and healthcare and food, and make it so you don't have to struggle to survive. Just like Cuba, exactly, but better, because it's American, and it's better by being America than Cuba. I'm kidding. Cuba's actually pretty based, especially healthcare wise. They did great during COVID. They had their own doctors traveling the world to help other people, which I find hysterical considering the amount of phobia that the American people have towards anything leftist, like socialism, communism, all of that. And yet there is a functionally somewhat socialist state that is like, what, 100 miles off the coast of Florida? There is no communism in this world, Succubus. It's never been done. Communism has never been created. Everyone that has ever claimed to be a communist, like every nation, has just been fascists, but red. The Soviet Union, the CCP, none of these are communist. China literally has a fucking market economy, and they call themselves the Chinese Communist Party. Yeah, they weren't communist. The USSR were fascist. They weren't doing communism, not by like the actual definition of communism. That's the issue, is everyone thinks communism is something that it's not. No one knows I don't trust a single person on the internet that calls themselves a communist. I'm a socialist because communism is so fucking far ahead in the future that it's not even worth talking about. You're talking about, like, you've climbed to the top of the stairs and there's another staircase. We're still on the first staircase. We gotta do social policies to socialism first before we can get anywhere close to that. Now, am I a communist? I don't think so. I'm a libertarian socialist. I believe that the government has no right to tell you what to do with your body, and that you should be able to live with freedom and liberty as long as you are not harming anybody else. And I also think that the government should control all of the money and all of the industry, and you should not be able to own private property. Personal property, again, is different. This is personal property. My house is private property. You can't own a house, you can't own a business, but you can own shit. That's socialism. Now, how does that work? You ask for business. It's the government is obviously owning all of the companies. However, they don't run all of the companies because, the federal government, depending on some that, they might need to, like, I do think maybe telecommunications should be a, like, agency. Like we should do all the internet and phone stuff through an agency. Yeah, you think that because socialism has never been done correctly and you don't actually know what it is. If you stick around, you might change your mind, Succubus. I really think you might. The problem is that communists do not tolerate dissent. See, no, that's the thing. That's not a part of communism. Don't get involved. That's not that dissent. This is authoritarian fascist rhetoric. This is Soviet state. Mao Zedong was not a pure communist. He just wanted power. Mao was a fascist when he was ruling. It is full of liberals. It really is. You guys need to learn. Read read Capital for one, but I mean, I don't like reading theory. But I learn. I don't watch me. I'll keep talking about it. I grew up in one of the most what okay. Which country, just out of curiosity? Because I have the assumption that you're probably not entirely telling the truth here. Yeah, leftist. Sweden. Yeah, Sweden's aren't leftists. They're they're not bad, but they're not leftists. They're liberals. Hold on. Let's have a look at the Sweden's political parties and how they're laid out. This is interesting. We are not going to get through any of the things that I had listed to talk about, but this is okay. Now, the Social Democrat Party in Sweden is in charge, so liberals. Oh, wait, the Social Democrats aren't liberals? Well, you guys might be centrist or you might be centrist right certified garbage, but I promise you if you keep watching, you're not going to be. Social democracy is the moderate wing of fascism made purely. Okay, so you guys are using social dems like the original meaning, not the American meaning. That makes sense. Right, so fascists, Sweden Democrats, your left party, right? Doesn't seem to be doing all that good. Let's have a look at their history. And I want to know, so the left party is the one that you were referring to as the one of the more leftist parties. Is that correct? Left party claims that Sweden does not have social equity in regards to gender. The party thus advocates the creation of a specific minister of social equality, as well as introducing the teaching of feminist self-defense. Oh, cool! You know what? These are the DEI fucking leftists. Based. No wonder they're getting such little votes, though, because Europeans are further right-wing than Americans are, on average, which is scary. Oh, didn't mean to click Marxism. I mean, we can go down the Marxism rabbit hole if you guys want to learn. We can do that instead. But I don't know. Maybe. I'm gonna skip some of the stuff that I was gonna talk about because I think I just want to get into the meat of things. We're talking about some really important things here that relate to what's going on in the United States. So let's have a look at what has been going on with Springfield, Ohio, and it's pretty bad, guys. Now, as a little recap for those who may be behind on the news or unaware, at the presidential debate, do you see the dark button on the right side of the screen? What? Where? I don't see a dark button on the right side of the screen. You're not, yeah, distracting me. You're doing this on purpose. How could you do this? I can't believe you've done this. All right. That's not fun. You're kidding. Where? Like, tell me where in relation to something else. Because it's not on my screen. I don't have it. Dark button. The column on the right here? This? Oh, the dark button. Oh! I'm looking for like a black. Yeah, you didn't say dark mode. If you said dark mode, I would have known what you meant. I never use Wikipedia in dark mode. I kind of don't like it. Whatever. I'll keep it on for you guys. It's just, I'm so nice that I will keep it on for you. Now, if you guys don't know what happened with the Springfield, Ohio thing, the day of the debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, J.D. Vance originally posted a tweet referring to a rumor he had heard regarding Haitian immigrants stealing pets, and it was cats originally, not dogs, and eating them, and posted this on Twitter. This was debunked very quickly, to which he had the response of, that's okay, we should just still keep posting it. Find that actually for you. And following that, them continuing to amplify this lie, as it was a lie. It's not even just rhetoric, it was an outright disinformation. In fact, JD Vance admitted to fabricating it. Now I'm looking for the actual tweet that he had, but whatever, it doesn't matter. What happened next is that Donald Trump at the debate repeated this against Kamala Harris. I'm sure you've all seen the edited music of, you know, they're eating the dogs. I think a lot of those slap. I'm a big fan. I don't know what we meant, but what did Trump see? He didn't see anything. Trump didn't see anything. He was told to say this by Laura Loomer. He was talking about a fake thing. It never happened. It was a Facebook group post, right? A woman on Facebook posted about her neighbor thinking that her cat went missing because a Haitian stole it. It turned out that her cat was not missing and that her cat came back 3 days later. But by the time the cat came back, it didn't really matter. This had reached JD Vance through some sort of 4chan Reddit Groyper bullshit that he's part of, because he's like in it, like he's the Groyper Nazi, you know. That's why he's there. That's why Eric Trump was pushing for him. And so Laura Loomer, who is another batshit crazy, genuine Nazi, also Jewish, but also a Nazi, incredibly weird person, we found out after the fact that she was one of the people that helped him prep. This was one of the main people that spread Pizzagate as a conspiracy among, oh god, my lighting's gonna get messed up now because the sun's coming up. Whatever. If the lighting bothers you guys too much, let me know and I'll make it darker. Yeah, no, she's insane. She handcuffed herself to Twitter headquarters with a megaphone and screamed about Muslims. She got banned from Uber and Lyft for Islamophobia, okay? So this is how he prepped, and Kamala Harris baited him into losing his mind. If you watch the debate, she said that his rallies were so boring that people would leave early. And Donald Trump obviously could not deal with this feeling inside of him of the thought of people are leaving his rallies early, that he's boring, that the American people at this debate that's being aired internationally will think that he is boring. Went on a rant about it, and then like towards the end of the rant, I guess he realized that he wasn't saying anything, so he just turned to I'll play the clip. That they're eating the dogs. And this was based in no reality because it wasn't even dogs, it was cats. But let's have a look at the clip.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening.
It's so funny. It's so fucking funny. You guys have, wait, how have you, like, not, I mean, I know you guys aren't American, but, like, you've not seen this? Because there's some really funny stuff about this. What are you talking about Naomi Klein for? Oh, on my back? No, yeah, no, that's fucking Naomi Klein. Why would I have Mein Kampf? They are both clowns, Succubus, except one is, like, reaching levels of Hitler that are surpassing Benjamin Netanyahu, and the other one is just, like, a weak, spineless liberal. I mean, like, let's get started. Let's get started. This is the level that we're on right now with, yes, he did say that he made it up, and that he made it up because the media wasn't paying attention to what they were saying, and that if they wouldn't pay attention to what he was saying, then he would make them pay attention to what they were saying, which is basically saying I have nothing of substance, so I'm gonna make shit up because I can't talk to the media otherwise. They're so weak. It's genuinely crazy to me that it's such a close election. We're at risk of falling to Nazis, like genuine, actual Reich Nazis. Like they stand on the side of the highway Sieg-heiling with swastikas type Nazis, and yet they're so fucking stupid that they keep hurting themselves, and we're still at risk. It's pretty scary. Yeah. So this is the kind of rhetoric that we're getting now. Obviously, Haitian was just thrown in here. Haitian is synonymous with the N-word. Honestly, at this point, and you might disagree with me here, but by the end of this, I really don't think you will. Substitute Haitian for Jew, indistinguishable from Nazis. They want to kill them all. They do. And it's insane because the Haitians are doing the least crime, have saved these fucking towns. And unfortunately, people like J.D. Vance have to spread this kind of rumor. What? No, those were the Proud Boys. There was also the KKK, and there was also another rally somewhere. Some of them might be feds, sure, but there are actual Nazis all over the United States that are going out there with swastikas and rallies, and they think they're gonna win. Donald Trump has said that they have done that they're good people. He said that recently when asked about Charlottesville, because Kamala Harris baited him on Charlottesville at the debate too. He still says Charlottesville, no one did anything wrong. You guys want to see a clip of Charlottesville? I played it on stream last time for my German friend who hadn't seen it. I'll play it. It's not pretty. The feds and the KKK, there is a large difference. The feds want to control you, all of you, for their like own benefit's sake. The KKK just wants to exterminate those that they consider are lesser than them. There's a very, very, very big difference between the two. Now, oh yeah, there was this too. Yeah, that. Now I'm gonna show you. They really are Nazis. This is Tucker Carlson talking about Haiti, saying incredibly stupid shit.
Oh, here's the point, though.
It's not God complexes on both, Z. It's one is like the state. The feds individually don't make decisions. The state makes decisions, and the feds follow those decisions. They follow their instructions. Whereas the KKK is a private group with lots of different sects. They get to make smaller decisions like that. The local office of the FBI in Atlanta is not making decisions. They probably do have some mutual objectives, yes, and it's not unheard of. I mean, the U.S. government has not been particularly kind to colored folk, to put it kindly, but there is a distinction, and it is a meaningful one. You are absolutely correct. He also works currently for a billionaire psychopath named Peter Thiel, who is a religious extremist and a Nazi. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, federal workers are generally not hateful. If you want to like hate on the feds, it's the executives. It's the ones in charge. I mean, and if you're talking about like cops, that's a systemic issue. But I would say feds are generally better than cops. Not always. They can be a little, you know. Merv, I would never buy a couch from JD Vance. Ever. I would need to see that dipped in like an entire crate of like isopropyl alcohol, I guess. Well, yeah, so the feds do act like the cops, but the cops are much more unhinged. To be a fed, you actually have to be a little intelligent and have
cops are not like the police don't function the way they should. The police should never be about policing. We call them that, but they should be. Your police station should be filled with essentially local public servants. Their job is to help people with whatever they need. You need help carrying your groceries up the stairs, and you live next. You ask the cop. You want I don't know, someone to watch your car while you go run in and grab something. You ask a cop. You need help. You need to get away. You need safety. You go to the cop. That should be their job. They shouldn't be looking for criminals, because that creates criminals. People don't crime often for no reason. There are obviously people that just do crimes because they think it's fun, and that's the whole thing, and I'm not saying anything about that. However, there are many, in fact, I would go so far as to say most people, especially with non-violent crimes, but although violent crimes do tie into this, poverty. When the economy gets worse, crime goes up because people can't afford food. People steal. People get stressed. They are worried about their mortgage, their rent, their partner and them are having stress. They're fighting. And so they commit crimes. This often is, especially in Australia, we just talked about this a little while ago with the violence against women here, it's the poverty that leads to generally it's just men drinking alcohol and then getting violent. You're more likely to drink if you're sad. You're more likely to be sad if you're poor. We also do gambling here, but gambling in Australia is a whole other thing. But that's my point. What about a DUI? You're also entirely right, Chunky Pups. They do want ultimately as much control as possible. But they're doing their best, you know? Yeah, it depends on where you live, I would imagine. Where I live, not a chance. I live in the nanny state. All right, that's what they call my state, the nanny state, because you can't do anything. As an American, in fact, this is like a little side tangent I want to go on because it's really weird for me. I used to drive for a living. I was a courier. I've driven all across the United States. I've been on all the big highways. I liked driving. It was fun. I would go quite a bit faster than the speed limit pretty regularly on long, empty roads because that was the norm. That was what, you know, if there was two other cars with you, you would just keep up with the same speed. And it's usually by default 10 over the speed limit for most people, because that's how we see the speed limit in America. It's 10 above that is fine. 5 if you see a cop, slow down to 5 above the speed limit. However, on the highway, it's just gun it until you either get pulled over or not. However, you're allowed to have like radar detectors and other people will warn you by like flashing their lights and whatnot. Here, you can't do any of that. There are speed cameras all up and down the highway, all up and down every road. We have cameras that like will take a photo of you for picking up your phone while you're driving. When I first got here, I was afraid to drive. No, it's South Australia is the nanny state. I was afraid to drive off of cruise control because I didn't want to get a ticket for like the first couple months that I was here. Now, thankfully, I don't drive a car anymore. I drive a moped, and I don't really worry about much of that because mine doesn't go faster than the speed limit. I bought a little baby 50cc because it's cheap and it's fun, and I don't need a motorcycle license to drive it for some reason. Anyway, let's get back to the horrible stuff. You guys keep trying to bring joy to my life, and I'm trying to show you horrible atrocities being committed everywhere. How are we supposed to manage this? It's just not fair. I want the joy. I don't want to listen to Tucker Carlson talk. No one wants to listen to Tucker Carlson talk. I don't think Tucker Carlson wants to listen to Tucker Carlson talk.
It's not that the pets are being eaten, it's that they're being sacrificed, actually.
They're being sacrificed, yeah.
That's true.
That's true.
We've imported a lot of people, over 5% of the population, from a country in which witchcraft is the dominant religion, and that's not.
Witchcraft is the dominant religion. Fun fact, I think it's 96 or 98% of Haitians are Christians. 80 to 90% of Haitians are Christians. Do you think Tucker Carlson is being paid by Russia too? Maybe. I don't know. He went to Russia and he did that interview with Putin where Putin just made fun of him for an hour, and then he glazed like Russian supermarkets without accounting for like exchange rate. So probably Tucker Carlson has no beliefs. Aside from like his internal Nazi ideology, which even I'm sure he would sell for money and power. Like he would do literally anything for more money and more power. It doesn't matter what it is. All of these people, they don't believe in anything. JD Vance doesn't believe in anything. 2 years ago, he was calling Trump the America's Hitler, and now he will like be the lapdog and the face of the Nazi movement because he is a 4chan groiper. That's why he's there.
That's not a guess. I've been to that country.
Also, by the way, if anyone's watching that doesn't know, witchcraft is not a religion. The fuck is he talking about? Again, this is unironically Nazi rhetoric. They're not eating, like they're not just eating the dogs, they're sacrificing them. They're doing evil, dark magic because they want, to kill you Christians and immigrate into your houses. They want to do what Israel did to the Palestinians in the West Bank. They just want to come in and make you leave. And that's what he's telling them. And that's kind of one of the big problems, that we have in our society is there are millions of people that wake up in the morning being told that everyone that isn't on like the side of the people saying it wants to end the world and destroy like their lives and rape their children and all of this, and then they go to bed like that. They are fully engulfed in it. Chalky Pups, witchcraft is closer to Wiccan than Christianity. Yes, I guess. I don't know if that's a religion either. Either way, this is just demonization. Succubus, this is a very complicated question, okay? Very good question. Unfortunately, at this current point in time, I don't think that there is a solution that would not be perceived by the people that it is aimed at, along with probably like 15 to 20% of the rest of the country as fascistic. These people have been taught this. They need to unlearn it. They're not in touch with reality. Some of these people were doctors and now they're anti-vaxxers. And that's the thing, is they've been indoctrinated. I mean, no one talks about Q anymore, even though all of them are still fully, Israel, Palestine, look, if I'm going to be entirely honest, my idea here, at least, like, I don't have a full plan for like the after, but I feel like we could stop the war pretty easily if by just, doing an old school, like, just doing a South America CIA shit, like, give them one of those. I don't advocate for any violence, obviously, but I feel like the US government could very easily remove the leadership of Israel from power, considering they don't listen to the US government, and they need to, considering they only exist because we allow them to and we fund their security. They have pissed every one of their neighbors off to the point where if we just said no more money, they would be like, it would be 2 genocides, which I don't want. I don't want 2 genocides. Even considering the fact that like 75% of Israeli citizens are Nazis, like they're fucking Hitler in their brains. They had a riot at a concentration camp where they keep Palestinians, not to like protest the concentration camp, not to protest the fact that they were raping Palestinians in this camp. It was to protest the fact that 4 IDF soldiers got arrested for raping one of the Palestinians in this camp. That's why they went and protested. But I still don't think that they're inherently evil. These are all learned ideologies. And unfortunately, the only realistic solution to all of this, it kind of is going to sound like brainwashing, but you kind of need education. It's not even re-education. It's not... They're not in touch with what's going on, you know? These people have no fucking idea about anything. Imagine thinking that, like... And here's the worst part, is a lot of them probably could. They just don't think. They're taught to not think about things. They're I don't know. They're not stupid and they're not evil. OPEC without Israel would be problematic for the U.S. Okay, first of all, guys, fuck OPEC, fuck the petrodollar. We need to invest heavily into renewable energy now. We can have it. I mean, we already kind of do, but we could make it so we don't need any oil, entirely energy like self-sufficient United States by green energy, because we are already energy self-sufficient by, you know, we mine enough oil in the United States to satisfy our needs. We just sell it instead. But fuck OPEC, fuck oil. We don't need that shit. We don't need it. It's a stupid investment to make, you know? And this would do nothing to help Ethnoslav. It would only increase the damage that they're doing. You realize that the entire United States is changing, right? Like the climate. The entirety of Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, half of California, Colorado, all of these are essentially uninhabitable in dead summer. It was 118 degrees Fahrenheit in Arizona, the last post I saw about that. That is not sustainable for humans for long terms. A lot of the people that live there are going to have to move because it's only getting worse. Northeastern US, like New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, they're going to be in 10, 20 years quite a bit more humid, marshy, because the climate is moving. We've genuinely, we're not fucking the climate anymore. Now the climate's fucked, and you can just fuck it worse, or you can try and minimize the damage that you're going to do. I mean, Chunky, the red states often suffer the most by Republican policies. Republicans hurt themselves more than anybody else by voting Republican. Genuinely, especially in state elections. It is the most anti in your own best interest thing you can do is to vote Republican. And they do. And then they get to see the consequences of it, unfortunately. But let's finish this, because this gets worse. It doesn't feel like it could get worse, but, you know, they're sacrificing your pets, and we're importing them from a country where the dominant religion is witchcraft, is where we left off.
I know a lot of great people from that country, by the way. I'm not attacking everyone in the country at all.
How many of them are doing witchcraft, Tucker?
But the fact is that the people in question come from a country in which witchcraft is the dominant religion and in which human sacrifice is a regular occurrence. That's just a
look, now we've moved on to human sacrifice, and it's a regular occurrence. That's just a fact. It's 1-to-1, guys. 1-to-1. This is they're using, replace the word Haitian with Jew, and it's Nazi rhetoric. Exactly. Like, there is no difference at all. You can't make a distinction.
A fair amount of evidence that they're not aliens. They've always been here. And I do think it's spiritual. That's my view. So
he's insane. No one's like that, sir. No one's doing human sacrifices in 2024. You can't just say that's a fact without evidence. No, yes, you can. We live in 2024, guys. You can say literally fucking anything you want, and people on the internet will believe it. Anything. You could say anything. The sky is orange. Someone will agree with me. Somebody somewhere. I suspect it'll be Cheeseburger Merv that'll be like, yeah, the sky is orange. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you, blue? What's blue? but that's how our politics works now, and there's a reason for that. This is this isn't just happenstance. This is a strategy. This is like espionage strategy. There's documents from like old CIA documents from dealing with Russia. There's documents from KGB and FSB agents on how to engage with Americans to make them disagree to a point where no one can come to an understanding. It's like in their manual of this is what you make misinformation by making big claims that are difficult to prove or disprove to create contention, and then your job's done. You do that until nobody can agree with anybody over anything and everyone hates each other. That's the whole goal. That's the whole point. They've pretty much accomplished it, honestly. I mean, I'm trying to get away from that. I don't know. We don't need to hate each other, guys. Like some of you deserve it. Yeah. I don't necessarily believe that every single MAGA Republican deserves redemption, so to say. I don't believe that. Some of them are just openly evil. They just are. Not all of them, not all of you, but some of them. And yes. So let's look at a different Republican that's not necessarily evil, but this was a thing that happened today. It was a bit interesting. We'll have a look.
I think it was in that interview where Dana Bash says, the police have gone through 11 months.
Yeah, it was actually close to the truth. They weren't turning the frogs gay. They were turning the frogs intersex. So,
of recordings of calls, and they've only found 2 Springfield residents calling to complain about Haitian migrants taking geese from.
So, first of all, hard R dropped on national television. That would suck. But I want to point out some stuff here, right? Obviously, this is like a Freudian slip. The word Haitian, I've said this before, is just the N-word. It's just calling someone a Jew. It's just a dog whistle now. They just took Haitian, and it just means people we don't like. Usually just the N-word. It's like DEI. Anytime they said DEI, they just want to say the N-word. Now it's Haitian. But this man is the editor-in-chief of the National Review. He's not just like anybody, right? He has power. Now, what I noticed watching this, and I'll play it back.
Ponds. Only 2 complain of recordings of calls, and they've only
pay close attention to his facial expressions here.
They found 2 Springfield residents calling to complain about Haitian migrants taking.
Now, what I noticed is that, oh, thank you. So what I noticed is that he was smiling before he actually dropped the hard R. Now, I don't think he was intending, like, that wasn't like smiling because he's going to drop the hard R. He was smiling because he was thinking in his head exactly what I said, that it is just Haitian means the N-word, and he thought it was funny, and so he said it. And then he continued to laugh. Now, I don't know about you guys, but if I was on national television, this is the Megyn Kelly show, okay, so not national television, this is internet television for right-wing grifters that are over 45. But again, like for the demographic that he's looking for, it's prime time. It's Megyn Kelly. To say something like that by accident, I would be mortified, and I would I wouldn't make a big deal out of it, but I would at the very least like make it clear, like, oh shit, like sorry, I didn't mean to do that. He continues to laugh, and
geese.
You wouldn't just laugh that off. You wouldn't.
From ponds. Only 2 calls. And I think one lesson in this whole story, people don't care about geese. People really hate geese. They all things considered, yeah. I think people would prefer Haitian migrants to come and take the geese off the golf course, right? So it's
well, I mean, yeah, kind of. It's all dog whistles, and they change all of the time. Yeah, but that he was laughing before he said the N-word, and then he said the N-word and then continued to laugh without changing his facial expression or his body language at all. If he was nervous or anxious, his shoulders would have been like hunched forward. His head wouldn't have been as up high. Like, you guys, if you learn to read body language, you will instantly see a lot more than you already do. This man was not nervous or anxious. Again, he's the editor-in-chief of the National Review. Well, so I think he knew what he was going to say, but he wasn't going to say the N-word. He was smiling before he said it because he was thinking about it. He was thinking about the fact that Haitian just means the N-word, and he was laughing about it to himself, and then he said it, and so he just kept laughing. Like, look, watch his face and his body again, okay? Let's just take this slow.
One lesson of this whole story, people don't...
So, calm shoulders. They're not hunched forward. They're not hunched up. They're not slicked back. His
care about geese. People really hate geese. You know, they all things considered.
Yeah. He's giving off confidence here. Look, I will not. This is so disrespectful that I'm not even gonna give that an answer, Cheeseburger Merv. It's no.
I think people would prefer Haitian migrants to come and take the geese off the golf course, right? So it's pets,
Yeah.
it's the cats and dogs has become the stand.
I skipped it not far enough, rather. Let's find where he says it. Here we go. Again, shoulders, face, body, language. This man is confident.
Found 2 Springfield residents.
You don't make a motion like that. Like, you're on camera, you're talking. You don't use your hands outwardly unless you're displaying confidence. These are you don't even think about this. You just kind of do these things. You can learn to do these things consciously, and public figures often do. But this is just, he's relaxed, he's happy, he's confident, he's in his zone. He's talking to Megyn Kelly. It's just two Nazis chatting to each other, you know? So
calling to complain about Haitian migrants taking geese from ponds. Only 2 calls.
Again,
and
like,
I think one.
No hint of embarrassment, no hint of shame, no hint of anxiety. This man just thought it was funny, and he's on the Megyn Kelly show, so it's like, who gives a shit? It's just that simple. All right, guys, give me like insane psychoanalysis. Okay, how about this? Tell me why you disagree with my psychoanalysis, because I've literally gone to school for this. I mean, I didn't finish college because it was expensive, and I'm poor. But I did study psychology, and I do like to study this shit, I learned it in university. This is fucking like Psych 101 shit, guys. Reading body language? This is developmental psych, fucking just regular human, like, and this is also sociology as well. Well, yeah, college is a scam, obviously. I've learned more on my own than I ever would have at school. I've essentially educated myself on everything. But I do still appreciate what I've learned in university. I did learn some shit. I don't know. And one of those things was to read people's body language. Also, when you're a woman, you kind of learn to read people's body language better. Oh, look, another asshole ethnoslav. Thank you for the follow, Pablo. Why is that not popping up on the screen? That should be popping up. Whatever. Fix it another time. But what my point here is that it's not hard to learn how to see this stuff. And sure, maybe because I'm a woman, I'm seeing this stuff a bit more clearly and without as much practice needed to learn it. But I'm not wrong here. I mean, I'm obviously speculating. I could be wrong here, but I don't think that I am. And if you stick around, you'll find out that I'm not usually wrong. Oftentimes I'm pretty spot on. Look, certified garbage, you can't just think about psychology anyway. You have to apply it with sociology. Which hand thing are you talking about? Like, what does he do with it? I don't know. I don't necessarily watch his hands when he's talking. I cringe at the words that he's saying, and then type the link, copy it, and paste it into my doc to talk about it later. Oh, like when he's doing this thing. That's just how New Yorkers talk.
One lesson.
Believe me, I would know. And if Sweetie Pete is in the chat somewhere, they would know as well. Sorry, I just need to play this again because this is funny, and I mean, it's not funny. It's actually horrible, and we're gonna see why. But I'm still thinking about the songs, and it's funny, so I'm playing it again.
Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our
When he talks, he moves back.
country.
I don't know what you're talking about. Now, that, again, as a refresher, is how we got to this topic, and that's also how we got to this topic. Now, this is from, 2 days ago? There have been several more school evacuations since then. Many schools have just been like, all right, fuck it, we're doing online classes. There was several before this. There was bomb threats sent to hospitals and City Hall. Because these people think that Haitian migrants are assaulting and taking over the country. They tried the same thing with Venezuelans in Aurora, Colorado. Again, a different lie. But let's just see. This is the consequences of the lies that are being spread, and they double down after this. This has been pretty bad. They burned down a building, guys. And the Republicans did nothing but double down. I've seen quite a few out of that. So the Springfield City School District said that Simon Keaton and Kenwood Elementary School stood to be evacuated to another district location after these elementary schools became the 5th and the 6th buildings targeted by threats in the last week. Again, this was 2 days ago. There's been several more since. School evacuations. Oh, these are just about the schools, not City Hall and the hospitals, too. Now, again, this is a detail, like a report that Maga is sharing around. This is I have it later in a larger document. It's part of again, something. It was like a police report that was filed that they're sharing, that they claim as they are reports of house cats being taken by Haitians, except they haven't read no evidence to support the claim. I don't like Diddy or R. Kelly, Isaac. Honestly, not huge on that particular genre, but if I'm gonna listen to hip hop, it's gonna be Biggie. I'm from New York. Yeah, I guess they're right. Again, nothing to support this claim at all, but they're still going to share it. Like, look, we have proof, but the proof is imaginary because they don't live in the real world. Now, I'm going to read something to you guys. I do have to I have to pee so bad. I was going to do it like 10 minutes ago and I keep getting distracted. So just wait for me for a second. I'll be pretty quick. And then we're gonna listen to what an Ohio resident decided to privately share to someone so that they could put it online about their personal experience. Twitter is a cesspool, but unfortunately it is where the news is. It's where the news media is. It's where I have to spend all fucking day to get a clear picture of what's going on. It was better before Elon owned it, because now it's just like Nazis are everywhere. Half of my tweets just get instantly stormed by Russian bots and like American Nazis. I did not catch that bit. There was no gore on my Twitter. All right, come on, I'll be right back. Jesus.
Hi there. You want to say hi? I come bringing a gift. This, my friends, is Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Although I just call him Frank because he's a bit of an asshole. Oh, you're a good boy. You're a sleepy boy today, hey? All right, off you go, Frank. Mama's got to work. Skedaddle. You know you're not allowed in here. I have had to ban him from this room because you see these leaves behind me that are plastic. He keeps eating them and then throwing them up, and so now he's banned from this room until I can get him to stop chewing the goddamn leaves. Nice having you here, Chunky. I'll hope to see you next time. Now, what was it on about? All right. Oh, guys, by the way, if you don't start vaping if you're like not vaping already. I hate it so much. I now have like a perpetual cough that's stuck like right in the back of my throat that never goes away. No matter how much like hot tea with honey I pour on it, no matter how many times I try and hack up a lung, it's there forever. It's incredibly annoying. So yeah, don't vape, kids. Not good for ya. Okay. So, Amy from Springfield, Ohio sent me the following message, and I have permission to share it. Quote, Ben, I'm writing from Springfield, Ohio, where I was born and raised my kids. It's a little town in Clark County, Ohio, that was named in honor of my ancestor, George Roger Clark, brother of William Clark from the Lewis and Clark expedition. My little city of 59,000 people consists mostly of blue-collar workers, day laborers, teachers, nurses, etc. We are the home of the silent film actress Lillian Gish, comedian Jonathan Winters, and of course the great John Legend. I never imagined seeing our town as the epicenter of so much conversation, discussion, and debate. Seriously, I can't turn on the TV without hearing our city mentioned. The truth is that no one steals our pets, let alone eat them. Our police department has verified this. By the way, yeah, I'll get to that in a second. I want to talk about the quitting cigarettes and vaping thing and go on a little side tangent. I really am riddled with ADHD, aren't I? Because I can't help myself. You guys say something interesting, I'm like, this is more fun than looking at horrific shit. I don't want to do that anymore. I just want to be a social streamer. No, I don't. I'd be bored. So, our Haitian population is known to be hard workers, business owners, and good neighbors. This is a fact. Springfield, Ohio was a dying city prior to the Haitians moving in. Their auto industry was dead. People were moving out. There was no jobs. It is too hard to be a socialist. It sucks. There's liberals everywhere, fascists everywhere, like 3 actual socialists on the planet because everyone else thinks they're a communist and it just goes right back around through fucking horseshoe theory and ends up on the right. It's incredibly frustrating. This is me on my ADHD meds too. One friend said his Haitian neighbor always smiles and waves, and the fact that you've never heard Brahms' lullaby until you've heard it sung in French to an infant by a Haitian mother. That sounds absolutely gorgeous. That sounds like something I would have on my Spotify for when I have trouble sleeping to play. Jesus. Okay. My friend who is a construction worker at the Intel plant in Columbus said that many Haitian employees reside in Springfield because it's more affordable and travel to Columbus for work. They're good people, hard workers. They're always on time. Again, we've looked at the statistics that the Haitian immigrants are like the hardest working people in the United States. There is no group that works harder than Haitian immigrants in the U.S. for some reason, but they are. Have a good night, Z. Saw an debate with something smart. He said right-wingers love to take advantage of the lack of education around socialism, which is true, and it makes it... Hassan was absolutely correct on that. 100%. It's how they stop people from becoming socialist, is they use that lack of education to specifically demonize socialism. Why do you think Trump's out there calling Kamala Harris a Marxist and a communist and a demon like every day? There's a reason for that. Not because she's a socialist or a communist. It's that
it's easy to put that label on somebody because no one knows what it fucking means. It's like calling something woke. There is no, they don't mean anything by it. It just means something we don't like. I've heard people talking about Marxist spells, like we're doing magic here. Like I'm reading Capital, and then suddenly, I don't know, I've stolen 25% of Elon Musk's like wealth and redistributed it to Haitian immigrants. That's what they think is happening. Yeah, exactly. That's what they think. That is what they think. In fact, they use the lack of education to this so effectively that many Americans think socialism is Nazism, while they're they're advocate, like, so they support the Nazis, but they think they're fighting the Nazis because they think the socialists are Nazis because someone told them that socialism, like it was National Socialism, that's what the Nazis were, you know? So all socialism is bad. We take away the national part, we don't want to think about that. It's all manufactured. It's on purpose. They discuss history of U.S. intervention on Haiti too, and discuss it. Well, I mean, yeah, of course they do. But only from the left, when we're talking about like, oh, we fucked everything up. We fucked their country up. We fucked our country. The U.S. fucked everything. We should have done way more for Haiti, and also like in the modern times, but also in the past. Like I mean, we're America, guys. We're not angels. We're not the good guys. There are no good guys. We're just the people that are in charge. As like, by we I mean like the federal government of the United States has the power. And so we pretend that we haven't done a bunch of horrible shit to gain that power. Now, is that good? No. It's very, very, very bad. But the other alternatives are even worse. And I believe that socialism grows best under a bourgeois democracy, as Marx said. And a liberal democracy is a bourgeois democracy. In America right now, the country that, I'm talking about, socialism would thrive best in that environment, minus the Trumpian fascism. I mean, we go back to Obama era. That's where socialism grows and thrives. You were told by somebody that you were a socialist because they told me National Social. No, they don't. These, again, idiots. This sounds mean, but like a requirement to be like MAGA, pro-Trump fully, like on that side, like not any of you, because you guys are engaging in discourse with somebody that you would disagree with if that's the case. I mean, like the full Elon Musk stands. They're the full like Trump is Jesus people. Like those are all not only insane, but they're stupid. It's kind of a requirement. It's a qualifying factor. You have to be some form of mentally retarded. I don't know how to say it other than that. It's not like, I don't want this to be mean, and it's not like this is not a statement on their character. It's a statement on their intelligence, but their intelligence isn't innate. I'm not saying like they're bad. It's just they're dumb, and that's not their fault. They're made to be dumb. There were smart people that went to that side and became dumb. There are people that I respected that were like not only intelligent, but could critically analyze things, and they got sucked into this. Have you seen like any of the QAnon indoctrination videos, guys? Like the ones that if you went to like a right winger and you were like, I want to learn about QAnon, the ones that they would pull up and show you. Let me see if I can find one. I really don't want to search this. But I haven't. I have to find this to show you guys because it is. It's not just important. It's kind of crucial here. How does socialism go well with personalization of services, for example, schools? Well, schools would be publicly funded. There would be no private schools under socialism. And right now, at least if we're talking about America, because I don't know how every other country works, but in America, your public school funding, like, because you're not allowed to go to public schools outside of your jurisdiction because the funding for the schools is based off of your property taxes. So the richer areas get more school funding at the moment. Under a socialist like system where we're not looking for profit and it's not leaned towards in favor of the rich, it's not tilted in that direction by default, then you would be able to spread that out more equally. You would be able to create programs to be like, okay, well, some people have more needs and there's more of these people with these needs in this location, so these schools need to get more money. There should be, you know, this is the Department of Education's job. And just so you guys don't forget, Donald Trump has said that, and Project 2025 says it too, but he has out loud said that he would dismantle the Department of Education. They don't want public school in America. They want the only choice you have to be going to a private school. They're already in the process of doing this. I mean, we have something called school vouchers in the US where the government says they'll pay for like 94% of your private school education fees, and you have to pay the rest. And so rich kids like with rich parents get to go to private school because their parents will pay for them to go to private school. Whereas the poorer kids who can't afford because remember, private school, like high school and all that, it's like university prices. So even 4% of that, a lot of families won't be able to afford. And because they can't afford it, they stay in the public school system. And through that, because the rich people pull their kids out of the public school system, there is less money in the public school system. Is not that bad if you want very specific schools, for example, robotics, art focused from elementary school usually. Well, you can do that through the government. I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. I actually think that we should do that. We should absolutely have specialized schools for kids that show like interest in a specific. Is there a song playing? It's not music playing, is there? You're such a troll, Merv. Like, again, public school doesn't mean everybody has to have the exact same level of like education at the exact same way. That's not what I want. That's the way we do it now and it doesn't work. I want to overhaul the entire system and make it better. And if you want to know how I would like all of my takes on how to go about doing that, that's a whole other story. I'm just still looking for this fucking thing. Ugh. Look, essentially, the point that I was going to make is, how much longer do you think capitalist proletarians will vote against their own self-interest till Trump is gone? I don't know. Ethnoslav. I keep calling you ethnoslav. Jesus. I don't know. I don't think that Trump going away is going to fix the problem. I think the problem is systemic. I think the right wing, like let's say Trump loses this election and I don't know, like dies of a heart attack in 2 years. So he wasn't going to run again anyway, probably going to go to prison if he loses. But let's say he can't. There's nothing they can do. Trump is dead. He's gone in this instance and they need to pick someone else. They tried this in like this year with the primaries, and Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis were the only people that got like 20%. God forbid, please, God, I don't even believe in God, and I will pray to not have that happen. But the vast majority of Republicans did not like anybody other than Trump. They didn't want them. I don't think they would like J.D. Vance either. Like the average Republican, no. And J.D. Vance has made it incredibly difficult for women to feel comfortable voting Republican. I guarantee you those poll numbers that are showing Republican states numbers are not accurate. There are going to be a lot of women who won't admit that they don't want to vote for Trump now. I mean, I guess good for you, but I hope you lose that $1,700. Also, like, gambling on an election seems kind of, I don't know. It seems like it is degrading. Not to like me, but you know. I mean, Trump just doesn't really have any beliefs. Donald Trump just wants attention. He just likes to feel liked, and that's it. That's all he needs. Is he needs to feel powerful, and then that people like him. Hence why, like when Kamala Harris during the debate said, "People leave your debate, like your rallies early." He's still talking about that. He talked about that today, in a different like place with different people, you know. But it's just, yeah. JD Vance is a Nazi. He's just a Nazi. He's a 4chan Groyper Nazi, and so is Peter Thiel. They're the type of like, they're incel Nazis too. They want the government like subsidized mandatory girlfriend that shows up at your house every day, type. They want fucking what was it, a Handmaid's Tale. That's what they want to turn America into. Genuinely, at least JD Vance and Peter Thiel. I'm not talking about Trump here, because Trump doesn't necessarily want that. He'd be fine if he got to like not have to deal with it, but he doesn't actually believe that. You guys remember that, like, he was a New York billionaire and was a Democrat for the vast majority of his life. Oh, hold on, that's breaking news. Hold on. You gotta watch what? What was I just talking about? Damn, I really gotta check my phone when I hear the ding. This happened like a half hour ago. I could have been covering this live. Oh yeah, Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, I got through an episode of it. Okay, we're finishing this, and then we're gonna switch topics a little bit and come back to immigration, because like news happened. And that ties into some other stuff. But so, my friend was a construction worker until plant in Columbus. We read that part. They're good people. They work hard. They're always on time. Some are taking the opportunity to get training to further their skill set and employability. What has happened in Springfield is an outpouring of xenophobia. There's protests by the Proud Boys, again, right-wing Nazi KKK group types. I think the Proud Boys are specifically like more KKK white nationalist leaning than Nazi. It might be the other way around. I don't know. There's so many of them. Fuck all of these people. They're the Charlottesville folk. They are Nazis. Never mind. Yeah, they're all Charlottesville. The corners and violent threats in our city halls, colleges, schools, and in tiny downtown, honestly, if you blink, you'll miss it, has dealt with multiple bomb threats, causing several schools to be evacuated and closed. The college where I teach, fuck off, Grok. The college where I teach, Clark State, is going virtual this week out of an abundance of caution. As you know, Haitians are under protective status. They are not killing and eating our cats and dogs, along with ducks and geese in Snyder Park. It has now become a running joke with an abundance of memes, but the truth is it's sad and frightening. That's the thing. Like, the memes are funny. The songs are funny. But we really got to stop, because, like, yes, we're not spreading this. No one's believing this because of like me sitting there laughing at Donald Trump saying it. But you know what is happening is we're convincing the people on the other side that we're all murderous monsters, and we want to laugh at, you know, cats and dogs being eaten. We need to treat these people like children. That's the thing. When you're talking to a Republican, especially a MAGA Republican, imagine you're like the preschool teacher, and this is the 5-year-old that you're in charge of, and they keep hitting the other kids, and you have to get them to stop, but they're 5. So that's how you have to speak to Republicans. That's the only way, because that's what will get past the defenses. They have built up layer after layer. They do this every day. When they wake up, their like internal mental checklist is to like make sure all of the bolts are screwed in and the walls are in place so that nothing could get through and challenge their worldview. But what does get through is being nice kind of gets you right in through the door, rather than having to force your way into their head. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. It makes sense to me. It's just, it's difficult. But they're stupid, It's not their fault. They're made to be. It's systemic like manufacturing, but they are dumb, and we know this because there's studies of this. We know for a fact that higher rates of feeling anger, fear, disgust, emotions, like a higher intensity of them, correlate to conservative views. They also correlate to a lower amount of education and intelligence. More specifically, education, because you can't really measure intelligence all that well. Like anyone talking about IQ knows nothing. I mean, I'll call something 5 IQ as a joke, but there is no way to measure intelligence in its entirety. We don't know how that works. You can test for education in different ways, and that's it. You can test for academic education. You could test for social education, for musical education, whatnot, spatial, all of this. This is because these are all things you learn. None of this is innately built into you, and so we don't know how much of your intelligence is actually innate and how much of it's not, because there's no way to figure it out. They're not separate entities. They're not separate I mean, they're separate concepts, but we can't pinpoint them anywhere. And so I feel for these people. I feel for the Haitians more. And again, you have to be careful because some of these people are actually evil. Some of them are, but I just try and use an abundance of caution and assume that there isn't a malicious intent until I see evidence of it. I don't know. But regardless of intent or not here, they are being incredibly malicious, and it's getting worse every day. Like someone's going to die any moment. They're going to kill somebody. They're going to. I hope to God I'm wrong. But you can only rile people up so much before they snap. I mean, where's this? Give me this.
Another.
Right, we're gonna switch topics off of immigration and Haitians for a minute, and look over this that just came out. Iranian hackers sent stolen Trump campaign information to the Biden campaign. Iranian hackers sent unsolicited information they stole from Donald Trump's presidential campaign to people who were affiliated with Joe Biden's campaign over the summer, federal law enforcement officials said Wednesday. In the joint statement, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the FBI, and cybersecurity infrastructure agencies said that in late June, early July, Iranian malicious cyber actors sent unsolicited emails to individuals then associated with the President Biden campaign that contained an excerpt taken from stolen non-public materials from former President Donald Trump's campaign as texts and emails. I remember this hack taking place, and I remember speculating that it was definitely like Iran hacking Trump because Iran doesn't want Trump to win. I mean, they don't really like either of the candidates, but Trump is much more actively antagonistic in this case. And China could go either way. Russia obviously will spend millions of dollars to try and influence Americans to make Donald Trump the president. And we're going to go over that because Microsoft came out today and said, you know what, we'll do immigration later because we only like the first two. I'm going to line up the rest of this election interference stuff because we've got reports coming in and they are not good. They're not good. Just not good. Now, there's no indication that Biden's staff ever replied. CNN previously reported that Iranian government-backed hackers stole internal Trump campaign documents and shared them with news organizations, which, by the way, is the exact same thing that happened in 2016, except it was Russia doing this to Hillary Clinton and giving it to WikiLeaks. So, I guess, karma. The law enforcement statement Wednesday said that the hackers' efforts to send information to U.S. media outlets have continued. The hack is one of several by Iranian governments attempting to, quote, stoke discord and undermine confidence in the electoral process. I keep telling you guys, all our elections are being influenced by so many countries. Like, everyone has their hand in the pie. Everybody. there's Russia, there's China, there's Iran, there's Turkey, there's Egypt, there's everybody has a hand in the pie. Israel, all up in that. Israel has like half of the pie to themselves. Law enforcement officials have previously said that those efforts also include an unsuccessful attempt to hack the Biden-Harris campaign. Beginning on the 22nd of July, Politico reported it had received emails that contained internal communications from senior Trump campaign officials and a research dossier that the campaign had put together on Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance. I would love to see that dossier. I would love to see it. I would. Oh God, give me his private like research dossier. I want to know everything the evil that this man has done so I could expose it. J.D. Vance. I kind of hate Vance more than I hate Trump. At least Trump is funny sometimes. Like he's an asshole, right? But I don't know, during the first debate with Joe Biden, when he called Joe Biden a Palestinian derogatorily, I nearly peed myself laughing. I was not prepared for that. The man is funny. J.D. Vance is like, this is the creepy guy in the bar. I need to leave right now. I'm gonna get like assaulted. That's the vibe that I get from J.D. Vance. Truthfully. The New York Times, Washington Post later reported that they too have been sent a similar cache, including 271-page document on Vance dated February 23rd, labeled privileged and confidential. The Iranian hackers did breach the email accounts of longtime Trump ally Roger Stone to target. I'd love to see those emails. U.S. officials believe the hackers work for... Yeah, cool, whatever. It's gonna happen more and more, and I'm telling you guys that this has been happening for a long time. We have evidence from like 2016 from the Senate Judiciary Committee when we all thought there was personal collusion between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin to help him win the election. And it turned out, okay, they hadn't personally colluded. And then everyone forgot about it, even though Russia absolutely did do a bunch of stuff to influence the election. He just wasn't doing it with Trump, like actively. And so everyone just pretends it doesn't exist. And the right will say that they're not real. The documents are fake, even though there's 5 volumes of this, like 1,000 pages each from the Senate Intelligence Committee. But, you know, again, you can say literally anything. Reality doesn't matter to these people because they don't care. They don't care. They just hate you and they want you to suffer. And they want to gain from your suffering. That's it. It's that simple. Now here is... Here's a TikTok influencer talking about being offered millions of dollars to endorse the GOP on TikTok.
I hypothetically was just offered a...
Oh yeah, there's no sound because I don't have my headphones in. That would be why, huh? Makes sense. Let's try that again.
I hypothetically was just offered a lot of money to endorse a political party, like millions. And then I was being allegedly told an alleged list of other influencers that have already hypothetically...
You guys understand what this is, right? Because you're allowed to support a political party. You're allowed to get paid to support a political party. The GOP, like, the Trump campaign can pay her millions of dollars to do political content about the GOP. You know who can't legally do that? Foreign companies. She's not going to be specific. She says she can't. But it's because it's not the Republicans offering her millions of dollars to endorse Republicans. It's foreign actors. It's probably Russia, in this case, at least. But
that have already hypothetically accepted money to do those hypothetical things that were hypothetically offered to me to hypothetically do.
Again, you don't use this kind of language that's meant specifically for shifting blame and
masking, you know, your involvement in something. It's like, oh, hypothetically, like it doesn't actually function, but what she's doing is unnecessary for any reason other than this is a foreign nation, a foreign agent, a foreign company perhaps that has approached her. You wouldn't do this. You wouldn't. You're allowed to get paid to endorse a political candidate. That's not illegal. It's America. We legalized bribery. You think that's illegal? No.
I think we can hypothetically assume who those people are.
But it's not one or two.
Well, yeah, it's 12.
No, it's like
I could name
hundreds.
them.
That's what Tana Mojo said on her canceled podcast, alleging she was offered millions to endorse a particular
You're stuck on the eyebrows. I noticed them too, but notice how, like, again, guys, body language. We're going back to basics here, like we did before. Look at her face when she's talking. Tell me what emotion this looks like to you.
Who those people are.
But it's not one or two.
Well, yeah, it's
that right there. Watch that again.
12.
No, it's like
I could name them.
hundreds.
That's what
It's that right there. That's fear. That's this. It's not lizard stance. It's hands up close, guarding your chest. It's looking side eye, like I don't really want to make eye contact about this. It's fast moving. Her body language indicates that she is afraid, and that also tracks with this is a foreign government. Again, you wouldn't do this if it was an American approaching you.
Tana Mojo said on her canceled podcast, alleging she was offered millions to endorse a particular political candidate. She already endorsed Harris back in August after co-host Brooke Schofield's old racist tweets were unearthed, so we can extrapolate that she was allegedly offered millions of dollars to endorse the GOP and Trump, and that she...
Well, I mean, we don't even really need to do that. The fucking Harris campaign isn't paying influencers $1 million to endorse her. They just were like, hey, come to the DNC, you can have passes. And we're like nice to all of them except for Hassan, who they kicked out halfway through his stream on like the last day. But they're not paying the left wing is not paying anybody $1 million to endorse a political candidate. Nobody. Again, we don't have that kind of money to waste on that. We unfortunately are up against people that have an unlimited amount of money. It seems like the only time it's an issue is when the foreign government is doing it. Well, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, it's politics, okay? You're lobbying people in your country to change the laws in your country is one thing, but I don't know. I can't go to Germany and tell the AfD to fuck off. I can't do that. Like, if I had Elon Musk's money, sure, I could do that, and it's not a good thing though. Well, yeah, Tim Pool was getting $100,000 a month to say Russian propaganda. Then he's denied it, and he's opened a defamation lawsuit against the Harris campaign, because he claims that this is defamation and that this is hurting him and that he didn't do anything wrong, and he's just he's just a sad, soft boy, and you can't touch him. You can't do anything like that. That's I haven't done anything wrong. Meanwhile, it wasn't my guy. He went on one of his streams on a rant screaming about how Ukraine is America's greatest enemy. That we need, that they were the biggest and most significant, dangerous enemy that America had was Ukraine. Tell me that's not fucking Russian propaganda. That's blatantly Russian propaganda. No. Wait, wrong one. Oopsie. This is Tim Pool being mad about
being
it.
said in the video, and so I will show you guys this filing.
I'm gonna find you that clip because it's in my sources from a different stream. I'll play it after this.
And we'll provide some commentary and understanding on what is currently going on here.
Oh.
The filing says in a post to the social media platform X, which has now been viewed more than 12 million times, the Harris campaign stated Mr. Poole is promoting a, quote, plan to give former President Trump total unchecked legal power so they can jail and execute those who don't support Trump if he...
Now, this, just so you know, is in reference to him going on a rant talking about
how once Trump wins, there needs to be a judicial like shit happening, like all of these Democrats need to be arrested and they have to like go through years of court and all of this. And at the end of this, like when he was done talking, he had the sea hag, that is Laura Loomer, present with him. And she decided that it would be a good time to say, you know, we used to have the death penalty for treason. I think these people deserve the death penalty. And, you know, advocated for violence. That was quite funny because Tim Pool has a problem. And his problem is that people keep going on his show and advocating for violence, which gets him in trouble because it's against terms of service. And I think that's quite funny. But
he wins.
That's what this is about.
The Harris campaign did not hedge this statement or couch it as opinion. To the contrary, to any reasonable reader, the Harris campaign was saying that Mr. Poole wants to suspend the Constitution, make Trump a dictator, and use state power to imprison and kill Mr. Poole and President Trump's political opponents. According to the Harris campaign, then
I have the video. We're going to listen to what he's talking about next, and then we're going to listen to the claims in this lawsuit again, and you tell me if they add up. All right. Well, death penalty for treason does sound normal, but that's not what we're talking about here. You know, we're not just talking about like death penalty for like a rapist or a murderer. This is what we're talking about here.
Should Democrats be in jail? No question. When Donald Trump gets elected, should he start locking them up? No question. Should there be lists of Democrats that need to go to jail? 100%. And the reason for that is they've committed crimes. We need to make sure that when Donald Trump wins...
This ASDF person better be a fucking troll. Or better be joking, rather.
We've got...
They've been here before? I don't remember them.
An attorney general, a deputy attorney general, a head of the CIA and the FBI. Kash Patel would be fantastic. We can have attorney general. There's some names floating around. And then they can start having their investigators and the feds issuing subpoenas, pulling up evidence, and with real evidence, bring them to judges for warrants.
Succubus, that's a silly question. I mean, I get to pick from anybody in America? Me. Or Bernie Sanders. There you go. Oh, yeah, fair enough.
Then these people can spend three years of their lives fighting tooth and nail for the crime against the government for crimes they committed, and we can prove. Yeah. And the reason why we put them on trial is that we can show the whole world we will uncover what you've done. We will make sure everyone knows, and you will be held accountable for it.
Not just jail, they should get the death penalty. You know, we actually used to have
hag, sea hag. She rises from the depths of the salty ocean, from inside of the sand, and her only purpose is to scream slurs and just make you miserable. Like, she just shrieks at you, you know? She's not physically dangerous, but she will destroy your mental health with her incessant shrieking.
The punishment for treason in this country.
So, and then Tim Pool had to cut the video off there, which was also funny. But let's take that back to him saying, you know, none of this was substantiated. This is defamation. We just watched him saying, you know, every Democrat needs to be arrested systematically. Now, the last part of, you know, execution for those who don't support Trump, that was Laura Loomer. That wasn't Tim Pool. And I feel like he will win that because it wasn't him. But I don't think he'll win the defamation case. I think they'll settle. I don't actually think it'll go to court. But let's listen to every other thing that he says, because the only part of his claim here that is true is that he personally did not say that there should be death penalties. That was Laura Loomer, and the video cuts out because he ends the stream immediately. And so we don't get his opinion on it.
Show you guys this filing, and we'll provide some commentary and understanding on what is currently going on here. The filing says in a post to the social media platform X, which has now been viewed more than 12 million times, the Harris campaign stated Mr. Poole is promoting a, quote, plan to give former President Trump total unchecked legal power so they can jail and execute.
Succubus, you are so off. If Trump wins, it's much more than Democrats getting locked up. Read Project 2025. I mean, they've laid it out. And you might say, okay, Donald Trump says he doesn't know about Project 2025. Open Project 2025 and then open Agenda 47 and then read them both and look for any differences. There's not many. It's the same thing. They have explained explicitly in detail, step by step, what they're going to do, and they've already started to do it. The Supreme Court overturning Chevron was like step one. Elon Musk should be worried about Kamala Harris because I really, really think that he needs to get hit with a monopoly laws. What are they called? The Sherman Act? Is it the Sherman Act? I gotta look this up now because it's gonna bother me. We gotta hit Elon Musk with antitrust laws, like hard. And so he's afraid. And Kamala Harris is not banning free speech. That's not happening. Elon Musk censors more speech than anybody else. Are you kidding? Elon Musk made it so that saying the word cisgender gets you what is it called? What's the word where the visibility limited? I got visibility limited for explaining something to somebody that didn't understand science. I was just telling them how things worked, and I got visibility limited for just saying the word cisgender. Except, you know what other people can do? When you've seen the leaked API of Twitter, where there's like a little list of people who are allowed to just use slurs. Andrew Tate's allowed to say the N-word, hard R. Libs of TikTok is a fucking terrorist, but everyone that says anything about them, they're the ones that get censored and shadow banned. I got banned once for talking shit about Elon Musk, personally. I think I got banned specifically because he did like an interview with Don Lemon, and he said something in the interview, and so I pulled up a different interview he'd done the week before where he said the opposite, and I just posted them, and I'm like, any answer? Got banned for a week for some unrelated reason that was, a tweet that I sent to someone that was like mean or something. And like, come on, like I am mean. I'm sorry. That's kind of my thing. I'm smarter than you and I'm mean. That's the persona, that's my that's the image that I give off. And that's fine. But Kamala Harris is not censoring speech. That's a Trump talking point. That's it. She's given no indication of doing anything of the sort. There's one case in which I would agree with you, but that's not necessarily Kamala Harris. That's Congress, and that's making it. They're making she said hate speech, not free speech. I don't think hate speech should be banned either, personally. I don't agree with limiting speech. I think you shouldn't do hate speech, and you're an asshole if you do, but I don't think it should be illegal to do it. That it's very easy to abuse. In fact, I gave an example in Australia. We have an anti-hate speech law here. It's called 18C. I'll pull it up. Well, let's have a look.
Cute those who don't.
Let me just read you this, because it gave you some context into explaining. No, I don't have any opinions on the new EU Commission. I haven't looked into it at all yet. But if you have any links, feel free to send it to me. Where is that other link? Whatever, Wikipedia will do. So, the Racial Discrimination Act in Australia, this is the anti-hate speech law, deals with it is unlawful for a person to do an act otherwise than in private if A, the act is reasonably likely in all circumstances to offend, insult, humiliate, or intimidate another person or group of people, and the act is done because of the race, color, national, ethnic origin, or other person of some... Essentially, if someone's offended by something that could be related to race, gender, skin color, etc., that's hate speech. Now, again, this doesn't get prosecuted often because most of the time it's a high bar to prove. But you know what's happening now in Australia is there is an MP called Mary Kostakidis, and she is being attacked by Zionist lobbies
claiming that she has broken this law and is committing anti-Semitism because, you know, anti-Zionism falls into this category. Just saying, I don't think the state of Israel was properly, created, and that they have an apartheid state with the Palestinians where they're committing a genocide. Just say the truth. That's could be illegal. They could sue me for that. I can get sued for the statement I just made. And that's why I disagree with hate speech laws. And also, they don't really do anything. The UK had a hate speech law. You know what J.K. Rowling's doing? She was doing. Once the hate speech law came out, she was doxing trans people and then daring the police to come try and arrest her because she's a billionaire in Scotland and has power. She's a member of the House of Lords, I'm pretty sure. She gets to influence laws, and she's not elected. This doesn't, the hate speech laws get abused easily. That's my bigger issue with that. I don't know. I'll read that in a little bit when you the one you sent me. Thank you for that. But you see what I mean? He's not honest about this. And let's just go Tim Pool, Ukraine is the enemy video. In case you guys haven't seen this video, this is the video that I'm saying is Russian propaganda, and that he was paid $100,000 to say. Now, allegedly, rather. I can't prove that anyone gave him money to say this, but I cannot imagine an American, especially a right-wing American, honestly and genuinely having this sentiment without being paid to have it. Well, let's just have a look.
Know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest...
Again, funded by the Democrats when we fund them together. The government funds them. They're bipartisan. Every fucking spending bill is bipartisan. Every word out of these fuckers' mouths is a lie. He's a grifter. He doesn't believe this. He's just saying it for the money. He doesn't give a shit.
Enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are
the greatest enemy of our nation is Ukraine. He's not nuts. He's just being paid to say this. This is him acting. This is him earning his $100,000 Russian paycheck.
Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong.
Dumb fucking takes to have. These are not even stupid people are smarter than this.
I know. You've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do.
I disagree. I think it's Russia. I think we should leave Iran the fuck alone. I think Iran wouldn't mess with us or Israel if we stopped messing with them and we incentivized good behavior. We used to be friends with Iran before we fucked up and made them a religious theocracy. But they don't want war. They don't want to conquer the Middle East. They want stability and to enter into the world of they want to be like Pakistan and India, okay? They want to be regional powers. And let me make this clear. Iran is the Middle East's regional hegemon. Everybody listens to them. Now, there are countries that will argue that they are. Saudi Arabia and Turkey both also want to be the regional hegemon of the Middle East, except Saudi Arabia is a petrol state which has no influence about anything. Maybe a little bit, but they're not the global hegemon at all. They just think they are because, they have Mecca and they're like, oh, cool. I have never met an Iranian that I did not like. Not one. I mean, I've only met 3, but they're all lovely people. I have argued with one over the use of the term Persian, but not argued, just debated. But regardless of that, they are already in charge of the Middle East. We just need to let them keep it and fuck off and we'll be fine. They won't bother us. If we get Israel to chill out and then maybe I don't know, be nice to the Palestinians and show some effort and incentivize their neighbors to behave in a civil way. Like, I'm not saying we just fuck off. I'm saying we can make this happen, and we can demilitarize Israel and just put U.S. soldiers there. Not that that's a good idea, but that's hypothetical. We could do that. We could demilitarize Israel and just take all of their like Iron Dome controls, and then just park a fucking a fleet of ships off the coast and just have them controlled from there. We can make sure they're protected until all of their neighbors stop wanting to kill them, and then they'll be. No, I disagree with you, Succubus. Iran does not want a war with Israel. It would be ruinous for Iran. They don't want a war with Israel. Israel wants a war with Iran desperately, but Iran does not want war. If Iran wanted a war with Israel months ago when they shot all of those ballistic missiles and drones, do you think that they would have, shot the slow one? None of those hit any single person. There was no casualties. If Iran wanted to, they could have done quite a lot more damage than that. Like a significant amount. If Iran wanted to, they could kill millions of people within Israel, and civilians, all of them, sure. But yes, I know they did. That's my point. They're so uninterested in war that even they had a military leader killed in an embassy in a different country, because they also bombed the consulate in Syria. They had another leader that was just killed in Lebanon. They had their fucking own leader a foreign leader killed in Iran's capital. Like, Israel is trying their absolute best, poking the bear, because Benjamin Netanyahu desperately needs another war. Everyone in Israel hates him. There's massive protest in Israel because they hate him. And the only way he's going to stay in power is by reigniting this like war thing, which is why Lebanon is his like next target. They said today that they're entering a new phase of the war, which just means they're just going to accelerate in Lebanon. Iran also know that they're under mad ever since South Africa unofficially gave their nukes to Israel in the 90s. Look, I don't know whether Israel has nukes or not, but if they do, they're definitely crazy enough to use them. I don't think Iran has them yet, but like, again, they don't want a war with Israel. They don't want it. And again, we don't want a war with Iran, just so you know, because Americans will be like, oh, fuck Iran. We would lose a war in Iran. America would lose. And I'll tell you why. We might be like incredibly powerful. And yes, Israel isn't Netanyahu only. I think the entire government needs to go. I genuinely think that like the lights need to go out for the night. No fucking TV, no radio, everything's cut off, like electricity's gone. People just in the middle of the night, like 2 a.m. And then people wake up and the entire government has been replaced with new people. And no one gets an explanation. I think that's the best way to handle it. Just install like American like liberals in there, okay? I don't care. Israel is our dog. We have to train it. We brought it home from the shelter and created Israel, took, the Palestinians and pushed them into corners, and then we now protect them. They exist solely by our protection. And so that makes us in charge of them. They're reliant on us, but they don't act like that. And now, am I saying that this is a good thing? No, I don't think the system at all is good. But working within the means of the system is not unethical here. The entire system is unethical, but to make positive change within an unethical system, you have to do things unethically occasionally. And in this case, we have a rogue state possibly has nuclear weapons and is hell-bent on starting another war, preferably a regional war that will be a forever war. The U.S. didn't create Israel alone. It was like the U.S., the U.K., and the Soviet Union. And also, if you don't know about like the creation of Israel, it's some real interesting shit. The Israeli like Jews tried to work with the Nazis before the war ended. Like they had a pact, they had an actual deal with the Nazis to like help the Nazis get like rid of the Palestinians, way back in the day, right? So the founding like groups of Israel were militias. like right-wing militias, and that's why Israel is, they're fucking Hitlerite. It's insane calling like Israel Hitlerite, but they have concentration camps. I made a video on it. They rape Palestinians for fun, put them in places called the disco room. Do you want to go in the disco room? Because I don't know what it is. I don't want to go in the fucking disco room. Sure. Okay. Israel does infinitely more. Israel is a larger terrorist organization than Hamas. Hamas has not killed in its entire existence even a tenth of the amount of people that Israel has killed in the last year. You know that 40,000 death toll number isn't accurate because they killed the people who were counting the bodies, right? Experts are estimating that the number is likely above 100,000 and somewhere between 120 and 130,000. I don't know that. I haven't seen something that would qualify for your statement. I think the Palestinians at the time were probably a little mad at these people just coming in and taking their shit. And I get that, because that's at the time. Like, that's the West Bank right now. When it's illegal, but Israel still pays people to go steal Palestinians' houses in the West Bank. America has even said, stop it. No, I get that. But what I mean to say is nothing has changed since then to now. They still operate the same way. I didn't know that. Interesting. I would have thought that would have been like a Nordic country cheeseburger. Who knows? Let's just get back to this this fucking Russian agent over here for a second. I'll finish this video.
Ukraine is now accused a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline.
Base.
Triggering this conflict.
That did not trigger the conflict. Yep. That's
Ukraine
true.
is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia.
Okay. Now tell me that anyone on the right that believes anything would say that without getting paid. Anyone. Think of any actual right-winger. Would any of them say anything like that? No. The grifters might, Tucker Carlson might. Obviously, he did, and Benny Johnson does, and Lauren Southern does, and all the other tenant media folk. But yeah, he was making $400,000 a month on top of whatever the fuck he was already making. That was just like a bonus. Now he says he didn't know about it. I call bullshit. And also, yeah, fuck the Nord Stream anyway. I am in favor of that being blown up. Fuck it. It hurts Russia in the short term, and it incentivizes Europe to invest in renewable energy in the long term, because they either have to spend money to build another pipeline or spend money on clean energy. And I'd rather them do the clean energy bit. Now, they might not be smart enough to do that, but that's not my fault. I can point out the right direction. If they don't want to go it, I can't do anything about it. Unfortunately. Now, on the topic of Russia, I still think that why is Norway supplying gas? Don't they have streams and rivers? Just build hydro plants and shit. So, Russia goes all out with covert disinformation aimed at the Harris campaign, according to Microsoft. Yes, so this is not good. It's not good. But again, I've been saying this for a while. This is what they're doing. This is how Russia thinks they can win the war in Ukraine now. Because they're never going to outright win in military combat. So the way they have to win is by faking social media posts and paying influencers to convince the American people that they don't want to pay for Ukraine's weapons anymore. And that's how Russia wins. That's why this is a thing, because it's the only way, it's the only shot they have. The video was seen by millions of times across social media, but some viewers were suspicious. It featured a young black woman who claims Vice President Kamala Harris left her paralyzed in a hit-and-run accident in San Francisco 13 years ago.
In an emotional retelling from a wheelchair, the alleged victim said she, quote, cannot remain silent anymore and lamented that her childhood ended too soon. Immediately after the video was posted on 2nd of September, social media users pointed out reasons to be wary. The purported news channel it came from, San Francisco's KBSF TV, did not exist. A website for the channel was set up just a week earlier, containing plagiarized articles from real news outlets. The woman's x-ray images shown in the video were taken from online medical journals, and the video and the text in the story website spelled the alleged victim's name differently. It's so funny when the Russians try and do like a psyop, but they're so dumb that they can't do it right. Like, yeah, no, it's always the merman cheeseburger, Merv. They're the best. You know, they're fighting for the environment down there, while we fight up here. Fucking Godspeed, soldiers. Wish mermen were real. That'd be cool. Yeah, no, let's not do that. The caution was warranted according to a new Microsoft threat intelligence report, which confirms the fabricated tale was a disinformation from Russian-linked troll farms. And all you're going to get on the Trump stream is disinformation from Russian-linked troll farms. The Tech Giants report released on Tuesday details how Kremlin-aligned actors that have first struggled to adapt to Joe Biden dropping out of the race have now gone full throttle in their covert influence efforts against Harris and the Democrats. It explains how Russian intelligence actors are collaborating with pro-Russia cyber hacktivists to boost allegedly hacked and leaked materials, a strategy the company notes could be weaponized to undermine U.S. confidence in November's election outcomes. It almost certainly will be. Link me his rally, please. I'll have a look at it. If it's interesting, we'll watch it. I hate listening to Donald Trump speak, and I already have so many things of him lined up to speak, but he's probably going to say some other shit that I'll have to end up putting in a link anyway and talking about on tomorrow. So, we'll have a look.
She didn't have enough money for one of the apples, and she took the apple, brought it back, and she bought 2 apples. That shouldn't be happening in our country.
Yeah,
That shouldn't
you
be
shouldn't be
happening in
able
our
to
country.
get 1 apple and have 2 apples.
We will cut interest rates, cut insurance costs, and insurance is horrible.
You know, interest
And
rates went down
massively,
today.
we will cut your taxes again. I gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country.
Oh yeah, talking straight to the rich people, of course. And all
And
of
we have
these
some,
morons in the background think that that means them. It doesn't mean them. You're not
Kamala
getting
Harris,
a tax
as
cut.
you look at her plan, will give you very
This guy's a nice
simply
beard,
the
though.
largest tax hike in American history. She's going to lift your taxes. This is the only person I've ever seen, and Biden too.
I
They
can't
announced that
do
they're gonna
this.
raise your
It's
tax-
just blatant fucking lying. He's gonna raise your taxes. If Donald Trump, hey, certified garbage, welcome back. Like I said, he's lying. I don't want to watch this. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'll find a clip on Twitter if he says some stupid and interesting shit, and we'll watch it then. I don't want to listen to him talk right now. I don't have it in me to just sit there and pause every 10 seconds and point out every single lie like I tend to do at the debate. I can't help myself. The man just doesn't speak the truth at all. Right. So the reports build on previous concerns that the U.S. has had about Russian interference in the upcoming election. Earlier this month, the Biden administration seized Kremlin-run websites and charged 2 Russian state media employees in an alleged scheme to secretly fund and influence right-wing influencers. That was what we just looked at. That's the I think I had to take that down because it was copyright. I wasn't actually supposed to stream the debate, and then I found out that it was copyright after, and I just kind of took it down. But I think I was allowed to stream it on Twitch, just wasn't allowed to on YouTube. But I didn't know this, so I deleted the VOD on on Twitch, and I have the VOD for YouTube. But I wonder if I just upload that. That's not copyright anymore, right? Because it's not live. I can do that. I think I could post that VOD. But yeah, I'm not sure how that works. I'll have to find out before the VP debate, because I want to stream that. And if I
I mean, I'll put it on Patreon then. If you're offering, I'll upload it to Patreon. Oh God, I'm not sure how I feel about like my coverage of that debate because like I went into it and I was disappointed with everything Kamala Harris said. And at the beginning, she seemed quite weak. Like she seemed like, oh, okay, what? Fuck, this is not going well. But then it picked up, but she was still not saying anything. That's the thing. She didn't say anything meaningful or substantial, but she absolutely won that debate. I don't know. It was weird, because I wanted to sit there and like yell at both of them for being stupid and lying. That was what I wanted, but I only got to do it for one of them because the other one didn't say anything. It was just, well, look at what Trump did. And I mean, it worked. She got good clips. I'll see what I can do about that VOD. Remind me in the Discord, Ethoslav. You're in the Discord, aren't you? If you send me like a message on there, I won't forget. I'm really bad with memory, so I'd appreciate it. So, yeah, we get it. The Russians are trying to influence the election. They're paying for people like Tim Pool, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones. It's just, Well, yes, but also she won because she got the most clips. The debate is just it's a gladiator fight. That's what a debate is. You're not there to be the smartest or the most professional. You're there to be the most entertaining. That's how you win. Is whoever has the best one-liners, the one who has the best retort. That's it. It doesn't matter how you present yourself, whether it's professional or not. I mean, yeah, but also, no, they're not getting their asses handed to them because they're fucking in every part of our government. They're in our media influencers. They're in the actual government, too. I mean, at least allegedly. But, look, guys, I went down a bit of a rabbit hole, okay? I did. But I'm not going to make any claims until I can 100% substantiate them, and I'm close. But this, like, all of it ties together. You know, the Supreme Court, the influencers, on social media, Elon Musk, like, having his own social media, JD Vance, Peter Thiel, all of them tie together. The threads are there. This is not several different, like, random things functioning together. These are all different parts of one machine. Remember, this is fascism we're talking about. Fascism is the, like, in concept, it is the equivalent of the nation being one functioning machine with just different parts all working together. That's like the whole thing of fascism, is you don't get to do anything else. You have to do that. It's the structure and I'm not gonna go into it because I'm gonna start fucking sounding crazy. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this. Back to like real evidence, real evidence-based coverage of Russia interfering with the election, not the non 100% verified evidence-based. I will see. So Microsoft explained that the video blaming Harris for a fake hit-and-run incident came from a Russian-aligned influence network it calls Storm 1516, which other researchers refer to as Copycop. The video, whose main character is played by an actor, is typical of the group's efforts to react to current events with authentic-seeming whistleblower accounts that may like juicy, unreported news to U.S. voters, the company said. The report revealed that a second video disseminated by the group, which purported that to show two black men beating up a bloody white woman at a rally for Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump. The video racked up thousands of shares on the social platform Twitter and elicited comments like, "This is the kind of stuff to start civil wars." I reckon if we got them into a day spa, I mean, sure, maybe if we got them all into a day spa and gave them like MDMA, and then like, I don't know, hired like a couple therapists to do some rounds, I think that might be a good idea. Yeah, you know what? That's my solution to the right wing like nut jobs. Is we're going to gather them up, we're gonna put them all in one place, and then we're gonna drug them, and then we're gonna re-educate them, with professionals. That's what we're gonna do. I told you any solution to fix this problem is gonna sound fascistic. But that's like the kindest way I can think of to go about this. Genuinely, the actual kindest way is give them a drug that makes them lose their inhibitions and more likely to talk about their problems. That like it's a drug that you use in family therapy. You can go to a therapist if you have like I don't know if your kid hates you or you hate your mom and dad. Like you can go to therapy together and take MDMA and sit for 4 or 5 hours and work your shit out. That's not the meanest way we could go about this, okay? I've heard much meaner ideas that would also be effective. Just not nice. Oh, hold on. Back hurts. I've been sitting for a very long time. It might, but that just means they don't get to leave. They just have to do it again. Like, they're not just allowed to leave. No, it's not drugs creating the epiphanies. It's the therapist working there with the people on the drug that makes them able to express and talk about their feelings and their emotions. That's what creates the epiphany. We manufacture the epiphany of like, oh, okay, you finally get it now? Like, you understand empathy? Is a big one. I think starting off with empathy is important, and I think giving them MDMA might just be the fix for that. And my like I'm gonna put something into that as well. Like an addition here, it's not just the crazy right wingers that don't understand empathy. It's a really common issue. People like they don't know that they don't know how to do empathy. It only ever occurs randomly to them. They don't do empathy. And that's something that we need to work on. The way that we fix the problems in the world, all of the hatred and the division and the it's with kindness. Just not weak kindness. There's a difference. When someone like Kamala Harris says fight them with kindness, she's saying, shut the fuck up. Pingas is not MDMA. Pingas is methamphetamine in a capsule pretending to be MDMA. Just throwing it out there. I'm from fucking South Australia, okay? Like I know how it is. I see them walking around. I see them in the club. Oh, lovely. Yeah. Transgender aliens from prison and asylums. And you know what? When that first came out, people like the conservatives on Twitter that tried to argue with me were like shocked and sugar. Like they didn't know how to respond when they'd be like, well, look, here's evidence. Here's one actual illegal immigrant or like undocumented immigrant. I'm using their words that was trans and received medical care in prison. And my answer to that is like, oh, based. I hope they all get that. I think we should give it to every prisoner. Give them whatever medical care they need. And they don't know how to answer these things. It's so funny when you just trip them up by saying the objectively kindest solution. They don't care. They don't care. They just want anger. They want to piss you off. Because they're probably Russian bots and they're trained to piss you off. It's part of their job. Blue triple stack stars. Now, well, there's a reason they call them aliens. It's old, but like you shouldn't be calling them illegal immigrants either. They're undocumented immigrants, is what they are. And Japan is definitely not the person to look here for advice because their country is literally dead. Because none of them will fuck. And no one can, the immigrants don't go there because they don't want immigrants. That's why they're a dead country, is because you get an alien card when you go there and they don't fuck. Meanwhile, if they just open their borders to immigration, there's literally like a legion, like an army of men willing to like throw whatever life they have away and go to Japan and impregnate a Japanese woman for like the sake of Japan's health. Like they would be lining up instantly. News comes out, the airports are all flooded. All of the flights are full for 3 months. It's just like single men flying to Japan, hoping that they find a woman who wants to bear his child. They do have immigration. You just have to. Yeah, well, I mean, they have immigration, but it's difficult. South Korea has the same issue. They are also essentially a dead country, but it's not that they won't fuck. They have a different reason. It's that the men in South Korea have become so deeply incel-like pilled that the women don't want to fuck them. They're unfuckable. They have become unfuckable, and by virtue of that, have ended the bloodlines of many South Koreans. The North is going to take control at this point because the South just is not. They're just gonna die off because they no one wants to fuck these people. And if any of you like ever listen to like incels, please just know you're making yourself more unfuckable, not less. That's not going to help you. I didn't realize my light wasn't on. I want it on. Hey, you guys remember at the debate when they asked Donald Trump if he'd support Ukraine, and he said nothing, and then they said I asked him a bunch of different ways and he still said nothing. Like, would you say out loud that Ukraine is an important strategic asset for the United States? And he wouldn't even answer that. Yeah. It's fuck these people, fuck these people, fuck these people. And yes, cheeseburger burp, that is exactly what it is. I'm sorry. It makes you unfuckable to be an incel. You got to be nice to women. That's what we want, is just be nice to women. Speaking of being nice to women, I think I'm gonna be really mean to a woman soon, because we have the Kamala Harris interview that she did today to watch. All right, you guys get to pick next topic. All right. How do I make a poll on here? Nah, I don't know how to make a poll. All right, so you guys get to pick Kamala Harris, Trump and racism and immigration and bans, they're all kind of mixed together, or Israel. Kamala Harris, Israel, or right-wing racism, and the effects that it's causing on the country. Alternatively, we do have. I did check your link. I haven't. I mean, I'll just cover that now. We'll just read that.
Accepted our invitation.
Where is
just like the last discussion?
Hey,
PolitiFact will provide.
I'm not. Fuck you. H3 is not an option because I don't watch Ethan Klein. And the best chick flicks of 2024 is Bernie Sanders' live streams, just so you know. So, Blue Moon Killer, man accused of ritualistic murders in Pensacola, is 2022. Once thought to be a ritualistic killer, now officers know his attacks are much more personal. Why are we reading this again? Zacchaeus, what was this in relation to? Is this just like a crazy guy who like was a serial killer? Was this like related to a topic in any way? On July 31st, 2015, the bodies of 3 people were found inside their home in Pensacola. That's the wrong link. Well, that's the link you sent me. I'm sorry. That's the link you sent me. I'm not doing that. We're not doing that. I'm not gonna sit and like learn about the European Commission. Not today. I haven't slept, okay? I've been up all night, and my brain's still working because ADHD meds. Like I'll pass out in like a couple hours. Fucking up my sleep schedule for you guys so that I could wake up early enough to start stream at 6 and go to bed early enough to wake up early enough for that. But yeah, no, I'll save this though, and I'll read into it because I want to understand it. If we're talking about like the European Commission, I don't want to say something that's stupid because I don't know. I don't know. I don't care about the EU Commission all that much. I haven't been focused on it. I just I've been focused more on US stuff. So you guys are gonna pick something, or am I gonna pick? Kamala Harris, Israel, or Trump? Pick one. I'm gonna go pee. If you don't pick one by the time we get back, we're gonna have to suffer through 30 minutes of Kamala Harris speaking and not really saying much. Although also she does still say a lot. All right, fine. Debate pod. Hold up, I just gotta take some more leave and then I'll be back. And then we'll do Trump. You guys voted and you guys get it, but I'm not sure you guys are gonna like it because it's pretty horrific. You coming in, Frank? In or out? I'm warning you though, they are eating the dogs and the cats in Springfield, Ohio, so don't you try eating my leaves. Don't do it. Alright, I'm back. Let's look at Donald Trump. I'm putting my foot down. We're going in. I'm not getting distracted. We're going through these links one by one. I say, knowing full well that I will be incredibly distracted. So, let me open some links up. So, let's start with just a couple days ago, there was a second assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. The would-be assassin, Ryan Ruth, he has one of the craziest ideologies that I've ever seen. He's jumped from every side of the spectrum. He was a Trump voter. He was a Vivek stan. He was a Vivek and Haley stan. He tried to get Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to go to like the hospital and talk to Trumpers. I think it was like the family of the Trumper who got shot at the first rally. He donated to Act Blue. He said he was very pro-Ukraine, where others have countered that. So, like, essentially,
there are some new developments in what
situation. And so let's see the broad overview, and then we'll go a bit more into detail about the rest of Trump. There's not much about the assassination attempt because nothing really happened. And I think the guy only got charged with federal gun crimes too. So we'll see.
The FBI is officially calling an apparent assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump, coming 2 months after an assassination attempt on him. Next hour, federal and local law enforcement authorities are giving an update on their investigation. And then in the meantime, we are getting this. It is a first look at body cam footage from the moment that Martin County Sheriff's deputies arrested the suspect.
I still think that it is incredibly embarrassing that the Secret Service from I think it was 200-300 yards took 4 shots at this dude and missed all of them, and he got away. He got in a car and they found him with a drone. That's kind of pathetic. I'm starting to agree with the right wing here that the Secret Service is there's something wrong there, you know? I think they need to step up their game, because really? You're gonna fire 4 shots from that close and the guy still gets away?
Ryan Wesley Routh. He was also in court earlier today, where prosecutors are painting just a chilling picture of what happened outside the Trump International Golf Club. Investigators say cell phone records indicate that Routh may have been lying in wait for more than 11 hours near the golf course, armed with an SKS-style rifle.
Prosecutors are
literally insane. And also, how did no one notice this? Trump goes golfing here all the time. In fact, he's never going to be able to golf again. I think Hassan made that point, and I think it's incredibly funny. There's a real chance that he has a mental breakdown and drops out of the election because he doesn't enjoy very many things. Golfing is one of them. Well, yes, I agree. That doesn't, first of all, good luck, but it's not going to work. And historically, if you fail, they win. And in this case, even if they succeeded, they would still win. It would not have helped the Democrats for Trump to die. It would have made him a martyr, and then J.D. Vance would have become president with 47 state landslide. And then we would become Nazi America, Christian Nazi America, rather. Jesus land. So, yes, it is stupid. This guy, however, is more complicated than he looks.
Charging him with...
I don't know. I'm not going to claim anything specific, but I don't... this guy is crazy. But I don't think that he did this alone. Now, I don't think any particular group... there's no way that I could point this in any direction. But... the more we learn about this guy, you're gonna understand that there's no fucking way this guy could do all of this shit by himself. Especially with all with how all the right wing, right now they are saying that we caused this and that our rhetoric causes. Donald Trump has. I have links of this. I have links opposing this. I am prepared, my friends.
With possession of a firearm while a convicted felon, as well as possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. Today, Trump is meeting with the acting Secret Service director.
Oh, yep. The House just rejected the bill to fund the federal government. So we are going to go into a shutdown. Fun. Well, I mean, you guys are. Thankfully, I live overseas. But sucks for the Americans that are living in the United States. Why is my phone buzzing? It's because I keep getting breaking news updates because the news won't stop, even though I'm still trying to catch up on yesterday's.
Ronald Rowe, who actually plans to stay in Florida as this investigation plays out. CNN's Carlos Suarez and Kyung Law are tracking the latest. First, Carlos, what have investigators said about all of this?
Well, Boris and Brianna, we're learning a whole lot more about 58-year-old Ryan Routh and the possibility that he could be facing some additional charges in all of this. We're being told that the 2 gun-related charges that prosecutors sought earlier today really was all in an effort to make sure that he was detained as they continue their investigation into what unfolded at this golf course here yesterday afternoon. Now, according to the criminal complaint that was released earlier this afternoon, as you all mentioned, Routh's cell phone data data seems to show that he may have spent nearly 12 hours near the area where he was spotted by a Secret Service agent. So we're talking about 1:59 in the morning on Sunday to about 1:31 in the afternoon when all of this happened.
Look, this guy was, oh, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have the screen on. None of you told me. Oopsie. Well, you weren't really seeing anything because it was just a court sketch and this guy talking. But regardless, this guy was in it. Like, he was down to commit. You don't bring a GoPro and your fucking AK and go hide in the bushes for 12 hours unless you mean it. But it's this whole situation is weird. And again, Trump's never going to be able to golf again because there were previous complaints and by Secret Service of him golfing because reporters were able to put their camera through the bars of the golf course and take pictures of him, and they would see who was with and all of that. And the Secret Service were trying to explain to him, like, "Wait, look, like, you can put a camera through here, and you can put a gun through here." And this is the second one now. The man's going to be playing Wii golf for the rest of his life. It's good, honestly. Karma.
We're also told that several bags were found here at the scene, as well as that SKS-style rifle and a
SKS.
plastic
They were
bag
calling
as
it an AK. When did this change?
well that was containing some food. We also got our first look at the moments that Routh was taken into custody about an hour north of where we are. He was arrested by the Martin County Sheriff's Office, and the body camera video shows officers kind of lined up behind this one car as they made their way closer to where the 58-year-old was, and they took him into custody. Now, according to that very same criminal complaint, deputies asked the 58-year-old if he knew why he was being stopped, and according to the complaint, he responded in the affirmative, and so he seemed to know exactly why deputies were following.
This guy was committed. I do think that he would have taken the shot if he could have. He had the GoPro, he had food in his backpack for if he's on the run. This man was prepared. Now, let's have a look at some other stuff. So, Florida is seeking to take over the investigation, as I guess DeSantis isn't happy with the federal gun crime charges. I think this would be very bad. I don't understand how he could try and do this. There's no precedent for this. The FBI has jurisdiction. The law says that, there's a specific law that says the FBI has jurisdiction over this. So his argument is that the U.S. Justice Department can't prosecute Trump for election interference and mishandling classified documents and prosecute the would-be assassin fairly and transparently. Now, what this actually says here, if you read between the lines, is that they think we will the Justice Department would specifically demonize him, but that would be good for Trump. So what? Let him off easy? But we're trying to put him in jail. So it doesn't make any fucking sense. This is him amalgamating these positions so that in the mind of the Trump voter, they have this right to do so. It makes sense to them because they've attached it to these two unrelated concepts that are important to their keystones to these people's worldview. And so when you attach this to them, like he just did, it gives them a greater sense of importance. It makes it more uncomfortable to bear for the person involved. In my judgment, DeSantis said, quote, "It's not in the best interest of our state or the nation to have the same federal agencies that are seeking to prosecute Donald Trump leading this investigation, especially when the most serious straightforward offenses constitute a violation of state law, but not federal law." Yeah, okay, that last part is somewhat true. However, the FBI automatically takes the case when I think there's several factors here that would have made it. So A, if it's an attempt on the president's life, the FBI and the Secret Service instantly take over.
if there is a gun with a serial number that's removed, I believe that's also automatically FBI jurisdiction, regardless of like statehood or whatnot. Yeah, I think those are the two reasons. Like they're the FBI absolutely belongs here. And his other claim of not being able to prosecute them fairly, like this only makes sense if you don't think about it, because it's not the same people. There's a giant fucking agency. There's different sections, there's different agents. One side is prosecuting, the other side is investigating. They have nothing to do with each other. They don't like the FBI people in charge of like looking through documents have like work conversations with the prosecutors. They're not friends with them. This is their job is separate. Their job is to finish the investigation and then put in the report, and then the report goes to the other people. They're not working together on this. And like the argument that he's making is you can, I guess you can make it if you stretch it like a lot, but it doesn't add up. Justice Department Special Counsel Jack Smith is currently, yeah, again, so this is they just want something for themselves. They need a win. They want to take Ruth and look into every little thing and then blame him as like the leftist. He's the Marxist socialist. He's the pro-Ukraine, anti-Israel leftist. And I don't actually know if he's anti-Israel. And that it's people like this that are trying to destroy America. That's what DeSantis wants to do. If you don't think DeSantis would lean on the state judges that would be assigned to this case, you would be insane, or just stupid, one or the other. Either or is fine though. All right. Well, let's get into this. So, the Donald Trump campaign released 50 examples of Democrat rhetoric that, quote, inspired assassination attempts. This is his evidence for the left is hostile and hates me, and it's their fault that people are trying to kill me. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the claims that Donald Trump is making. So, first one, Kamala Harris repeatedly says Trump is a threat to our democracy and on fundamental freedoms. Fine, I agree with that. There's nothing wrong. This is not insightful of violence, first of all. It is on us to recognize the threat Donald Trump poses. Not inciting violence. Does one of us have to come out alive? Ha 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 ha. I don't know the context for that, but let's find out. I feel like I could just Google that exact quote. Here we go. This is this?
If you had to be stuck in an
Okay, so this is what they're talking about here. This is a clip from a couple years ago with Ellen.
elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be? Does one of us have to come out alive?
Inciting violence? Really? This is hold on, let me just hear that one more time.
Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions.
This is the question that's actually being posed here, right? You, as a woman of color, and who is even then victim of right-wing attacks because of your political position, which would you rather be in an elevator with these like three men that all hate you? The answer of that is not inciting violence. That's just like a woman saying like, "Oh, fucking men." That's all that is. That's all that is. That's not incite. That's this. Okay. Like, we all know that Donald Trump is a whingy little baby, but like, what, 2 years ago you had to put that in there? That from that's still stuck in his mind is like eating away at him at night when he's trying to go to sleep. Joe Biden, it's time to put Trump in a bullseye, was said before the first assassination attempt. He apologized after and explained that in the rhetoric that preceded that, it was in the like the bullseye of the like pay attention, like focus on this. he's there, aim your attention here, not shoot him. And it was very clear. Again, this is all assuming that we're all stupid enough to not be able to tell the tone difference, or autistic enough, rather. Not stupid. That one's not stupid, because I get that all the time. I often misunderstand context and tone. These are incredibly obvious. I don't know. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Trump is a threat to this nation. Still agree. Look, all of this is fucking whining, right? Do you want me to read every single one of these? I think there's an argument to be made that Trump brings on some of these attacks. No, actually, that actually is the argument to be made, and it's the argument that I'm about to make. Death on two legs. This is him whining, but as I often say, with these people, every accusation is a confession. Every single fucking one of them. They all are. And here we go. This is the response of Michael Tyler Cohen being asked the same question. For one,
the guy's not a despot in waiting. Brian, why paint him as a danger to democracy? What do you think is going to happen?
First of all, Chris, it is not anybody else but Donald Trump who has said that he wants to terminate the Constitution, who has alluded to this idea that he wants to be a dictator on day one. It was his own running mate, J.D. Vance, who called him America's Hitler.
Hey.
So this idea that it's just the Democrats that are perpetuating these ideas that Donald Trump...
Exactly right. It's a way to get the attention off them. They're the ones inciting all of the violence. Look at fucking Springfield. Look at the bomb threats. Look at libs of TikTok, the stochastic terrorist. The right owns political violence, which is why, like, every time we hear like, oh, political violence is no place in our fucking system. It's already here, man. They made a place for it. Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right, Ethoslav. Harris making elevator jokes is inciting violence, but Trump saying that all immigrants are animals isn't? I mean, it's an old clip, but it's resurfaced, and it's important because it relates to Springfield.
Is akin to a fascist is a complete misnomer. But look, just on the violence, I want to go through a small list here, because it is not the Democrats who told rallygoers to beat up protesters and that we would
Loca, I swear to God, this only happens with you.
Pay for their legal bills. That was Trump, who laughed at Paul Pelosi after he was bludgeoned with a hammer, who called for military tribunals for Liz Cheney.
You're absolutely correct, Death on two legs. They were all well aware that none of these were true. Trump said it at the debate because Laura Loomer told him to.
Who said that?
The hag, the sea hag, the soulless wench. She's the one that got him to do it. She started all of this, and now, like, people are afraid to leave their house. I have seen The Boys.
The Second Amendment people should go after
I like
Hillary
The Boys.
Clinton.
It's a good show. It's actually a really good show for, like, political analysis, too, even though it's, like, a parody and it's a joke. There's a lot going on there. Of course you do, because you're the best. There's a lot going on there. Gen V is quite good, too. I mean, if you're going to compare him to Homelander, I feel like that's been done. Although DeSantis is more of a Homelander than Trump is.
Milley to be executed, who posted a baseball bat photo with Alvin Bragg.
Trump is Soldier Boy.
And threatened death and destruction if he was charged, who posted images on the Truth Social showing Biden hogtied in the bed of a truck, who laughed off the kidnapping plot of Gretchen Whitmer, and finally, who incited the events of January 6th. All of that was Donald Trump. Again, the reason that Democrats don't want Trump in power is because we don't want violence.
And this is exactly right, because you have to understand, right? If a white guy tried to take a shot at Kamala Harris today, you know for a fact the right wing would be laughing about it, making jokes, memes, inciting further violence. Remember the Elon Musk tweet that got the Secret Service called to his house? That still would have happened, but it would have been worse. They don't care at all. They don't care about protecting. They don't care about political violence. That's just the tool that they use. And then the other tool that they use is to put their own, like, the things that they do and say that other people do it. It's very easy. The opening of season 2, episode 7 shows Stormfront radicalizing a guy via the news, which led to that's actually a really good point. It is almost word for word what Trump says on TV. I wonder if I can. I don't want to get copyrighted. I don't know if I can show like 30 seconds of that without getting copyrighted by Amazon. I mean, Amazon owns Twitch. Someone, this copyright shit's hard. Like, I understand it, and I know how to do fair use, but with media that's owned by somebody else, it's not necessarily easy to tell. There's no like label. Sometimes there is, sometimes there's not.
That's the whole point of the movement against him.
So yeah, exactly. And beyond that, we have, here's Kamala Wins making a small little montage of Donald Trump inciting some violence.
Look,
I mean,
we
them
can
inciting
disagree
some
with
violence.
one another, we can debate one another, but we cannot tell the American people that one candidate is a fascist, and if he's elected, it is going to be the end of American democracy.
Cut to Donald Trump saying, Kamala Harris is a Marxist, and she will end American democracy. God, if only she was a Marxist. If only. In the ideal world. In the ideal world, we just went with Tim Walz. And she could be VP.
Except, here is Vance's actual running mate saying exactly that.
Well, I mean, yeah.
It's a choice between communism and freedom. This is communist, this is Marxist, this is fascist. This is a radical left Marxist.
This is communist, this is Marxist, this is fascist. Sure, yeah.
This is communist, fascist. She's a Marxist.
I understand that. I've been getting called a communist fascist, and now I get it. It's because of this idiot. I sit there, I'm like, you do realize that these two ideologies are on like the opposite ends of the spectrum, right? And mind breaks of these people. It's because of this idiot. This motherfucking idiot is the reason I keep getting called that. Have you heard of MAGA communists, Ethoslav? Because that's a thing now too. I don't understand it because it's not a real thing, and they don't understand it because it's not a real thing. But they'll call themselves MAGA communists. I don't know. Again, you don't need reality anymore. These people don't believe in reality. All they want to do is like kill brown people and queer people and just make everyone white and Christian. That's all they want. That's all they want. And to make like infinite amounts of money. They want to suck all of the happiness from in your personal life and the money and take it and then let you suffer. Trump is a Nazi. No, never mind. Let me take that. Trump is not a Nazi. Trump aligns himself with Nazis because he has no beliefs other than I want to be liked, I want to be powerful, and I want money. J.D. Vance is a Nazi. No, it's actually not. My fucking channel logo was made by a friend. So fuck off with that night. Nazis are fascists, but not all fascists are Nazis, death on two legs. And so Donald Trump is a fascist, but he's not a Nazi. Whereas J.D. Vance is a Nazi. He's QAnon, 4chan, Groyper, Reddit incel Nazi. Like, government mandated girlfriends Nazi. Put people in camps and exterminate them Nazi. The rhetoric around Haitian immigrants has become one-to-one, indistinguishable from the rhetoric that Nazis used against Jews. Literally, the next time we hear the word Haitian out of somebody's mouth, thank you. I did think it looked like Arcane. That's why I liked it. Next time we hear someone say Haitian, I'm going to pause the video, and I want you to listen to that sentence again and just replace the word Haitian with Jew. One-to-one. No distinction. None.
Look, we can disagree with one another, we can debate one another, but we cannot tell the American people that one candidate is a fascist, and if he's elected, it is going to be the end of American democracy.
Except, here is Vance's actual running mate saying exactly that.
It's a choice between communism and freedom. This is communist, this is Marxist, this is fascist. There's a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist. She's a Marxist, she's a fascist. Comrade
so stupid.
Kamala Harris.
Comrade Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. If Comrade Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, you will be living a full-blown banana republic ruled by an anarchy and a tyranny. They're scum. They're scum. And they want to take down our country. They are absolute garbage.
And so the left incites violence, right? They're scum. They want to take down this country. Well, he doesn't. He does it just for her because it's objectively stupid. The only reason he does it for her is that her father is an economics professor and I think teaches something that relates to this. He personally claimed in the debate that Kamala Harris's father teaches Marxism. Now, I know for a fact that he's full of shit, and that's not the case. I just don't know what the actual case is, but it's just that's it. She's the only one.
Look, we can
And it continues. It gets worse. So this is a former Trump voter. Here's Ja Rule. I have literally never seen or heard Ja Rule speak ever in my life. Not even a clip, not even a video. I know the name. I have no idea who this man is at all. None. Could even not be a man, and I just wouldn't know. I just imagined a man when I heard Ja Rule. So this is a former Trump voter, and he's talking about the gaslighting on the rhetoric topic. So a small sample of Trump's words. In 2016, he said he'd jail his opponents if he'd won. In 2020, he posted images of Biden being captured and hogtied, which were later used as like a flatbed for a sticker to put on the flatbed of a pickup truck so that it looks like there's a tied up Joe Biden in your trunk, like in your pickup while someone's driving behind you. In 2023, he said the nation's highest military officers should be executed. I remember that. That's when they called him out for saying for asking if they could shoot Black Lives Matter protesters with live ammunition during the protest. Biden's still the president. He still does like shit. You can find videos of him talking. He's just boring. He called to terminate the Constitution. He knowingly lied to his supporters for weeks, saying the election was stolen, whipping them into a frenzy, instigating the deadly J6 riot, saying that he would be there for them. I'm going to add this, saying he would be there with them and he would pay their legal fees. He did not do either of those things. Daily says that Harris and the Democrats are communists who want to destroy America. Just yesterday, the same J.D. Vance complaining of Dems calling Trump a fascist. Trump called Harris a communist fascist. Those don't coexist. Says electing him is the last chance to save the country. If he loses, America is gone forever. And you see, we understand why these Trumpers are like whipped up in such a frenzy, as he said. It's because they feel they think they're fighting for their lives. You've seen Ja Rule? Okay, I guess I don't know. They are gaslighting the fuck out of the entire Republican. That's the whole concept. That's the only way to make people. Oh yeah, I saw him put the Trump hat on. I think that was a joke. Like it was like a. Maybe if I endorse Joe Biden, maybe if I as Joe Biden endorse Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris, then all of the Trump voters might be like, oh fuck, which one of these do I hate more? I don't want to vote for who Biden endorsed. I might go vote for that commie Kamala. The man only has bursts of energy. He's not always lucid, I'm pretty sure. I think I read an article describing from like an insider describing like the times a day he was most active, and it fit quite well with Alzheimer's. I think he just has Alzheimer's. I think Kamala Harris is essentially running the ship right now, just like So is Joe Biden in a sense. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on in there right now. I'd love to find out though. I don't mind Biden either. Biden was based. Biden was the best president for labor unions in American history since like FDR. He was good. I mean, he was still a liberal and like meh, but he physically did more than Obama did. He did more than Trump did. He did more than Bush did. He did more than Clinton did. He was a very productive and successful president. The economy was in shambles when he took over. Fixed it. Like, they'll scream about inflation, except inflation's lower than it's been in like a decade. And then they'll scream about like grocery store prices. If the president of the United States gets to set the price of the grocery store, well, I mean, he can, but that would be anti-capitalist, and so he doesn't. They've said they're gonna do something about price gouging, which is okay, because like price gouging only it's only a problem situationally, whereas the larger systemic issue should be addressed first, which is the entire industry is already price gouging. They're price gouging off of price gouging. They need to be, honestly, grocery stores and the entirety of agriculture, like our food production should be publicly owned. It should be the government owns and operates all of the farms and all of the grocery stores, and none of it's for profit. Unless you're selling it to like a different country that's not a socialist country. Then you can make a profit if you're selling it overseas, but American citizens get it at cost. It would not be that expensive, just so you know. We could do that. We could do that for cheaper than it would take to give everyone free college for 10 years. Genuinely. Well, you don't even necessarily have to extort, right? Because the vast majority of people who work in the agriculture sector are undocumented immigrants. 80% of the agriculture work is done by undocumented immigrants. Just give them a pathway to citizenship. Be like, hey, okay, you're working for the government now. You're going to get paid a little bit better. Sorry, we can't pay you all that much better because we're still early on. We're getting there. And your job is to keep doing exactly what you're doing. And you can have citizenship if you keep doing it. And they'll keep doing it because they would have kept doing it anyway. And they get paid more money. Give them, like, I don't know, give them, like, well, give everyone free healthcare, honestly. It's so easy to do all of this shit. Like, people feel like it will act like it's impossible to give everyone free healthcare and free college. Like that. It's easy. It's easy. Just, like, honestly, just rob Elon Musk. He won't even notice. And by rob, I mean tax, honestly. I mean, we don't have to rob him. We're the government. Just fucking tax him. Not down under, just a bunch of Aussie battlers that just want to fang a couple of stubbies in the Arvo. Okay, I understand that. But that's down under. We're not talking about down under. And plus down under, you got the Sri Lankans, you got the Indians, you got the Thailand, the Thai, the Vietnamese. You got a whole bunch of immigrants coming here. We keep them on an island called Christmas fucking Island. Bring them here and put them to work, motherfucker. Peter Dutton wants to build nuclear power plants that are going to take like 10 years to build and make your energy bill more expensive. Why don't we just take all of the immigrants that are causing the housing crisis in the cities in like Melbourne and Sydney because, you know, there's not enough houses and there's a lot of people that want them. And I don't know, maybe we incentivize them to move away from Melbourne and Sydney. How about we create a government program for energy in which we subsidize the building of a small rural community out like away from like maybe like an hour out from major cities. The people can come build their own houses. They get to live in those houses. They can keep those houses because once they're done building the houses and building the community, they get another job, and that's to build the solar panels and the wind farms. And then once that's built, their job is to maintain them because you only need the same set of skills to do all three of these jobs. And look, what do you know? Now we have less crowding in the cities, more housing built, people living, more housing being built by like the people doing this anyway will spur growth from the government. They'll start building more houses in that case. And again, this is under the assumption of a functional, non-corrupt government, of course. But this solves the crowding in the cities for the housing crisis. It attempts to help the housing crisis a little bit more by inducing a building spree of houses, and also lowers the energy bill by creating a grid of interconnected clean energy all across Australia. We're half of the more than half of the country is just flat desert land. That should just be one giant solar panel. Well, not one, but you know what I mean. Like we have the wind farms and everything. Like you don't need just one, just get them all, because it's flat plains. If it's sunny, then you get the sun. If it's cloudy, then you get the wind. And we also just love the coast. Yeah, that's true. We don't need to build fucking 8 or 7 nuclear power plants for an ungodly amount of money that he hasn't even explained yet and he has no plan for, when we could just do this for infinitely cheaper, infinitely quicker, and more efficiently. The reason Peter Dutton wants to build nuclear power plants is because it takes 10 to 15 years to build, and that just means we get to keep paying the coal company for 10 to 15 more years, and they can figure it out later. That's literally it. That's it. No other reason. Where were we? Yeah, JD Vance being a wanker. This is Dutton is prime lizard evidence. I agree. Now this is a retort to Trump's list of Kamala Harris inciting violence. So let's look at the this is a short list from Brian Kressenstein of times Trump has incited violence. August 2024, Trump tells Arizona rally that Kamala Harris is a threat to democracy. 2024 July, Donald Trump claims Kamala Harris committed a coup, asserts that Joe Biden is akin to an authoritarian because he was behind all 4 indictments against Trump, although Biden was not involved. Yeah, sure, okay, incoherent nonsense. May 2024, Trump refers to Biden as, quote, human scum that is working so hard to destroy our once great country. March, Trump tweets an image of Joe Biden tied up in the back of a pickup truck. Trump labels Joe Biden as a destroyer of democracy and the most corrupt president we've ever had. After Maine removes Trump's name from the ballot, he tweets personal information about Maine Secretary of State Shenna Bellows, whose home is swatted the very next day. Well, yes, Cheeseburger, 100%. They already think that it's unfair that he didn't get tried for his I think it was the document shit, because the judge found him not mentally sufficiently there to be able to defend himself in court. And at the time, this was before the debate, obviously, we didn't know the level of deterioration that this man was having. And I was like, oh yeah, they really should have just prosecuted him. Fuck it, why? Why are we doing this? And then the debate happened, and now I think about it, I'm like, oh no, yeah, no, if I was a judge, I also would have been like, no, this guy's fucking senile. We beat Medicare. Almost as good as I have concepts of a plan for healthcare. Almost. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, to be fair, they're both ancient. Trump's only 3 years younger than Joe Biden. And funny enough, Bernie Sanders is right around their age, and he's fine. Bernie Sanders is top of his game. Hey, why is this on my screen? I don't want you on my screen. Click the button. God damn. Factoid, pre-pandemic Trump had lost so many American factory jobs than the pandemic hadn't. No, you're right, actually. In fact, when the Kamala Harris campaign says that Donald Trump lost jobs, lost more jobs than he gained by the time he exited office, I've heard claims of people saying oh, that's not true, that's counting COVID. But actually, it's really not. He had fucked it pre-COVID, and COVID kind of masks it now. But yeah, no, Donald Trump destroyed the economy, but he did it on purpose. He did it so that he could give your money to himself and his rich friends, which he just wants to do again. They're literally laughing at the Trump voters behind their back, like, look at these idiots. I can't wait to rob them blind. Yes, they are. She pointed it out at the debate. It was pointed out like she said it a bunch of times. It's like a talking point of like Donald Trump is the only president in history since I think it was either one other guy or just like the only president in history who lost jobs by the end of their term. They've said that a few times. All right, so we're back to November 2023. Trump asserts that there is an enemy within and vows to root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country, that lie, steal, and cheat on elections. He also calls Kamala Harris a radical left communist. This is just Nazi talk. The root out the vermin that live in the confines of our country. That's straight up, like, I think almost a paraphrased quote from Mein Kampf. Not that I've read it, but well, it's falling under the ears because they think he is better. Well, actually, Death on Legos, I have good news for you. For once, let me find it. Hold on. I showed this last stream. It was one of the few bits of good news that I've seen in a very long time. Yeah, I know what you mean. But actually, the average American, by 1 percentage point, according to this poll from the other day, is that 1% of Americans trust Kamala Harris more on the economy and on jobs. And that's fucking wild because that's Trump's like territory. You know what I mean? Like he's in it. He's in it to win it. Hold on, I'm just gonna find just go on 538 and find it there. Where are you? No. There's a few polls up about it. Like this is not the one I was looking for. This one's a CNN flash poll. Which one's the better candidate? Oh, I think I remember which one it actually was now. Yeah, so according to CNN, she was losing on economy. I think I remember which poll it was now though. Yes, that is the fable or fallacy that so like half of the Republican Party think that this man is chosen by God. Like 36% of them are evangelical Christians that are getting bombarded every single day with theocratic, like, made up bullshit that this man is the prophet. There's quite a lot of evangelical Christians that want Trump to win, even though they know that he's a bad person, because they think that he's going to instigate like a thing that's going to happen in Israel that's going to kill all of the Jews, and then the rapture is going to start and Jesus is going to come back down and bring all of like the non-sinners back up to heaven. It's insane. They're literally insane. And so they will believe anything. It doesn't matter. Reality? What's reality? Ah, here we go. I found the actual poll that I was looking for. So this was just I think yesterday? No, it wasn't yesterday, it was last week. Oopsie. Well. I found 2 polls. I think this one will do. This'll do. Yes, this was the actual one that I was looking for. Oh, interesting topic here, just so you know. Voters are more familiar. So which of these quotes did stick with you through the debate was asked? Or like, what do you remember seeing? And number 1 was that Donald Trump was telling people that immigrants are eating their pets. Number 2 was Kamala Harris saying that you can't kill a baby after it's born. I literally had that in my either it was my YouTube chat or my TikTok chat happening right now, where someone was like, "Oh yes, they abort babies after 9 months after birth abortions." The bots really will say anything. I'm looking for this one specific. Here we go. So this was a TTIP poll, and according to this one, improving jobs and economy, 48 to 46, Kamala Harris. He just said that today in his campaign. Yeah, of course he did. One of the chatters linked it to me, and I was like, I don't want to watch this. Apparently, he said the thing about the transgender illegal immigrants getting like healthcare in prison as well, which that one's my favorite because that one really confuses people when they say it to me expecting me to react a certain way, and I'm like, oh no, yeah, we should do that for all of them. We should give all of the prisoners free healthcare. We should give them voting rights too. And they're like, what the fuck? Are you insane? It's very funny to watch. We should let most of them out of prison and give them voting rights, in fact. Like some of them, like of course they need to stay, but like the vast majority of them, I feel like we could move them to like a different place, a rehabilitation center, maybe like a boarding school, where they can leave and they have more freedom, but it's kind of like a halfway house at first, and you gotta earn. Like there are so many better ways that we could do this. And again, the only reason that we don't is because people want profit. It's capitalism, it's corporations. That's it. That's the only reason that your life is difficult, is because someone wants to profit from you. Because if that was not the case, we would all work together and life would be a lot easier for all of us, because that's how it has always worked for all of human history. Community, working together, caring for each other, helping each other when you're in need. How many of you know your neighbors? How many of you know your neighbors well enough that in the event of an emergency, you would feel comfortable going to them and asking for help? Like, I don't know, a rainstorm. Maybe your friend sliced their hand while cooking and it's really bad and you don't know what to do. How many of you can go ask a neighbor for help? Not very many. And the thing is, that used to be everybody. I mean, I grew up in suburban New Jersey, and like it's weird over there. That's the thing, is doing it makes people uncomfortable because they're not used to it. But you got to keep doing it anyway. But also, like, it's suburbs, so like it's hard because you don't interact with these people very often. It's the way that we build towns and cities also falls into this, guys. Every single thing is connected. You will never see the web the way that I see it, but literally everything touches everything else and everything's connected to everything else. You pull this little string, that one goes off. It's just how it is, and we need to do a lot of change. Suburban infrastructure is like a blight on this country. Roads, the way that we build roads, everything is built for cars. You know that, right? Like they're not built for people. And that's a huge fucking problem. Especially when it's a place that is supposed to work for both cars and people. It ends up incredibly dangerous for both parties. Stroads, those really big long roads that are kind of like they're not a main road, but they're not a back street. You can still go like kind of fast, not like the same speed limit as the main road, but not as slow as like the side streets. It'll have lots of like big entryways for shops and whatnot on the side of the road. Those roads are the most fucking dangerous in the entire world. The most car accidents happen on these roads when someone's trying to pull in or out of like a shop, because the roads are made to go fast. Faster than normal, rather. But there's also sidewalks for people to walk. And a road that's meant to go fast, you're going fast, sure, but the person in front of you now is turning in to the shops over there. So now you have to slow down. It adds layers and layers and layers of risk to it. But beyond that, you can't do anything without a car. I lived in suburban Colorado. I had to rent a car. To do anything. It's we need to focus more on public 40 or more miles per hour, 2 lanes in each direction. Kind of, yeah. They could be up to 3, could go up to 50 miles an hour. Because 60, I would say, is a main road, but 40 to 50 is a strode. Well, I still remember miles per hour. I haven't forgotten entirely. But you know what I mean? It's all of this is connected to each other because your inability to go do anything without a car should not exist. You should be able to walk out of your house and go grocery shopping without a car. Whether it's just first and foremost, you should be able to just get essentials near you no matter where you are. 15-minute cities. Remember those? Wonderful idea that the right wing painted as a I don't know what, extermination camps for the right wing or something. They thought we were gonna put them in there and murder them. It's insane. It's insane. The only way to fix this is from the ground up. You gotta I say this all the time. Young people or people that are interested and inclined and are not likely to I don't know, be in danger, care about politics, get interested, go run for your local office. No matter where you live, you have a local council, school board, do something. Make small change in your community, convince your friends to do so as well. The movement grows. This is called organizing labor, and that's how it works. You got to organize the proletariat. We're all the working class. All of you who have less than, I don't know, $500,000 are my brothers and sisters. My working class proletariat brothers and sisters, which I would argue is the vast majority of the world, might I add. $500,000? I'm sure there's plenty of Americans that wouldn't be full on capitalist. I'm sure you could be a socialist now. There's Hassan, I guess, says he's a socialist. I don't really know if he is. I don't watch other streamers' content, just so you know. When I say that, that's not me starting shit. I don't really watch them very often. I see clips on social media. So just make that clear right there before I accidentally get dragged into someone's drama, because I don't want any fucking drama. But the point that I'm trying to make is we have to work together from the ground up to make any change. I'm having a hard time getting my daughter to vote. She's 36 and it is her best interest to vote Democrat. What's her argument for not voting? Is it the usual oh, it doesn't matter? Is it because she doesn't is it because of Gaza? Because I understand there's a decent amount of people who won't be able to vote for Kamala Harris because she hasn't done anything for Palestine. It depends. It's complicated, you know? But yes, it's the usual. It doesn't matter. You gotta, I mean, she's a woman, right? Have you explained to her that they want to take her rights away? They want to be able to men in the audience, women have apps on their phone where they, track period tracking apps. In America, these are literally spy apps, depending on what state you live in. They can be used as evidence against you if you ever get an abortion in a legal state. This has been reported on. Hey, you probably should delete these apps if you're going to go get an abortion and it's illegal in your state. Explain to her that I don't know if she has any queer friends, that they want all of her friends to die. Because they do, and they have said so. Yeah. I don't know, get her to watch my stream. Maybe I can convince her. I'm pretty convincing, especially when I have video evidence of horrific things that I can show people to convince them. Where's Exhibit A? I'm looking at Exhibit B. Give me a moment. Let me find what I think is a, well, I mean, This is an easy one. Oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
There we go.
The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals.
There's that. There's Oh, did you say you should maybe tell her how much they hate women? Oprah has something on YouTube. Oprah still like does shit? Jesus Christ. Did not know that. Oh, fuck. Close the wrong tab. Right. So we can see, this is all bullshit, and Donald Trump is the one that incites the most violence all the time.
Bans abortion. Okay, look.
And this is JD Vance just the other day.
Okay, look. Here's a situation. Let's say Roe versus Wade is overruled. Ohio bans abortion. In 2022 or 2000, let's say 2024, and then every day George Soros sends a 747 to Columbus.
Every time they say George Soros, it just means the Jews. I don't have the screen up because there's no actual video. It's just audio. It's playing. I mean, if you guys want subtitles, but
To load up disproportionately black women to get them to go have abortions in California. And of course, the left will celebrate this as a victory for diversity. That's kind of creepy.
Health justice is when we exterminate
That's right,
working class black people. Yeah.
Something something like that could, that would be a
For
really
equity.
weird turn of events that could happen. Yes.
And it's like,
yes, I'm sure it could happen in some fucking alternate reality that is not this one.
if that happens, do you need some federal response to prevent it from happening? Because it's really creepy. And, I'm
really creepy coming from JD Vance, the creeper of them all. He's creepier than Donald Trump. Donald Trump at least has some riz. He looks like a smelly old pedophile, and he is, but at least JD Vance, at least he has riz compared to Vance. Vance comes off as almost autistic coded, but not quite. I don't know. He's a fucking weirdo. He's a weirdo that just hates women. And everyone else. Oh, speaking of hating women, how do you do this, right? So JD Vance was asked about Laura Loomer's racist post saying that the White House would smell like curry if Kamala Harris wins, calling it unimportant. Vance replied, "Whether you're eating curry at your dinner table or fried chicken, things have gotten more expensive thanks to her policy." So this is a twofer. One, obviously the joke here is the curry and the fried chicken is a dig at both of her races because she's biracial. Just continuing the racism. Yeah, it's totally okay. Let's continue. But the second thing is, his wife is Indian. This man is married to an Indian woman and will continue with just I don't know what else you can expect. This man went on TV and when asked about his wife, apologized for her not being white. Not exactly saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, my wife's not white," but you understand, right? You can when you listen to the words, the only possible meaning is, "I'm sorry that my wife is white." That's it. That's it. It's just that simple. And so what can you expect from this man other than this behavior? It's exactly what he's not hiding anything.
threatening.
Now this, the most horrifying concept of the day. I cannot think of a scarier situation than this. JD Vance says that the United States support for NATO should be contingent on Europe's support for Elon Musk and Twitter. So if Europe bans Twitter for being Nazi propaganda, which they might, I still really think we should hit them with the antitrust too, and take Twitter and SpaceX and Tesla and all of them, break them up. But that's just because I would like to enjoy the suffering of Elon Musk. It's not necessary if they're also just going to ban it and, I don't know, destroy the last bit of wealth that he has, because he has no actual money. He only has assets that he can't sell. He's not in a good place. But Elon Musk being the contingent for NATO support, that's horrifying. I mean, That is what Vladimir Putin would want.
The leader, I forget exactly which official it was within the European Union, but sent Elon this threatening letter that basically said, we're going to arrest you if you platform Donald Trump, who, by the way, is the likely next president of the United States. So what America should be saying is, oh, if NATO wants us to continue supporting them, and NATO wants us to continue to be a good participant in this military alliance, why don't you respect American values and respect free speech? Excuse me, it's insane that we would support a military alliance if that military alliance isn't going to be pro-free speech. I think we can do both, but we've got to say American power comes with certain strings.
I fucking hate that he still has the label of free speech when Elon Musk censors speech more than like anybody else. Why? Why do we keep letting him have this label? No one, like, people only call him out that are on Twitter. No one calls him out. I'm going to put the plug in. What? Yeah.
Attached. One of those is respect free speech, especially in our European allies. Like, look, I'm not going to go to some backwoods country and tell them how to live their lives, but European countries should.
Backwoods country? European country? Did you see how he said that? That is such very like that. I'm not sure if that was intentional for like the video or if that was just like how he, I mean, it probably is how he is as well,
but European countries should theoretically share American values, especially about some very basic things like free speech. The leader, I forget exactly which official it was within the European Union, but sent Elon this threatening letter that basically said, we're going to arrest you if you platform Donald Trump, who, by the way, is the likely next president of the United States.
I think that that's a valid. Oh shit! Why you guys tell me that the video is not up? Oopsie. I mean, look, Oprah's nice and all. Taylor Swift is definitely doing more for the Dems than Oprah. I think at this point, Taylor Swift was a fucking blessing. Thank this idiot, for Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris.
Excuse me, it's insane that we would support a military alliance if that military alliance isn't going to be pro-free speech. I think we can do both, but we've got to say American power comes with certain strings attached. One of those is respect free speech, especially in our European allies. Like, look, I'm not going to go.
Now watch his face when he shifts from talking about the quote backwoods country to the European country. You have like I can't tell if this was intentional or not.
To some backwoods country and tell them how to live their lives, but European countries should theoretically
like the difference was he's looking at the couch in the corner. Maybe, yeah, that makes sense. Look, Taylor Swift is probably going to be more helpful because Oprah's kind of cringe now. She's like, a lot of people like her, but it's like older Americans because she's past the point of now she's just like every other billionaire to a lot of younger people. And so Taylor Swift appeals to more. But you know what? Fuck yeah. More people vote, we win. When we vote, we win. That's why they keep trying to stop us voting. That's why they're gonna have that's why there's gonna be a government shutdown, because the House wouldn't pass a bill because the Republicans wanted to stick something in there that makes it harder for people to vote. Because again, the less people vote, Republicans win every time. The more people vote, we win.
Share America.
It's pretty simple. Now there's this. So this came out just yesterday, or this morning rather. Elon Musk is a moron, a loser with a desperate. Let's start this guy. Elon Musk is a loser. He's desperate. He's pathetic. He's a drug addict, constantly in a state of ketamine-induced, like, delirium. And sure, he's a hypocrite, but I don't think he's smart enough to know that. He's genuinely one of the dumbest individuals that I have ever heard speak. Ever. I cannot, at this point in time, think of somebody that I know exists in this world dumber than Elon Musk. I can't. Not one. I'm sure there is one, at least. I just can't think of who they are. So the Vance campaign provided the Wall Street Journal with a police report to prove their claims about cats eating Haitians in Springfield. The Wall Street Journal spoke to the woman who filed it, who said that she later found her cat alive and well in her basement. She apologized to the Haitian neighbors. Yeah, so this lady called and filed a police report for her missing cat. And then 3 days later, the cat was just like in her basement. I've been saying it the whole time, Cody. They're all just fucking Nazis. Some of them aren't actually themselves Nazis. They're just grifters. They will work with Nazis. They don't care. Like to be a Nazi, you have to care. And so some of them may not be. They're just fascists. They're white nationalists. And then, but quite a big chunk of them are Nazis. Absolutely correct. That's why the Democrat-leaning districts in Texas have one ballot box for early voting. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Are you kidding me? Texas is going to go blue soon, like within the next couple election cycles, because a lot of people from California are moving to Texas because Texas is more affordable, and also more livable these days, because California keeps lighting on fire, and most of those vote blue, and Florida might just go blue this election. I would genuinely cry laughing if we flipped Florida, because the Haitian community, the largest Haitian community in the United States, is in Florida. I think a different chatter had said Miami. And the last poll from Florida was, I think, like 2.5 points, and it was more than 10 to 15 days ago. We could easily flip that and flip Florida. Could do it. I mean, we flipped North Carolina, it looks like, at least in the polls, not in the elections, obviously. Sympathizers and grifters don't care. Cheers. I've been called crazy for 8 years trying to explain people this. No, you're not crazy at all. You're absolutely correct. I've been doing this as well. 8 years. No one believes you because it feels weird and it feels scary. And they don't want to think about it. But no, they've been Nazis. They've been hanging out with Nazis this entire time. They haven't been hiding it at all. Like, literally zero effort. Charlottesville was 2016 when they walked down the street screaming, "The Jews will not replace us." That was 2016. That was it. That was it. How could you? And also, thank you. I appreciate that. How could you, like, see that and then not instantly know that these people are Nazis forever? Well, I mean, people forget oftentimes. Even I forgot. I played a clip of Charlottesville on stream the other day, and I had forgot how bad it was. I forget how bad Jan 6 was sometimes until I see the videos, because, like, it get real bad. Yeah, you're absolutely true. That's why it's important to go get everyone out to vote, because, you know, we'll win. We'll win. We will win if we all vote. And that's, like, fuck them. I want to win so that we can be done with this. Because Trump's not going to be able to run again. He's too old. So it's the Electoral College is scary because he might try and do fake electors again. In fact, I'm almost positive he will. Yeah, Georgia seems to be shifting red, and I don't understand how, considering, like, they're being outright openly racist all the time. I figured that would have pushed Georgia a little blue, but who knows? Look, it looks like we're winning North Carolina. At the very least, it looks even there, but I do think we'll flip it. Michigan, we're gonna win. We're gonna win Michigan. Wisconsin, I don't know. But, like, if we win, I mean, we definitely have a good lead in Pennsylvania. We have, like, a meaningful lead in Pennsylvania. So if we win Pennsylvania, it's not, saw the polling, and then it was like, hold on. Open the wrong one. Polling average by state. We were talking about Georgia. Georgia. Fuck's Georgia? Yeah, 0.2% lead in North Carolina. That's funny. Like, if we win Pennsylvania, and Michigan, then it's kind of ours. Are there no Georgia in here? Where is Georgia? Oh, there it is, all the way at the top. Okay, yeah. Holy shit, that's 2% in Trump's favor, and that was done yesterday. This is the University of Georgia poll. Yeah, no, it looks like Trump might win Georgia. That difference there, that's not a good difference. I don't know why it's like that though, because everywhere else we're leading Trump. Why Georgia? I mean, I guess they're spending like a boatload of money. Oh, fuck you. I'm not paying for you. Why does every goddamn site have to be like this? It's the news. You get paid by fucking ad revenue. You don't have to hide it behind a goddamn paywall. Go away. So the poll prior to that, 4 days ago, the Trafalgar group, that looked a bit better because that was only a 1-point difference between Harris and Trump. Look, again, don't rely on the polling. Don't rely on this shit. This is just to give you a general idea of trends. These numbers mean nothing on their own at all. That's because that's not how you're supposed to read polling. You don't read one poll. You read the trends of the poll. So we've been going up and then we stalled. So it does seem like 48 is the top that she's going to get in this state. That's a pattern. Whereas Trump has consistently stayed 48, 49, 46. So it really is a dead heat. This is going to be like a 50-50 for Georgia. Don't worry too much about it. Don't drive yourselves crazy. And again, winning the election is only part one. They will probably try and do fake electors. If they lose, they will open up lawsuits like they did last time. Had like 60 of them. They're going to try and get them up to the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court probably will give Donald Trump the election. I mean, it went blue. Excuse me. I'll tell you this. Stephen Miller has this group called Citizens for Sanity. Stephen Miller is I mean, he's like a massive Nazi, isn't he? Let me see. Oh yeah, no, of course, yeah, he's massive fucking Nazi. Of course he did. Of course he did. Guys, money in politics is the biggest problem of our generation. It really is. The idea that our politicians can be bought and sold for not all that much. I mean, like, it takes like, what, $200,000 to buy a senator? Not that much. It depends on the seat, I guess. AIPAC spent $14.5 million to kick Jamal Bowman out of his seat. Why? Why do we allow this? Donald Trump would not even be relevant if this wasn't allowed. I'm well aware. Fuck Citizens United. Fuck George Bush and Cheney for making that happen. I used to protest the Klan here, would carry the same signs. It's fucking frightening to see it on TV. Cody, you are absolutely based, and I'm proud of you. Don't give up. Keep fighting. You don't have to protest the Klan, like, if it's fucking frightening, but, like, you have it in you to do something. Go run for your local school board. Go run for, like, an office. Do you know how easy it is to win, like, a small local election? Everyone, I guarantee it, everyone in your town, if you just, like, said the right words, would be like, oh yeah, I fucking hate the council. And, yeah, get 50 votes, get on the ballot instant. Like, you're fine. Do it. Get your friends to do it. Do it with all of your friends, and then suddenly you have a little coalition going, and then you get some other people to go do it with their friends, and it grows and it grows and it grows. This is how, as from my socialist perspective, this is how we reach praxis. This is how the revolution begins, because it's not a violent revolution. It's a financial revolution. We just work from the bottom up. Change has never come from the top down. This goes back to Ronald Reagan and Citizens United. You're absolutely right. And you know what? Speaking of Ronald Reagan, change has never come from the top down. Ever. Not positive change. Only negative change comes from the top down. I'll qualify that, sure. Occasionally, maybe. But I mean, like, real, meaningful, lasting, societal, positive change. Bottom up. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I like doing this and I'm good at it, and I feel like maybe I can do a teeny tiny little bit of good. Maybe I can get one person to, I don't know, do something good for the world. I can maybe convince one person that it's not hopeless. I can maybe turn one Nazi into a not Nazi. Who knows? I'm not saying that I have, I'm not saying that I can, but that's the internal reasoning for what I do. So find something that creates a positive change in the world and do it. And do it. It's all we can do. Guys, it's all we can do. Holy shit. Okay. I still have so much to go over that is in the title. God. I might have to save some of this for tomorrow's stream, guys. All right, we'll have a look at Israel. And then, I hear you, I do harm reduction and food, not bombs. I don't want to be a politician as a white male, but I would help. You don't have to be a politician. And you can do whatever, you can be a, exactly, support a, BIPOC person's campaign. Gabriel Sanchez down there, he's a Democratic Socialist. Happy, hell yeah, go be a staffer for a Democratic Socialist. Happy you found me too. That's an incredibly, important position. To be fair, the politicians don't do much of the work anyway. It's the staffers that do most of the work. So good for you. If you have any politically interested friends, get them to join too. Find like a volunteer job for them. Push your friends gently, because if you push them too hard, they'll instantly block off and be like, nope, fuck that. I don't want to listen to it, because people are taught to not listen to politics. Go work in a phone bank. I mean, yeah, you can do that. Anything, any little action does help. You know how in like the movies you go time travel and you step on the butterfly and it changes everything in the future, like millions of years later, for the ripple effects? Your one phone call at the phone banking could be that butterfly. Your decision to go and volunteer for work for a political campaign, that could be the butterfly. You guys can make the change. We're not powerless. We just can only see everything from our zoomed in perspective. But that doesn't mean we're not making change. That doesn't mean we can't make change. It just means that we won't know that we're making change until we've made a lot of change. And that's fine. I don't know, guys. I feel like I say this all the time, and people look at me weird, but to me, the meaning of life, the actual purpose of existence, is just to enjoy yourself and provide or produce something good for yourself and others, your community. I don't know, just be a benefit to the world around you. Your job in existing is to do the best you can, to have fun and enjoy yourself, and to provide something that betters the world in some way, or someone's life. Because like that one person's life, if you better it, that's your job. That's fine. That's why you're here, mate. Like that's my personal opinion. And I have like no evidence to back that up, but I don't think I necessarily need to. All right.
She was shown a list of
second. Let me get this set up, and let's see about Israel. Oh no, you didn't interrupt at all, and you're welcome to. This is a live stream, so like you can just say whatever, and if I'm busy, I won't answer, or I'll come back to you later. I'll scroll up in the chat, and then I'll talk about it. Like don't apologize for saying something, please. I want you guys to say things. Sometimes I want you guys to shut up so I can get through the material, but very rarely. Honestly, I have way more fun when you guys are distracting me and coming in here with like interesting points and interesting questions and conversations. I love that shit. Honestly, I would not prepare as much material if I knew that you guys were gonna be here. And again, today like is a little different considering I took the day off yesterday and the fucking world burned. So this is me trying to catch up, but that's a little different. All right.
At least 9 people are dead and 3.
Let's wait, that's not the order. These are not in the right order anymore. Okay, so this asshole, Senator John Kennedy.
Here.
Hey, I didn't say you can play yet. We're not there. Excuse me, I don't have my headphones on. So, this is Miss Maya Berry. She is, I believe, she's a high up person at the Arab American Affairs Council, I believe. We'll find out in the video. If I'm wrong, I'll correct it. And let's just hear what this senator has to say to her.
And according to your website, you're also, I'm going to quote here, a long-time Democratic Party activist who served as a member of the 2016 Democratic National Convention's Platform Standing Committee, close quote. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Sorry, guys.
You support Hamas, do you not?
Senator, oddly enough, I'm going to say thank you for that question because it demonstrates.
I feel like a crackhead right now. I know you weren't saying that to me, but I genuinely do. I haven't slept in like 36 hours. I'm so tired.
Demonstrates the purpose of our hearing today in a very
Let's start
effective
first
way.
with a yes or no.
Hamas is a foreign terrorist organization that I do not support, but you asking the executive director of the Arab American Institute that question very much puts the focus on the issue of hate in our country.
Well, I got your.
Sleep is important, and I will sleep. I'm just flipping my sleep schedule because I have it a certain way where I go to sleep in the early afternoon and I wake up late. Like I wake up at midnight usually. That's my wake up time because I stream at 6 a.m. in the morning for me, and I like having time to like get up and do stuff. But I was hanging out with some friends yesterday, and they could only come around like 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I had to hung out with them the day before. Yesterday was the day after. Wait, I don't know. Maybe it was today. This is what happens when I can't sleep. I can't remember how long it's been since my friends were here. It's been 1 day or 1.5 days. I don't know. Regardless, my sleep schedule got flipped, and now I have to like go to sleep at my normal time so that I don't continue it messed up. And I'll manage it. Almost there. I am crazy, and I will suffer for my friends. I will happily do so. And I'm gonna suffer for you guys too, because I'm gonna listen to this man talk.
Answer, and I appreciate it. What is the you support Hezbollah too, don't you?
Again,
Wait, can we just start this again? Like, because I want to get like a proper one take for this because this is fucking horrible.
And according to your website, you're also, I'm going to quote here, a longtime Democratic Party activist who served as a member of the 2016 Democratic National Convention's Platform Standing Committee, close quote. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You support Hamas, do you not?
It's
Senator-
almost comical. Like I know they were laughing in the background because it's comical. Well, freedom of nothing for Palestine for these people. They don't care about Palestine. They want Palestinians dead. They just want them dead. They don't care.
Oddly enough,
I don't know if that man's a Democrat or Republican. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that he's a Republican, just based on my expert inference skills. And I'm gonna go ahead and make the claim the allegation that this man, if given the chance, would glass Gaza just for fun. You have no idea how many people are in my fucking YouTube comments for a video I made about the Melbourne protest, talking about wanting to just kill all the Palestinians. You have no idea how many. I've been reporting some of them.
I'm going to say thank you for that question because it demonstrates the purpose of our hearing today in a very
Let's start
effective
first
way.
with a yes or no.
Hamas is a foreign terrorist organization that I do not support, but you asking the executive director of the Arab American Institute that question very much puts the focus on the issue of hate in our country.
Well, I got your answer, and I appreciate it.
By the way, excellent answer from
What
her.
is the... You support Hezbollah, too, don't you?
Again,
Thousands of people have been injured across Lebanon after electronic paging devices used by the armed group Hezbollah exploded simultaneously this afternoon.
Please. Why does everything autoplay? I don't even have autoplay on YouTube. Jesus Christ. Okay. Excellent answer from her. But the way that he says this, it means he did not listen to a single word that he doesn't care. This is like oh my goodness. Fuck you. Just you're going away now. Not you. This is like during the Kamala Harris and Donald Trump debate where I did this in my last stream, I believe, or the one before. We paused it and I explained in detail, looking at facial reactions of like, this is the point where he stops listening and paying attention, and this is the point where his ears perk back up, and this is what he's going to say. I know this shit because I know how these old ass fucking crusty men behave. As soon as a brown person or a woman gets their turn to speak, they're just like thinking about golf in their brain. They're not there anymore. They're on the beach with like two, I don't know, like 14-year-olds. Because okay, not for this one. I'm not going to say it for him. But to be fair, most of the Republican politicians, I'm probably not wrong. But we'll move on.
Extraordinarily disappointing, Senator. That
fucking party of abstinence.
You have Arab American constituents that
I say knowing full well that the Democrats are also just as involved in that.
You represent in your great state.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that, but my time's limited, and I apologize, but is that a yes or
no?
Oh,
your time is limited? Yes, literally just like such a weak and spineless way to ask that question. Yes, these were pre-programmed. He didn't wait for her to answer because he doesn't care about her answer. He's going to say the same thing no matter what she said. She could say yes. She could say, yes, I support fucking Hamas, and they would still say the same thing because he wouldn't be listening. He would just assume that she's going to say no and say the same thing anyway. I would bet money on it.
Or no question to do I support Hezbollah? The answer is I don't support violence, whether it's Hezbollah, Hamas, or any other entity that invokes it.
You can't bring
no,
yourself to say no, can you?
No, I can say no. I can say yes.
But
what
you
I can
haven't.
say
She
is
has said
your
no.
line of questioning.
Do you
Senator.
support or oppose Iran and their hatred of Jews?
Just brain damage. Just brain damage.
Again, I'm going to emphasize Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, none of them is going to
You can't bring yourself to say no, can
Sir,
you?
I don't support.
It's real simple.
Excuse me. I'm going to,
Ian,
if I may, as a Muslim woman.
Does not even let her speak. Does not even let her speak. Honestly, you're probably not wrong with his age. Might be a bit lead-brained over there. Wouldn't surprise me.
As a Muslim woman, sir, I'm going to tell you I do not support Iran. But what I will tell you is that this conversation.
I'm running out of time. I'm sorry.
Look, he's fucking smiling. He's happy. They don't people need to pay more attention to like body language. No one looks at this shit. This guy is happy.
You called our decision.
Look at that smile. That's a full smile. That's a smile. You know, like that's a laughing smile. That's not a, you know, just like a chill little. That's up in his cheekbones. He's fucking happy.
Decision to cut funding. You called our decision to cut fund. Well, first, what's the United Nations Relief and Works Agency?
It's UNRWA, which is the institution that exists to provide services and aid to the nearly 6 million Palestinian refugees.
And you called our decision to cut funding for them, quote, an incredible moral failure, close quote.
That is absolutely correct. But again, I would suggest that conversation.
This man is literally a demon. Like he is crawled out of the depths of hell, out of some DMV in Los Angeles, made his way to DC, and is just like become a senator somehow. That man is not. He's a demon. A demon, I tell you.
9 UNRWA staff members were fired for actually helping Hamas on October 7th. Isn't that the case?
I don't believe that that's correct in terms of.
Yeah, again, never, ever believe what a conservative is telling you. Do you know how many times I have been arguing with a conservative and I have asked them to link me the evidence for their claim? And they do, and you open it, and it proves the opposite of their claim. Like, it proves my point. They don't believe in reality. They don't believe in information, science, academics. That's why they're stupid. They're made to be. They're not stupid because they're born stupid. They're stupid because they don't care. And they don't care because they're made to not care. This is all incredibly obvious. If you have 5 working brain cells in your brain, even like 4.5 will do it. 4.5 brain cells. It's not hard, but they are bombarded from the moment they wake up till the moment they go to bed with messaging that A, scares the shit out of them, and B, teaches them to not do that. Fascists don't work in facts. It's part of the propaganda. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's all part of the plan. That's why none of them care. They've gotten more and more open and careless with it as time goes on because they've not faced any consequences. I still think that we should arrest every January 6er and give them full federal criminal trials with fucking psychologists there to work through some of this shit. I'm not saying we should send these people to jail forever. A lot of them, I'm thinking we should just send them to a psychiatric hospital for, 6 months to a year, maybe 2 for some of them. I always thought the schools across the Bible Belt were just poor teaching, but maybe, no, it is both. It's both. And they're teaching the brainwashing in the schools in some of these cases, especially in private schools, because private schools don't have the same kind of laws. And a lot of the American fascism is built from evangelical Christian belief. They're Christian extremists. The American Nazis, all of them, they're just Christian extremists. They're like ISIS, but Christian. That's what MAGA is. MAGA is Christian ISIS. That's really what they are. In the most simple terms. It's either that or the Nazis in the most obvious terms now with the immigrants, but they all are Christian Nazis. Christian nationalism is huge in this country. And the Mormons are a big part of it because, Utah is pretty fucked. But it's also it's mostly the evangelicals, the mega preachers, the guys you see that are insane and will go on stage and pretend to exorcise a demon and then, I don't know, make $10 million in donations for the church that they keep in their pocket for themselves. That's the people that are pushing this Nazi belief. It's those people, and they don't hide it. I mean, it's not difficult. I don't know if this guy is one of them, but this guy sounds like he would be one of them. And he also sounds kind of horrifying. I watched this video earlier. Oh, cool. I'll check your channel out, Cody. I like exploring religion. I grew up Muslim. I'm not Muslim. My parents are. I was born in Turkey. I've read the Quran. I've read the Bible. I grew up in New Jersey, so a lot of Jewish people around. I've read the Torah. I haven't finished it, okay? The Torah was boring. I got bored. But I know my shit, all right? I might not know everything, but I can keep up with it. And I find it interesting because understanding at the very least, Christian religion and how it forms. Like, there's a reason why the Northeast is much more liberal than the Midwest and the South, and that's because like the Northeast is primarily Catholics, and the Protestants went south because they hated each other, and so they've become these two different versions of the same thing. It's the Protestants are worse. They're the ones that are going the Nazi route. The Catholics just prefer like status quo. Let the powerful stay powerful, all that, etc., etc. Whereas like it's the Protestants. They think, but they're insane. They think they're gonna get raptured and go to heaven soon. They think that global warming is real, but that it's God doing it, getting ready for the rapture. Yeah, look, they're all fundamentalist. Any religion is terrible. That's the thing. Religion. My father said this to me when I was younger. Not when I told him I didn't believe in God. He was pretty mad about that. But later in life, because he's like, I don't have to believe in God. He believes for me. And anytime anything would come up about it, he would tell me, reassure me, like, your relationship with God is between you and God. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. Like, it's just between you and God, and it's no one else's business. And I really liked that. It's the opposite of fundamentalism. And that's the healthy way of looking at religion. Religion is a coping tool to deal with life, to assign meaning to things, to deal with death, to it's a crutch, it's a tool. We use it for things. And so having it in a way that is open and available to work around your needs makes more sense than a structured strict system that you must follow or you will burn in hell for all eternity. Yeah. My parents just, if I can't talk about like my religious beliefs with them either. Mostly because they feel like I'm offending God by saying it out loud, so they don't want me to. Which, I'm pretty sure I'm offending God all the time with things I say out loud, but that's okay. I think the all-powerful, all-knowing thing might already be aware and might probably not care. All right, this is the guy when I was talking about evangelical Christian preachers. This is the
learn
video
about
that
this
in my head.
this covenant of God.
What is this?
What blood? The blood of this covenant, glory to God. Cut the covenant with his father God. Glory.
This is weird.
Yes, like Moses of old. There's there's coming one.
And like, I get why he does this, because like that's kind of their whole thing, is they razz people up and get their energy levels up high. Because that reduces your inhibition, because everyone around you is cheering, you're happy, and that's how they manage to do these like healing things. They just give you a rush of adrenaline so much that you just kind of pass out for a second. Obviously, all of the actual ones that look like real healings are staged, because that doesn't actually happen. But you know what I mean. Okay. Well, let's get down to it, eh? Let's finish up with Israel. So, yesterday there was an attack in Lebanon, done by Mossad. I believe they actually have taken credit now, in which pagers that were being carried around the country all simultaneously detonated. See you soon, Katie. Sorry, Cody. I'll be on tomorrow, same time, so see you then. All of these detonated at the same time. About 3,000 people were injured. I think now the death toll is at 12. So it was not nice for the people there. You know, it wasn't a fun time that they were having, getting holes blown open in their sides and whatnot where the pagers sit. So this was meant to be an attack on Hezbollah, but yes, they did another one today. I was getting to it, but when you really what was I saying? Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Maybe I should save Israel for tomorrow, but I'm scared they're gonna do a third attack by the time I get to it. Maybe I should just start with this one tomorrow. I don't know. My brain is not at peak function right now. Let's try this again. So yeah, they blew up a bunch of pagers, which are mostly actually not carried by Hezbollah, but are actually carried by doctors, nurses, medical staff, which took quite a bit of collateral damage. Yes, there we go. As well as people on the street. We may not be using pagers over here in the Western world, but I'm sure they're a bit more popular in a place like Lebanon. It's not. I've seen them in Turkey, I believe, in fact. So, yeah, the way that they managed to do this is they found out that they were buying these things from these pagers rather. They were buying these pagers from Taiwan, and Mossad learned the route of the logistics route and all of that, and they intercepted it. And they opened them up and placed small explosives next to the batteries of, each of these pagers, not the walkie-talkies. That one's today, and sent them off. Now, coincidentally, every hospital in Beirut, minus one, was had victims of like doctors and nurses, which were hurt by the exploding pagers. The one hospital that did not suffer any damage just happens to be an American hospital, which 10 days ago was told to replace their pagers because there was a new system update, which seems just a little suspicious, but... and then, of course, as Death on Two Legs has said, they did it again today, hurt, another, 2,000 people today, and, it's bad. It's pretty bad. Israel desperately wants a war with anybody. Well, I mean, ideally Iran to them, but they'll take anything at this point. And so I do have to say I am pretty angry because, again, I have predicted this in the next 2 weeks. Maybe I'll still be right. Maybe this will just be like a little tit for tat until the first week of October, and then Netanyahu will roll tanks into Lebanon, try and start a larger war that will draw America in to defend them, and then Kamala Harris loses the election because Americans are mad that we're now dealing with a foreign war. I can see that this would be a very likely thing to happen, as Benjamin Netanyahu is a piece of shit, but he's also kind of smart and manipulative and wants Donald Trump to win. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
At least 9 people are dead and 3,000 people have been injured across Lebanon after electronic paging devices used by the armed group Hezbollah exploded simultaneously this afternoon. Lebanon's health ministry says 200 people are in a critical condition and hospitals are being inundated with the wounded after the pagers exploded.
When was this? This was from yesterday. Okay, cool.
In people's hands and pockets. A child is among the dead. Hezbollah, which has been designated a terrorist organisation by the UK.
That's enough from BBC, honestly. Got the general little breakdown there. They're not lying or anything, but I just really don't want to deal with British bias at the moment. I'd rather deal with good old-fashioned American bias, because I'm biased. Hezbollah has vowed response to the Israeli attack. Of course they have. Meanwhile, dozens of walkie-talkies exploded in Lebanon today, leaving at least 1 person dead and 100 more injured. Much lower numbers than I had expected there. I thought maybe I misread something or saw an extra 0. Well, I'm sorry. I'm just I got an AP breaking news thing, and I have to.
unimportant. The incident risks escalating further tensions in the Middle East, which obviously is the goal here for Israel. CNN has learned Tuesday's explosion were the results of a joint operation between Israel's intelligence service, Mossad, and the Israeli military. Iran also blamed what it referred to as Israeli terrorism. This is, by the way, definitionally Israeli terrorism. There's no way that you could describe this that is not terrorism. They committed attacks on civilians because a lot of civilians got hurt for the purpose of creating fear and tension for political means. They literally did terrorism. I mean, Israel always does terrorism. They are a terrorist state. That's kind of their thing. It's true. I wish it wasn't true. I'd like them to not do that, but it is true. This is Israeli terrorism. This is a war crime. This is genuinely, like, actually, I believe, a war crime. They knew that not all of these pagers go to Hezbollah. They knew. They didn't care. They were totally fine with civilian casualties as long as they got some of their desired casualties. And, I mean, at this point, Israel is also indistinguishable from Nazis. Both America and Israel have gone 100. We're both at 99% Hitler. We haven't hit 100% yet. I'm curious to see which one goes first. Is it us or them? Which one's going to hit 100% Hitler? I mean, I assume Israel, because they already have the concentration camps, but, you know, we'll see. See, I don't care. I already explained how they managed to do it. I don't care what Hezbollah has to say. Like, obviously, this is ideally, this ends with nothing, because ideally Hezbollah is as smart as Iran and knows to not engage, because a war would not benefit them. Doing the little firing shots back and forth does, because, you know, it pisses Israel off, and that's fine. But, like, an actual genuine war would not benefit any of these sides. A regional war would not benefit anybody. Israel desperately wants this, and I'm hoping at the very least Hezbollah, and they, to be fair, you know what, it's not that I'm hoping, I know, because they've been doing this for months, and Hezbollah has consistently made threats, but never made a serious attempt. Now, obviously, there's been news of, like, Israel, like, foiling plans and whatnot, but I don't know how much of this I take seriously. I kind of just feel like Hezbollah's gonna half-ass it because they have to do it for the keeping up, like, looks and expectations. But I don't think they actually want a war, because like, Hezbollah and Israel could go to war, and Israel would win, but barely. They would take quite heavy losses. Like, it would be not good for Israel in general. Like, they would suffer massively as a country by going to war with Hezbollah. Again, they've been fighting Hamas, who are, like, they're homeless people with, like, I don't know, pipes and shit at this point. Whereas Hezbollah is a real military. They've been training for this specific moment. Their fucking flag is like death to Israel, isn't it? Or wait, that's the Houthis. Maybe it's both. I don't know. But they're not child's play, you know? A war with Hezbollah would be a real war. Which actually is probably why I don't know which one would be worse, because, like, if Israel and Iran went to war and America didn't join in, nothing would happen. Nothing would happen. Nothing at all. I'll explain to you why. Why nothing would happen. And that is because Iran, first off, big ass fucking country. I'd like to remind you guys that we as America got fucked around in Afghanistan for 20 years. 20 years, because the people, the insurgents were hiding in caves, come out, hide again.
20 years. We did nothing there of use. Nothing worth. Now Iran is 3 times the size of Afghanistan and is almost entirely made of mountains. Can I make the mountains show more, please? Terrain map, please. Yes, give me the terrain. Why are you not giving me the terrain? There we go. Now, if Israel, or really us even, wanted to invade Iran, or Iran wanted to invade Israel, they would first have to cross an army through not only this giant mountain range, which, like, is not it's not a piece of cake, you know? Can I like drop myself here somewhere? No. Okay, whatever. Maybe. I don't care. Look, you guys can see this is like getting an army through this is one big giant like issue. I was taught to ski by Iranian soldier when the Shah was friendly with the United. That's fucking awesome. I miss when we were friendly with Iran. I think we need to leave them alone and let them just be the regional hegemon of the Middle East. I think as long as we leave them alone and we keep Israel under control and incentivize good behavior by Israel to its neighbors, I think it would be just fine. I think maybe Iran would yell and scream a little bit at first, and then I think they'd be happier in the end. We should just leave them alone. They're not doing anything to fuck with us because of some like ideological reason. They're doing it because we fuck with them. If we leave Iran alone, they'll leave us alone. I mean it. Like I genuinely do. Why should they give 2 fucks about America unless we make them care? Why not just treat them well? They're not like, out of Russia, China, and Iran probably is the easiest relationship to repair. It would not be all that difficult. Though it would seem like it is, but it's not. I promise you. The Shah is fucking crazy, sure. They're people, man. We've been doing this for decades. They're tired of it. We're tired of it. But like, and to the point that I was making, marching an army, not only through this mountain range, but also through Iraq, Syria, and Jordan or Lebanon. Iraq and Syria are not going to let the Iranian army march through towards Israel. Iraq and Iran have had a war in the last like century, like not all that long. Not all that long ago. Maybe a little longer than I thought because I'm old. And they're certainly not going to let Israel do that either. So if Iran and Israel declare war on each other and America stays out, everyone else stays out, they're just going to shoot a couple like rockets at each other every once in a while. It would be like what Israel and Lebanon are normally like. It wouldn't do anything because neither of them would want to commit to that. It would be financially ruinous for both countries because, wars are expensive and neither of these countries is like rich. Well, yeah, of course, it was terrible, but like, it's kind of common in that region, isn't it? Syria, Iraq, Iran, they all had like poison gas. It wasn't. You got to understand that like the poison gas shit is illegal, but it wasn't for a really long time, and they had like that's just like how they did it. That's all they got, They don't have the big bombs, so they use that. And is it good or bad? It's terrible. Of course, it's terrible. But what are they supposed to do in a war? And like, yes, they used it on the Kurds specifically. Like Iran was where is it? Here's Iran. Iran was gassing like over here, and I think it was over here where there was groups of Kurds that had like formed something similar to like a militia, and were kind of like getting fucked over by both sides. Poor Kurds, like everybody hates them. Turkey fucking hates them. Syria hates them. Iraq hates them. Iran probably hates them too. I don't know. Maybe Jordan and Armenia don't. I don't know. Who knows? this whole region is just, we need to forget about bad things that we have done. Stop. We can work out the past once we get a stable now. We're not going to achieve any sort of like consistent conversation, engagement, authentic, like good faith, discussion with all this resentment of past wrongdoings on the table. I'm not saying we should ignore them. I'm not saying we should just throw it away. I'm just saying that we should at the very least just put that to the side at first. We can deal with it later once we have some stability. I don't know. But yeah, no, leave Iran the fuck alone is my take. The wave of explosions affected several areas in Lebanon, particularly the southern suburbs of Beirut, according to Lebanon's internal security forces. NNA reported that, quote, hacked pager devices exploded in the towns of Ali al-Nahri and Riyak in the central Bekaa Valley, resulting in a significant number of injuries. The results are Hezbollah strongholds. The locations are Hezbollah strongholds. Sure, whatever. Yep, we read that bit. Explained it already. Pages made by European distributor. Cool. I mean, built in China, made by the Europeans. What do you like? Are they looking for the source of where Israel managed to like stick the bombs in? Does it really matter? I don't know. Whatever. Bernie Sanders finally, after all this time, finally announces intention to file a joint resolution of disapproval to block arms sales to Israel. Bernie Sanders today announced his intention to next week file a joint resolution of disapproval that would block the sale of offensive U.S. weaponry to Israel. The JRD is the only mechanism available to Congress to prevent arms sales from advancing. In August, the Biden administration approved a series of arms sales to Israel totaling more than $20 billion. These sales include several systems that are directly tied to tens of thousands of civilian deaths in Gaza. The export of these weapons would clearly violate the criteria laid out in the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 and the Arms Export Control Act. The manufacturers from different places are all denying they made them. Yeah, of course they are, and that's why I'm like, why do we care about this? Because like, it doesn't matter who made it. They didn't put the bombs in. It was Mossad. Also, shocking news as well with this. It's not just Bernie Sanders who is calling for a block of arms sales to Israel, because Germany also did that today. Actually, I believe it was today. It might have been yesterday. Where is this link? I have it somewhere. Come on, Germany. Here we go. Fuck off. Germany doing this was not on my bingo card twice this week. Jeez, like Israel with the pagers, not on my bingo card, and Germany was like the second most outspoken supporter of Israel after us. So this is actually quite interesting. Let's finish with Bernie Sanders first, then we'll get to Germany. October 7th. Okay, I'm not reading that because we know this, and I'm so sick of hearing it before anything is said about fucking Israel. See, this is what I mean by I hate censoring speech. I don't care if it's good, I don't care if it's bad, I don't care if it's hate speech or not. But this fucking civility politics, like we can't hurt anybody's feelings, so we have to mention October 7th every single time we ever talk about the things that Israel has done wrong. We first have to qualify it with the terrorist attack that killed 1,200 people, where the death toll in Gaza is more than 40 times this number. It's likely well higher because Israel bombed all the people who count the bodies to death. So there's no one to count the bodies left. That 40,000 number hasn't moved in months. You know why? Because they're all dead. Experts that are like aggregating different charts and like sciencing fucking population charts compared to previous wars, their best guess is that the death toll is definitely above 90,000 and probably between 120 and 140,000. So Hamas has not killed even 10% of the civilians that Israel has in its entire existence. Which one of these seems like the bigger terrorist unit to you? I mean, they're both terrorists, they're both evil, and they're both awful, but I feel like being more than 100 times worse than the other seems to say something. I don't know. Maybe like, I don't know, fucking, they just hate Palestinians? Yeah. I don't know if you watched the video that I made, Death on Legs. It's on my YouTube channel, where there's a Israeli live streamer. I think he's the longest running Israeli live streamer that speaks English in Israel. And it was him discussing how quickly he would press a button, a hypothetical button, that would kill all sentient life in Gaza and the West Bank. He even qualified it, saying his wife may not be home. He hopes she's not there. He'd still press it. It's on my YouTube channel. It's disgusting. It's so bad that I tried to post a short of it onto TikTok and they muted the sound. So there you go. They're not hiding it. They're just Jewish. Not they're Jotzies. They're Nazis. They're fucking Nazis. I feel crazy because every time I say Nazi, people they've poisoned the well with these words, just like they did with socialist. It's the same with Nazi and fascist. Every time I say Nazi, people just think I mean like a kind of rude asshole politician. Meanwhile, I mean the full-on Sieg Heil swastika Nazis. But no, this is apparently Israel's attitude towards the Palestinian problem. They need the final solution. You're absolutely right. 100. Please go watch that video. It is, and then watch the video before it of them screaming in the Knesset, arguing because four IDF soldiers were arrested for raping a Palestinian man with a baton in the concentration camp that they do this regularly in. And the fucking, it was Yoav Gallant was screaming, saying like, what the fuck? No, you can't arrest them. And someone, one of the other Knesset members was like, is this like a legitimate thing to do? Like to shove a pole up the asshole of this prisoner? And the response you get from him is, oh yes, if they're Palestinian, is screaming at the top of his lungs. If they're Palestinian, anything is legitimate to do. They're literally indistinguishable from Nazis. The only thing they're missing right now is the fucking gas. That's it. That's all they're missing. In every other way, they qualify. Checkmark, 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 checkmark. Whatever. And there, that was my necessary rant before I can go on and read the lib shit. Israel, of course, had the right to defend itself against Hamas. It did not, however, have the right to wage an all-out war against the Palestinian people, which is what Prime Minister Netanyahu's extremist government has done. I like the rhetoric here. This resulted in more than 41,000 Palestinians being killed and nearly 95,000 being injured, 60% of whom are women and children or elderly people. Further, as a result, Israel's blocking humanitarian aid into Gaza. How many of these people are still alive, guys? How many Palestinians are left? Do we have any fucking number? Because they haven't had any food in like, what, 5 months now? What are they eating? Each other? They can't even do that because the bombs Israel drops like atomizes everybody. Not atomizes, but turns them into ashes. Incinerates them. How many of them are still alive? There was 2 million in Rafah. 2 million. How many? I'm so curious because these people are not getting food or water. There was a fucking polio outbreak in Gaza like last week. We're covering genocide, Ethoslav. You just missed me go scream for like 15 minutes about how the Israelis are Nazis. Man, I need to like make an appointment with a lawyer. Fucking Israeli lobbies are gonna sue me for this. They're doing it like they're not fucking around here. They do it in America too, but you know, I'm not trying to like be bigoted, by the way. Like if I say anything that's offensive, please like tell me. And then I'll be bigoted towards you. It was a mild rant, I know, but like they're really fucking touchy. Who knows? Whatever. Look, honestly, I don't give a fuck. They can come at me. Give me a go. Try Vizora on precise. See what happens. I don't know what'll happen. I'll see what happens too. Maybe I'll just win in court and then it'll be fine. I don't know. Who cares? The point there is it's horrifying how much influence these people have in censoring any kind of dissent. Anything. I mean, I made a video about the Melbourne protest. It has like 100+ comments that are like just disgusting bot comments about Israelis and Palestinians and calling me a terrorist supporter and a Nazi, blah 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 blah. It's all talking points that they're just being fed. I mean, in America we call it like APAC guy, like the APAC guy told you to say that. I don't even know if you have APAC here, but someone's paying people money to continue this shit. I don't know. You can't say anything and they get triggered. They're the tiniest little snowflakes. I don't know. It's so annoying. And this is just strictly speaking the truth. Friendly Jordies even did a video on this about how whingy these little bitches are about any kind of criticism. I mean, let alone like a proper actual anti-Zionist, and like not that I'm not an anti-Zionist. I'm just not gonna advocate for that because like I'm not that invested. I'm not Hassan. I just want people to stop getting murdered by falling bombs like all the time. Everywhere ideally, but at the very least there. I feel like a year has been enough. And you guys remember like Hamas said that they were gonna do October 7th every year until the occupation is stopped. It's nearly October, guys. I wonder if something will happen again. And it kind of scares me because that might also bring us into a situation in which Kamala Harris loses quite a lot of popularity. If only, honestly, like these people need to chill the fuck out. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone's going to a festival that day either. Oh, to be fair, you know what? I would. But that's because I have a very little regard for my own personal safety. When it goes into conflict with doing something fun or funny. And that, I mean, a festival is fun, but it would also, like, I don't know. I don't care. It would be funny. It would be funny. I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings or people you know got hurt. Blame Israel because they shot a lot of their own people at that festival, because you know that is a thing that Israel has admitted. They shot more people at that festival than they should have. Who knows? Look, either way, Bernie Sanders is putting this through. Sadly, much of the carnage in Gaza has been carried out with U.S.-provided military equipment. Providing more offensive weapons to continue this disastrous war would violate U.S. and international law. This it would. The sales would reward Netanyahu's extremist government, even as it continues to cause massive destruction in Gaza, undermine the prospects of a ceasefire deal. Thank you for being the only fucking U.S. senator to say that. because the only reason we don't have a ceasefire deal is because of Netanyahu. It's been agreed upon multiple times. Hamas keeps agreeing to it. It's Netanyahu that keeps changing the terms at the last minute. And I really hope that Kamala Harris would be better with this. Like, she's obviously not a free Palestine. Like, she's not on the streets going to the protests, right? But she has shown a bit of disdain for Netanyahu, whereas Biden likes him. Or he doesn't. He hates him, but he also kind of likes him. He has to kind of like him because he treats him like a friend. I like, he's set so many red lines and they just keep crossing it. I just want Kamala Harris to set one and stick to it. I want there to be consequences for people's actions. I want Netanyahu to learn that he can't just keep doing that. And I want him to try the thing when Kamala Harris is president and get the answer no, and then be stuck like that and have no solution for it, and then get removed from office. Because if the war hysteria stops for one singular day, or maybe two at the very most, the fucking Israelis will storm their capital and take him out of it himself. Not like take him out, but like they will remove him from the building and probably put him in a prison cell somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, so that's lovely. Finally, took forever, but better late than never. And Germany, shocking. Germany stopped approving war weapons exports to Israel. Sources say this was not expected in any way. A source close to the ministry cited a senior government official saying it had stopped work on approving export licenses for arms to Israel due to legal and political pressure from legal cases arguing that such exports from Germany breach humanitarian law. That is because they do. Last year, Germany approved arms exports to Israel worth 326.5 million euro, including military equipment and war weapons, a tenfold increase from 2022. However, approvals have dropped this year, with only 14.5 million euros worth granted from January to August. That's quite a lot less. Of this, weapons of war category accounted for nearly 33,000 euros. Maybe Germany's just not sending them weapons because they have enough, I guess. I mean, we're sending them weapons. Who knows? So obviously the German government is not quite happy about this. I really need to sit and learn about the new German government with the AfD and all of that. I haven't wanted to look into it, so I haven't. Fucking hell. What else do we have here? Got AOC saying Israel's pager attack in Lebanon detonated thousands of handheld devices across a slew of public spaces, seriously injuring and killing innocent civilians, which is why I can't show you any clips. This attack clearly and unequivocally violates international humanitarian law and undermines the U.S. effort to prevent a wider conflict. This is objectively true. This statement right here. This attack clearly, unequivocally violates international humanitarian law and undermines U.S. efforts to prevent a wider conflict. Congress needs a full accounting of the attack, including answers from the State Department as to whether any U.S. assistance went into the development or deployment of this technology. Who knows? We're just going to deny it anyway. There you go, fucking OSINT Nazis. I have to follow a bunch of them for Ukraine news, and then every now and again they're posting that shit. Ugh. Why are you only good with Ukraine? Who cares? This tweet I found quite interesting and pretty important, actually. So the pager explosion in Lebanon set a new precedent. Civilian technology has been assumed to be neutral, but this mass explosion changes things forever. This is kind of true. We don't often see civilian technology being folded into weapons of war. You do sometimes, but those are contextual things, whereas this was a planned out, purposeful, intentional, manufactured event. as well as maiming thousands, killing children, innocent bystanders, or doctors, Israel has demonstrated that it is prepared to kill in any way possible with no consideration. I feel like they demonstrated that like 6, 7, 8 months ago. But sure. This could theoretically be an issue that impacts consumer confidence and has opened up a new era of distrust in our devices. This is kind of true. Why did the civilians have Hezbollah pagers? Are you fucking kidding? Man, conservatives are so fucking dumb. They're so fucking dumb. You've been extrajudicially killing children for so long and huffing Talmudic farts about, quote, kill the best of Gentiles, smash your head of the best of snakes, that you think that you are normal, that this is normal, that normal people think that this is okay. I don't understand what the fuck he said, but he's right. This is not normal, and this person is brain damaged. Genuine, like, rotted brain. Their IQ is diminishing by the moment. Within a week, this person should be getting disability payments from the government for being too stupid to be able to take care of themselves. And not that that's a problem. That's okay. You should get disability money for anything. You're too tired to take care of yourself. You're too stupid to take care of yourself. You're too much in pain to take care of yourself. Doesn't matter. I'm not qualifying that based on a pre-existing mindset. It's just this bitch is dumb. I'm sorry. I feel like she needs help. All right. Well, that was fun. I did not get through everything I wanted to today, but I got through quite a lot of it, and you guys make chat really fun, especially when you pull me onto a different topic. So thanks for tuning in, guys. I'll be on live tomorrow, same time, and feel free to join the Discord, follow me on Twitter, Instagram, whatnot. I don't really use Insta much, but I am on Twitter, and I'll be on Discord. So have a lovely evening.